Draft night is finally here. Months of mock drafts, talking about prospects, prospects going up draft boards, prospects going down draft boards, senior bowls, combines, everything that you can think of all comes to the culmination of tonight, draft night, 5 years running, guaranteed the best 49ers draft show around, not because of me, but because of my guests. We're going to get it next. All right. Welcome back to Last Second Sports, where we are giving you our take down to the last second. And as I said, it's draft night. It's finally here. Super excited about this. Right now, I've only got one guest here. We are waiting on the other. But, you know, he's a little younger. He's late. He's just the way he rolls, you know. He's got to be the coolest guy on the whole cast. So he's going to come in a little late, Mr. Rohan.
It's a typical Wisconsin Badger. I grew up, I'm a Gopher guy and a Cyclone. I claim dual citizenship between Iowa State and the University of Minnesota. But we moved briefly to grad school to Madison. We were there for 2.5 months. It's a garbage town, but Rohan's not. What's going on? I think it's rubbing off on him.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on with Mr. Rohan, but I think what we should do is we should start with our draft. Oh, hold on a second. I think what we should do is we should start with our draft from last night. We should pick up where we were at and try to finish this thing before we actually go live with the draft itself. Let's see how accurate we can be. I was hoping that Rohan would be here to kind of set us straight, maybe balance us out. We agreed a lot last night, which is a little scary because that means we're probably going to be wrong on a lot of these picks. Now, maybe something changed from last night, but I'm going to assume that at least pick number 1 did not change from last night. Let me add you here. There we go. All right. David's back. I'm going to assume that pick number 1 did not change from last night. We agree Cam Ward number 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't have to go crazy in depth the way that we did last night. I think we did a really good job last night, by the way, of going in depth of why we thought the first 10 picks were what they were going to be. But pick number 2 here. Are we still going with Travis Hunter?
Yeah, and I think the thing is this: we only got 60 minutes to get through the 32. The trades that could happen, we can't always prognosticate. There's been some weird stuff about Jacksonville trying to move up. They're enamored with Travis Hunter, right? And so this is why I love the draft. And this draft is nuts because there's so much uncertainty at almost every position. And now there's even some. Are they going to move out? I think it's got to be Travis Hunter here. I actually think Abdul Carter makes a lot of sense, but to me, Travis Hunter is the best prospect in the draft. I think that he could be an all-pro at either position, and that's just not something that you pass up on. Abdul Carter, great player, but I frankly don't think Abdul Carter is in the tier of Travis Hunter. In my humble opinion, I know we might differ a little bit on that. I think Travis Hunter might have the potential to, if not bust, maybe disappointing, but his ceiling is insane.
Zach coming in, he says, "Look, it's Jesse and some dude named David." Laugh out loud. What's up, guys?
Yeah. Laugh out loud. Let's up, guys. Just don't give me a food take tonight. We're gonna be good.
Oh man. All right. So are we going Abdul Carter number 3? Now, I want to say what's changed since last night is the hype of quarterback, not only at number 3, but also number 9 has gone way up since last night. And you got something.
We've got, the Browns says received serious calls about the number 2 pick. And it says they believed all along at least 1 or 2 super strong offers would come, and that belief still holds inside the building. That's from Jordan Schultz. There's some other people that are talking about it. It says Slick Ricky the Dog. I am gonna absolutely stand my boy Ricky the Dog. We did it last year and he was unbelievable. He says sounds like the Browns are moving off the 2nd pick and have multiple options developing. That was 9 minutes ago. Things are coming in hot and heavy. So let's talk about it, right? Let's say the Browns move down, because regardless, I think we know that this is going to be we think it's going to be. I mean,
Yeah.
could it be a quarterback? I think this is Jacksonville's been talking about being aggressive, and if they're moving up, they are moving up for Travis Hunter. And I think if Cleveland's moving down, they're comfortable missing out on Abdul Carter, and that's where it gets interesting. Are they going to pull the trigger on a quarterback if they move down to 5?
Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, you can't move too far down, and
No.
you probably don't want to move below 9 because it sounds like the Saints might be interested in Jackson Dart. So if you're a Jackson Dart guy or a Jackson Dart team, you don't want to give that up. So you can't move down below the Saints. Wow, here we go. This could be crazy. And you're right. Jacksonville is a team, it sounds like, wants to move up, has been talking about moving up.
Yep.
We put Ashton Genty there, but if they move up to 2, it's for
No.
Travis Hunter,
Yep.
from what we understand.
Yep.
So either way, I think Travis Hunter does go number 2. We
Yes.
can't predict the trades, so
No.
that's going to be impossible. And that's what makes this hard, because there will be trades that are going to change this whole thing. But here we go. Let's go Travis Hunter there. We'll go Abdul Carter number 3, or are we going to put them on a quarterback?
Ooh, and there's been talk about this, right? There's been some there, and again, I feel like I think it's bad process to say, hey, we signed Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, so that just completely takes us. I don't think. I think there's a good chance both those guys don't even make it through a season. I don't. There's no Giants fans that are excited about those prospects. You can't tell me Brian Daboll's excited about those prospects either. Much all due respect to Jameis and Russ. Like, this is just so, to me, I don't think this should prevent you from going after a quarterback if you believe in them. The question is, who does Brian Daboll want, right? And this is, we talked about, Todd McShay talked about this. Do you get cute and then say, we'll take Abdul Carter and we'll try to trade back into the first, like it seems like they've been doing with Washington or Minnesota or whatever it is? I think we probably go chalk here and go Abdul Carter. I think that's probably the smarter play. I believe you draft the best players when you're in the position to draft at the year. Unless you're trading out, you don't overdraft. But like I said, Michael Penix to Atlanta last year surprised everybody.
Here we go. All right. Last night we went Will Campbell number 4. We're going to stick with that, I assume.
Yep. Yes, I would go Will. Yeah. Let's just stick with it for now, without trades. Yeah.
Okay. Then this is where the draft could fall apart, because if Jacksonville does move up, obviously they're going to go Travis Hunter. If Cleveland moves back, they're likely not going to go Genty. But I think if there is no trade, or if the trade doesn't involve the Jacksonville Jaguars, then I think that it would be Ashton Genty at number 5 to the Jags. What are you thinking here?
Well, if I put my finger up, that's going to be my signal that I got some. I'm keeping like updates on the news, and I know we're going to get. By the way, folks, we're tipping picks tonight. So if you want to be like the Christmas gift of, like, if you want to wait till the parents get up to open presents, this is not the right place for you.
Yes, I agree.
So I would say, so it says the Jags and the Pats are trying to get Travis Hunter. This is from a guy. Again, this guy is another account that's connected kind of in that Ricky mold. He's been right almost every time. He's a Chicago guy, but that's been confirmed. There's other people saying, Jordan Schultz is saying similar things. So you've got 4 and 5 are really trying to get up to 2, and multiple seconds are in play, is what it says. Now, whether that's true or not, I would tend to trust at least that smoke, that there's some stuff going in the works here.
So the Patriots are going after Travis Hunter as well. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and this makes sense, right? Because I think that the Patriots look at Travis Hunter as a receiver. Could he play corner in a pinch? Yes, but they need that. There's no bona fide, absolute, complete 100% stud at tackle. As much as I like Membu, I think I understand that. But this is wild, because I thought the Patriots would move down if they can't get him. So what do the how far now? Could it be with the Browns that they're like, wait a minute, 4 and 5 are close, but 4 still gives me that position where if I go to 5 and somebody jumps me at 4, I would say the Patriots probably would be in the driver's seat.
I agree with that. Completely agree with that. See, and that's where
I know
this whole thing gets messed up, man, because I can't imagine if Cleveland trades back a couple spots. I can't imagine it's for any other prospect other than a quarterback, because the difference between Carter and Travis Hunter to Mason Graham, let's say, or it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Why would you trade back a couple spots and take one of those guys or Jalen Walker? You have to be going quarterback, and that's what's really going to mess this whole thing up. But for the Niners' sake, obviously we are here to talk 49ers draft and all of that. For the Niners' sake, this is great. This is all really good news because now it sounds like not one, not two, but now 3 potential quarterbacks could go in the top 10. And for the 49ers, that is the best case scenario. The best case scenario.
100%.
Okay.
So let's, for our purposes, let's say let somebody trade it up to 2. At least we know we got the spots right. The question is, if it's the Patriots and the Browns are going to 4, the Browns aren't taking Will Campbell. If it's the Jags, just for our purposes, we can't get this. We could be doing this all night. I think that let's say that the Browns have traded down with the Jags. Let's say that. Who's the pick at 5 for the Browns there?
I think that it's Shador.
This is what I'm thinking as well. And I think that's if they're trading back and they're looking here and they know they're not getting a guaranteed. Now, could it be, could they do something crazy and go with Ashton Genty? I just don't think that makes any sense given the question marks they have at quarterback. No. I'm sorry. I think it's clear that I must be the odd man out because I think Ashton Genty is a great prospect. I am not falling all over him like he's Saquon Barkley, MVP Barkley mode, MVP CMC mode. I just don't see that. So other teams must. But I think that there should be Shador. I think that's where I think we could have a little fun here and say, yeah, let's go with it.
All right. So we want to go Shador here?
Why not?
Okay. And not because we think he's going to the Jags, but because we could see. Should we restart it and just do the trade?
Let's just restart it.
Yeah. No, I mean, we can do whatever we want. It's our mock, right?
Yeah. Oh, we got another one.
What's the other?
So we got MKC, Mary Kay Cabot is a Browns beat. Browns are believed to have something cooking at 2. Teams are calling. They're listening. Strap in. And another dude, I'm being told Jags and Bears. So we got Jags and Bears. We've got somebody else is saying it's Jags and Patriots. So woo, daddy. This is getting, I mean, it's just getting wild to me. What this could happen. So let's say it's the Jags. Let's call it the Jags. Okay. And I think you can force trades on here, correct? You don't have to.
I just forced the Jags to number 2.
Yes. Okay. So we'll go Cam Ward to Tennessee, which I'm sorry. I'm still perplexed on why that's such a chalk pick. I don't get it.
We're going Travis Hunter to whoever goes to 2. We're going Abdul Carter 3.
Yep.
Okay.
And now this is where it gets interesting. And this is where I feel like if I'm the Patriots, I would, if we were doing, I would be, if the Bears want to get up, take it. And who cares? Like 4 to 10, take it. In fact, what's stopping us from doing that? What's stopping us from trading from the Bears? The Bears want to get up. Why not let the Bears go up? And let's say it took them a second in a future second, or a second, and maybe I don't know, how much is he worth? Or we can just draft for the Patriots.
Oh man, I think the Patriots would love to trade back here.
Let's do it
because they still might get Will Campbell. They really might.
Let's do this. Let's trade. Let's trade up. Let's let the Bears trade with the Patriots and let the Bears go get their guy. And that seems to be the chatter. And I think Genty's he's going to go before anyway. The Niners, if it's affecting the Niners, so I don't think this really ultimately is that big of a deal. Okay, and yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense because it's one of the only teams I feel like they're going to be able to. And the Patriots are going to want to move down. I think they could get both seconds from them, actually, which I think would be stupid by the Bears. I think it'd be ridiculous to trade up for a running back. But, if they believe he's a transcendental player, draft good players, draft elite players. That's my mantra on the top of the first.
Yeah, completely agree. Now, the question is, how the hell do I get out of this? And
you got to make a pick. You got to give the picks on the screen.
Okay, but where? I got my picks. I got full draft. I've got the Bears. You
haven't selected team to trade with. You're selecting the Bears for the Bears. So go to the selected team to trade
I did.
with.
I already made the trade. I made the trade. So I've got him at number 4. But look, it's I mean, what are we doing here, PFF? I mean, you're
Nice.
supposed to. Not a fan of this.
No.
You know what we can do real quick, and this is awful to do, but let's figure out the trades that we're going to make and just be done with it,
okay.
and then start the draft, right?
Yep.
So first trade, we're doing Cleveland with the Jags, right?
Yep.
Okay, force the trade.
Perfect.
Then we are doing Giants.
No.
Patriots.
Patriots and Bears.
Okay. And then we are doing, is there anything else that you can think of?
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. I can see Carolina, the Niners maybe trying to move up. I don't know if I don't know if they really need to. And that's the thing. This team has so many holes. I guess I'm just not. I'm okay if it doesn't take much to get up, but I think I think we just keep the 49ers where they're at. And there might be some other teams but if Genti's gone, I don't think. Yeah, we can go from chalk. We can just go chalk from here or whatever. And if we need to adjust a trade, we can do it.
All right, cool.
All right, so we got Cam.
They're saying click on draft a player. Where was that at? I don't
know.
I didn't see that anywhere. It wasn't like I didn't see it right here. Once I was in a trade, I didn't see the draft a player on that last one. I felt like it aired out on me. Could be wrong, but
all right, here we go. We're back. Cam. Now we're going to Hunter, and now we're going Carter, and now we're going Genty. Look at that. PFF all the way at the top. Browns now.
We're going Shador, right?
Let's do it.
Yeah. And then Raiders, I think that it's Membu.
I do too.
So we'll go Membu. I think this one is
Tyler Warren.
One I could go Graham or Warren. Let's go Warren.
Yep.
This one I could go Graham. I could go Nolan. I could go Barron.
And I think Jalen.
You know what? Actually, real quick, I agree. I'm going to go Jalen Walker. But I think the Jets also could be in play for Jahdae Barron. Let me tell you why.
I agree.
Okay, so we agree. Obviously, their head coach was the defensive coordinator last year for the Lions. The Lions had a ton of injuries, but the guy that held it all together for him was Brian Branch. If he's looking at Jahdae Barron and saying, hey, this could be my Brian Branch, that's super important to this process, my defense, then to me, Jahdae Barron might go to the Jets because Brian Branch is needed. So, but we went with Tyler Warren, so it doesn't matter.
That's fine.
Okay. And then here, Jalen Walker, yeah?
Let's go for it.
Okay.
I could see this being Michael. I could see this being Walter Nolan. I could see this being Mason Graham. So we could say, hey, Mason Graham, let's be real. He does have the analytics crowd, for his efficiency metrics, all that kind of stuff. He's impressive in that regard. I'm not his body type, his length. I don't know. I have question marks, but maybe they don't. I would say between Walker and Graham here. I think it's gonna be Walker. I'm not fazed by PFS rankings.
Yeah, I'm not fazed by their rankings either. Okay, we got Rohan. Are you good? Thumbs up. All right. We'll add Rohan in. Maybe he can be a voice of reason for us on some of these. So, Rohan, we want to go through.
Let's go crazy.
Yeah, we already did. We already made trades. We got the Jags at 2. We got the Bears at 4. We're going off of all the rumors right now. So, the rumors are that Cleveland is out on 2, and it's either the Patriots or the Jags, is what it sounds like. The Bears are trying to get up to number 4 to take Genty. So we went with it. So that's where we're at.
Let's do it.
So now we've got the Saints. Knowing that 2 quarterbacks are off the board, are they going to go Dart? It sounds like they prefer Dart over Sanders, or are we just going to go with, whoever? I mean, whether we go offensive tackle here, best defensive player, what do you guys think the Saints do?
I think that the Saints they're not a team that usually trades back. Loomis is a guy that usually has, I don't know, a little bit of almost reckless disregard for some of the trade capital that he has. I think in that regard, that seems like somebody who might just wing it on a quarterback. And, if you talk to like the PFF guys, they're like, hey, your team sucks, right? You're going to suck this year too. Why not take as many stabs at the quarterback, a la the Cardinals with Josh Rosen and Kyler Murray, back-to-back years. That doesn't preclude them from doing that in the future. And if they like their guy, like now that you've had 2 QBs gone potentially, trading back, I don't see. If Pittsburgh wants a quarterback and they to me, if you want a quarterback, just like Penix, just like McCarthy, just like Nix, this should be where you take him. It's a draft that doesn't have a lot of blue chip talent. Why wait? So if it is a quarterback that they're after, if they do really want to draft Dart, I think you have to stay pat and take him here. If you don't, there's a lot of other players you can look at.
I'll say 2 things real quick. One, I think if you truly want to take one of the quarterbacks and believe in him as a franchise quarterback, there isn't a reason that you shouldn't take him with your first pick. There isn't a reason that you should think, okay, I'm going to take a different player and then trade back up in the first round. To me, that doesn't signify that you have true confidence that that could be a franchise quarterback. But in this case, I could very well see Dart being the guy just because 2 quarterbacks have gone off the board. For me, if I'm the Saints here, if I'm just thinking realistically, I think Will Campbell would be in play here just because there's the New Orleans connection there that would be adding, that would add some allure to the fan base. But I also think he matches a need for them along the offensive line. I think trenches would be the pick regardless here in general. A lot of people have mocked D-line. I think that if Will Campbell was on the board, he would be a pick here that they would consider.
And I actually think they would consider Kelvin Banks over Will Campbell. I think I think that
Banks is still on the board. I didn't see that. My bad.
Yeah. No, but that's okay because I think there's this consensus, and I'm not trying to dog Will Campbell or Mason Graham, but I think there's this idea that the media sometimes are way higher than league circles are, and then it comes and be like, oh, they got overdrafted or underdrafted. I said, no, it's just we've been looking at mock draft machines too long, right? And so I see that. I hear what you're saying about the LSU connection. I doubt Mickey Loomis would let that shade his, his strategy there. But what are you thinking, Jesse? I feel like, look, if we want to have a little fun here, it makes it easier on the Niners, right? But if they really are after a quarterback, and there's been reports that they're going to surprise people on reach, right? And even some people were talking about Tyler Shuck, right? Why not have a little fun and put Dart here? Why not? Who cares?
I do. I mean, I feel like in this scenario, they would absolutely go Dart, but I also feel like I almost want to recenter and calibrate just in case the craziness that we predicted does not happen. Then it's like,
get
okay,
back to some form of reality.
Right. Yeah. Can we get back to some normalcy? So I'm going to go with, I think here, I will go with one of the tackles. There is a possibility that Campbell will be gone to the Patriots if everything goes right.
True.
And so I think Kelvin Banks makes a lot of sense for them. So that's who I'm going to go with here.
Okay.
You guys good with that?
Yeah, and that's who I mocked in my final mock draft to the Saints in a different situation. Okay. Yep. Perfect.
All right. So now the Patriots are on the clock. Will Campbell just fell right back to him anyways. I think that's the pick, right? We were willing to get him there at 4. Yep. I think that Campbell to the Patriots makes sense, right?
Sure.
I think it makes perfect sense here, yeah.
And at the very least, he's not going to be there when the Niners pick, I would assume. So Mason Graham, I do think that this is a real possibility, and we have to have a conversation. Rohan, I've got to get your opinion on this because David and I agree, but a lot of people don't agree with us that Walter Nolan is a better prospect than Mason Graham. What are your thoughts on that?
I will be honest in that I haven't done as much work on this 2025 class that other people may have done or that I've done previously. But I can buy that take 100%. I think when you kind of think about it, Walter Nolan has the higher upside. And there's this one statistic. I don't know if I buy into it as much, but one that has been thrown out there as a kind of take on Abdul Carter is the lean body mass percentage. Mason Graham's a player that is also in that category. And I think the 49ers have been spurned by injuries at the defensive tackle position quite a bit in past years. And if that is an indicator for future injury, that could be another issue with Mason Graham that could have him slide. and maybe cause the 49ers to bypass him as well. I do think that they'd also consider an edge rusher like Mykel Williams. I think a lot of buzz has been around an edge rusher, and I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of Williams from what I've seen so far, but for some reason there seems to be more edge rusher buzz. But in this case, if I were to pick, I think Walter Nolan would be the guy.
Yeah, I think that the Niners, from what we've heard about some other different things, talk about Walter Nolan, talk about James Pierce, like what do those two guys have in common? They got juice, man. Like, and they're not identical, obviously, but you look at Walter Nolan. I think the Niners have Nolan ranked above Graham, and I think that this is a guy is hot in their building. I think he's a guy that's got hot here that might not even be there at 11. I could see Carolina taking him. I could see New Orleans taking him. I could see, so I could see there might even be a team that feels like they want to jump up and get him. To me, this is a no-brainer. I think you've got a mix of, I think his floor, for some reason, people talk about him being, I've heard people talk about him being raw. I don't even know what that means. I don't know if people watch him play. The floor is high, the ceiling's high, the athleticism is high, the pedigree is high. I don't know what's not to love. And he's a much better run defender than other people are grousing about, and I don't know what they're talking about either.
Well, David, he allegedly walked off the field one time in practice when he was at Texas A&M, but nobody can confirm it.
Right.
I think that's a major red flag. So,
well, I don't.
Never mind the fact that he got hurt at the Senior Bowl. Could have easily left after the one-on-ones because he put on a show there, much like the other prospects. I don't think he loves football, but he decided to stay at the Senior Bowl even though he hurt himself and had already put on a show. There's also an interview at the Combine where he said that he wants to be Aaron Donald. He thinks he can be that great. And then Aaron Donald sent him a video message, and you could see him gushing ear to ear, a big fan of Aaron Donald. And, but despite all of that, the one time that he allegedly walked off the field as a 20-year-old, major red flags for me, I got to say.
Yeah, no, he's you got to hashtag watch more film. Jesse, you got to understand. You can see the character from a mile away if you just grind enough. Let's go, Nolan. Let's go, Walter Nolan. Let's do this.
Okay, let's do it. Also, I think I want to highlight what Rohan did say, though. He talked about the body mass. That may not play a factor when it comes to injury. It could, and a lot of people have talked about this. It may not, but what it does play a factor in is that when we talk about pure strength, Mason Graham has to put on potentially bad weight to get the weight that he's going to play at. Walter Nolan just is that weight naturally. So we talk about play strength. We talk about good weight versus bad weight. Walter Nolan is the naturally bigger man. He just is. And I think that plays here. All right. Dallas is on the clock. Mm-hmm. Sounds like they're going to go wide receiver. At least a lot of people believe that. Do we agree? And if so, which receiver do we think is going to go here?
And that's the thing, man. I don't get that. I don't understand why they have to be going for receiver. I think this is a team that there's some better players, I think, that have more talent. Like, you're looking at edge. Look at I just am a believer that unless you got a absolutely drop dead blue chip top 12 for a receiver, I mean, you got to be, to me, special. You got to be a Jalen Waddle, the Devontae Smiths, the Jamar Chases kind of level of guys that are going to come in and have the potential to be an all pro. I don't see any receiver that is like that type of, like, I mean, just the potential that I could see right away from day one. I just don't understand that. But I've been mocking Mike Green, even though I'm not a fan, like, of the off the field stuff. I could see the Dallas not caring. I could see, I don't know. So if it is receiver, is it Golden? Is it McMillan? Those guys aren't even in my top 4 receiver prospects. I just don't understand it.
I don't either. I think if it is receiver, I think it's Golden personally. I think you've got the Texas connection. You've got a receiver that can take the top off, which helps open up things underneath. So I would go with Golden if they go receiver. I don't know though. Rohan, what do you think Dallas is looking at here?
I honestly think this is Tet McMillan. Not saying I would go with Tet McMillan. I honestly do think, though, Tet McMillan, I think that they view CD as their all-around guy they can move in the slot and things like that. They want a boundary guy. And I think Dak would play well with a a receiver like McMillan, a big-bodied guy. So I think that
Okay.
would be the pick.
I can see
David, why don't you be the tiebreaker? Or you want to go Golden or you want to go Tet?
Let's go Tet. Why not?
Okay. All right. Talk about a team with a lot of needs. I would like to know your guys' thoughts here. I could see really anything from the Miami Dolphins. Real quick, Mason Graham, Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Jahdae Barron, Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, Luther Burden, Loveland, and so forth and so on is here. Kenneth Grant, I think, could be potentially in play here.
Well, there's been some chatter that there was some chatter today that rumblings about Gray Zabel being a guy the Dolphins really, really like. And here's the thing, man. It takes two to tango to go and move back. I think Gray Zabel would be a reach here. I like Gray Zabel. He's on my guy list for center, but I'm not taking him to the top of the second. That's just my, so for me, but their line is a problem. And so don't enable Zabel. That was good. That was good. I'm not going to have the cojones to put Zabel here. We could have a little fun, but if that's the case, I think Josh Simmons is in play. I think for whatever reason, Josh Simmons seems to be gaining steam. I think teams are not as afraid of the patella tendon injury that I'd have him off my board. I wouldn't be taking him. So to me, it's up in the air. They definitely need DB. I could see Jahdae Barron being a guy that they really like here, who's got a lot of utility. They got Mason Graham could be a guy that they're looking at here too. I think, and then, if they are going for guard tackle, maybe it's a guy like Connerly that makes a big move. Maybe it's a guy like Donovan Jackson that people like more than you think. I don't know, right? Things get funky here with interior line play. And at this point in the draft, 13 is not that much different than 26. So
I agree.
Nothing's going to surprise me at this point.
No, me neither. What do you think, Rohan?
I like that last statement from David. 13 is not that much different from 26, and I think this is going to be a bit of a surprise in two ways. I have a player that is falling, continue to fall, and I have another player, funny enough, his own teammate, leaping him and being the pick here at 13. I think Kenneth Grant is going to have a huge jump, and I think he is in play here at 13. They need a big interior guy. They run a bit of a different defense than the Niners. I know a lot of people kind of correlate the two, but they run a different defense than the Niners. I think they need a real, they need a big one-tech, nose tackle kind of guy, and I think that's Kenneth Grant. I think he's going to have a huge jump here and be the pick at 13 if the board ends up being this way.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with Kenneth Grant, the more I watch him, and I can see that for me with Kenneth Grant, I liked him early. He was on my guy, and the more I watch, I'm like, are you Mazzie Smith? Like, is this really a blue chip player? And are you good? I respect few people more than Rohan with his takes and his analysis on this. I think it would be hard to see him jumping Graham. But again, I'm lower on Graham than most too. So nothing will surprise me. Yeah.
I don't see him jumping Graham. I don't think Graham would fall to this spot, but it would be, I think tonight is going to be a little more crazy than I initially even imagined back like 2 months ago.
I thought we were going to have a pretty smooth top 10 getting to the 49ers, and now I'm not so sure. But that's good for the 49ers. I'm going to go Mason Graham just for the sake that, I don't know that he makes it this far, and at some point we just got to do it, because if we don't do it here, I don't know where he comes off the board. Maybe the Bengals 17, which I guess could happen. I think a lot of people are mocking Walter Nolan there. So if we think Walter Nolan could fall to the Bengals, maybe Mason Graham.
Let's do it.
Are you guys good with this, or okay?
Yep.
Okay. The consensus here seems to be tight end and Loveland. I don't know if I buy that personally.
Well,
I don't know that I buy that. They could use an edge rusher.
Saw some chatter about the
Ballard too. Ballard's a traits guy.
Yeah.
Well, and the idea of like trying to move up for Tyler Warren was, I think, some chatter for them. I don't know if there are other teams that I know for a fact that have Loveland ranked above Warren though as well, and I don't think he's going to fall very far. So, if I'm thinking of guys like edge is in play. I could see them loving Jihad Campbell, but it's that injury which makes you kind of like, you have faith that he comes back, but is he coming back in September? Right. So this is where I think Jihad Campbell's in play here. I think that I could even see a guy like Nick Amanwari in play here as a guy that goes higher than people think. I could see a guy like if do they fall in love with a guy like Shamar Stewart or Mykel Williams or Mike Green? And if there's and I could definitely see Mike Green being a guy that they like here.
I like what you just
I
said,
could
David,
too.
about one player, Shamar Stewart. I honestly think this might be the ceiling for Shamar Stewart. I know a lot of people had him, initially a little earlier after the combine. I very well could see Shamar Stewart being
Me too.
the Deo Odebayo, or however you say his last name, excuse me, his replacement, as that 3-4 edge rusher kind of for Indianapolis.
Well, why not get a little funky? I know Dane Brugler's got him in the top 10. There's a lot of guys that have him as the top 10 in their overall board. Like, I think he's going to go higher than people think. And if he pans out, sky's the limit. Yep.
I think what you said, Rohan, really stands out to me, which is traitsy. They're very traitsy in their draft. And Shamar Stewart, I mean, if nothing else, is traitsy. Okay. Falcons, a lot of people are mocking edge to them as well. A lot of Mike Green chatter. What do you guys think? I now, from what I understand, Mike Green has not taken any top 30 visits, or he hasn't. No team has brought him in for a top 30 visit. However, it was the Falcons and the Commanders that were represented very heavily at his pro day, I believe. So, with that being said, is Mike Green in play? Do you have something else? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's Mykel Williams here. I just think that I think teams are going to be scared off on Mike Green. I think there's going to be it only takes one team. I think James Pierce is going to go higher than people think. I love James Pierce. I don't understand the hate for him at all. Again, the nebulous character stuff that nobody ever seemed to ever pin down on anything particular. I never saw a detail. I never saw something that corroborated from anything other than just vague assertions that didn't seem. And I think there's teams there that, including the Niners, that I think are going to be comfortable. I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not going to be surprised to see Pierce go to the Niners at 11 at all.
I will say this real quick on the character concerns for James Pierce. I did hear at the combine from a person that it was more anger issue related, bar fights and things like that Tennessee's program had to keep under wraps. If it's that kind of behavior, I don't know about y'all. To be honest, I'm not too worried about it being in a professional setting where he's going to have to live up to the expectation. But just to shed light, that is one aspect of the character part that I heard about James Pierce.
But yet no police reports. But yet no, like, and these are the kind of things where it's like I keep, and I look, I just working in college. Now, granted, Javon Kinlaw, I'm not even going to get into the story that I know about Javon Kinlaw, that if that was in the news, I don't think he would have been drafted. Right. Like, so like there's things that happen. Right. Here, I think it's Mykel. I think that, I'm not even going to Georgia guy, but I love Mykel. I think for state they have him 38. He's playing through the ankle injury. 2023 tape looked great. He is incredible, just against the run. And I think as he gets healthier, he's 20 years old. He's still got just a frame that GMs and coaches drool over. Super high character, super just, he's more like that Nick Bosa introvert, kind of like pretty soft spoken, but dude, he loves ball. He's not going to be a problem for you. I think Mykel's the guy.
Okay. I went with Mykel. I like that. I did forget that you were at the combine, Rohan. Did you hear anything about Walter Nolan?
More so sense of entitlement was the kind of thing that I heard about his character. I don't really think that that's a big deal at defensive line. You do want those guys to kind of have that kind of mentality. I think you've seen some reports come out this week where they worry, you've seen some people talk about the NIL stuff. Are they playing for the right reasons? And obviously Nolan jumping ship after 2 years at A&M to go to Ole Miss for what was a pretty good NIL package. But nonetheless, I mean, when you put on Nolan's tape, it's not like he gave up at all this year. Nolan's tape is the best in 2024 at Ole Miss. And so I don't really buy that kind of stuff as much, which is also why I think you see the reports that everyone's catching up to the league where he's expected to go pretty high today.
Yeah. Okay, good. I just wanted to see if you had heard about the walking off the field or whatever has been alleged, because it would be important to know. I just wanted to get a sense. Yeah, and I think wasn't A&M's head coach fired too? I mean, that's kind of a good time to leave, right? I mean, if you went there to play,
fired and they weren't that good.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. Anyways, okay. We got to get through this. We got about 20 or so minutes for the draft. I mean, really, probably 30, 40 minutes for the first pick. But either way, let's speed it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Cardinals here. Edge rusher, corner, Mike Green. Okay.
I don't think Jonathan Gannon's going to have a problem. I think they're going to go. Let's get somebody with real
Just
juice.
go get the pass rusher. Yeah.
What about Pierce though? The only reason I throw that out is because it's very, very similar style to what they do in Philly, and I think Pierce fits Philly great. So
that's why I totally forgot about Pierce for some reason. I was just looking at the screen. I would go James Pierce here too. Let's do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Bengals, another wide receiver, right? No, I'm just kidding. Do they go offensive line or do they go defense? I gotta imagine defense, right?
I think they go defense here, and I think it could be defensive tackle, but they also their edge situation is not good either. Their whole defense is.
And I still think they could trade Trey Hendrickson. I don't think that's like a done deal.
I think that there's not a defensive tackle here that I think why not go for it? Is this 4 edges in a row if we do this?
Mike Green or Ezraku?
I think Mike Green here. Like Bengals are always.
I feel like if the team's going to take a chance, the Bengals totally would. Right?
The Bengals don't care. No.
Yeah,
that was been reported that they do not care.
Okay, perfect. Okay, to me, this should be where Zabel goes. Yeah, like we've talked about potentially 11. They've had interior offensive line issues forever. By the way, they have a new offensive coordinator. He is a Shanahan guy. I think this is where Zabel makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Zabel. Let's do it.
Okay. All right. Let me find him because I'm sure there he is. All right.
But like I said, watch Zabel to the Dolphins. Were we looking at that tonight?
Here, I'm looking at either Campbell, Barron, or maybe Ezraku. What do you guys think?
I think Campbell. I think Tampa's always loved. Well, it's a different regime, right? So I shouldn't say that. But Jihad to me, he was a top 10 guy on my board. The injury is not really a concern. This is just something where he had the surgery. It wasn't a recurring thing. It was a successful surgery. Guys have high recovery rates from this very easily. I'm not really worried about that. I think at 19, you can draft potentially elite players. It fits a need. High character, big time leader, captain. And I have him ranked above Jalen Walker. I just think it's a no brainer.
Okay,
but I'm not. Yeah.
No, I'm fine with it. He's one of the 3 that I thought. Okay, to me, I think this is where Travion Henderson goes. Hear me out for a second.
I agree.
Go for it.
Okay, well, I'm just going to throw it out there, and the reason is just so the chat can understand why. We've spent the better part of 2 weeks comping Travion Henderson to Alvin Kamara. Their head coach used to be there with the Saints. Alvin Kamara, a big part of that. I've got to imagine they were in on Genti. Amari and Hampton could be a possibility here, but I just think Travion Henderson really makes so much sense for the Denver Broncos. You've got something, David.
It's not Broncos related, but Jay Glazer, Jaguars and Browns trade looks like it could go down and talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously. And then I'm getting Ricky the dog that's kind of saying, yep, I called that already. So
hey, we made the trade, so we were on it.
Yeah. So that's going to be it. And honestly, I know we're throwing the pick, but that to me, we're going to talk about it when it gets there. But boy, that's exciting for the Jaguars to get that type of prospect in the building. It's everybody gives Shot a problem. Maybe he deserves it, but boy, I think they knocked it out of the park with Cohen and Gladstone. I think that they're in good hands.
The fact that they have Travion Henderson as their 6th rated running back on here is absolutely disgusting.
It's ridiculous. And where do they have Cam Scadaboo? Cam Scadaboo's not going. Cam Scadaboo's
3. I think 3.
He's a day 3 player in this draft. Just watch.
Okay, is this where we finally go with that 3rd quarterback, Jackson Dart, or do we go something else here?
I think you don't want to, Rohan. I think they're going to do it. I think they're going to go for a quarterback.
Maybe.
And it could be Tyler Shuck. It could. I just feel like, honestly, I think the Saints could take him at 9. And but like I really do. I think the Saints are going to shock people, but I'll leave this up to Mr. Last Second Sports himself.
I don't know. I could see Kenneth Grant here. I mean, you're talking about
it would be Grant or Harmon, one of the 2D tackles that are still available. I think that those
Harmon,
two both make sense here. Harmon's got injury things that people have said, but I think it would be one of those 2D tackles. I think that they fit.
I could also see them going for a guy that's like, hey, who could be a blue chip player that's falling that got hurt? Josh Simmons. I think this is that part of the draft where guys are like, wait a minute, where are we at here? If we can strike it rich with a guy that could have been a top 5 player, it's that could be something that is. And the Steelers have, their offensive line isn't been perfect. Derek Harmon though too. Yes, I like that, Rohan. Let's do it.
I like Harmon. I like Harmon as well. Remember, they did spend like 3. I think they spent like their first 3 picks last year on offensive line. So Simmons, it is to the point where it should go. But here we go. All right, this is like a dream come true. By the way, for the Chargers, they get here and they have 3 Michigan defensive players on the board. One of them for sure is going to go. So take your choice. Is it Will Johnson? Is it? Well, I guess Colston Loveland's not defense, but they could use a tight end. Is it Colston Loveland or is it Kenneth Grant? What do they do here?
I think Jim Harbaugh, like
Loveland.
Jim Harbaugh is going to be like, looking like Andy Samberg and Justin Timberlake in an SNL sketch. Like, right. So like, let's go Loveland.
All right. Packers. I feel like Jahdae Barron's gone too far at this point. They've struggled to find a true corner for them. It sounds like they're going to trade, a guy who's been their number 1 corner for many years, but has a lot of injury concerns. So I think Jahdae Barron just makes too much sense right here.
Yeah, let's do it. I had Ezra Jeff Hafley coached him up at BC. It's a big need. I think it's like, and I've been seeing him. A lot of guys think Ezra is not going to fall out of the first. So that's where I've been going, but I could totally get Barron. Barron's been sliding, and I think he's a great prospect.
Okay.
Yep.
Go Barron here. Vikings safety, right? I mean,
and I think the Vikings trade out. They only have 4 picks. Right.
I think they would prefer to trade out.
I think there's going to be quite a few trades, honestly. For some of the teams we've mentioned, I think Pittsburgh could, Vikings could. I think there are teams wanting to move up. I think there are teams wanting to move down.
I've been going safety. The DB, Harrison Smith is long in the tooth, and that secondary started to get exposed a little bit despite Brian Flores' best efforts. I think that Malachi Starks, a guy that everybody dinged because of a 40 stuff, but like I don't understand the being tepid so much on Malachi Starks. I think he's going to end up being a great pro. I think he's incredibly, what the Georgia coaches talked about is like, this dude's the most coachable dude on the team. He's a leader. And Marco had talked about, I think it's him being a little tepid on him, but like this idea that he's asked to do so much, right? Yeah. He's asked to play all these positions all over the field. And sometimes these college coaches don't do these guys a service just to develop at a position, right? Because they're so good that they got to make, I think he would be lights out with Brian Flores.
All right, let's do it. Let's just
yep.
So I mean, we talk about a guy that's Brian Branch like too. You definitely could fit that. This is offensive line, right? Like there's no this is absolutely offensive line. Now the question is you've got Simmons, you've got Connerly. Which one of those guys do you think it is? Or, could it be a Donovan Jackson, by the way, who can play guard and tackle? I could see that potentially. So
that's who I've been mocking. But I also think I've been mocking Josh Simmons higher. I think Josh Simmons will be gone by now. But I just feel like I think Josh Simmons is the pick here if he's there.
Okay.
I agree.
Let's do it, Josh Simmons. Okay, I heard today a rumor that it's not Travion Henderson they're in on, which we had heard, but it's actually Amarion Hampton that they are in on for the Rams. Ooh. What do you guys think here?
That would be interesting. If they do take a running back. I think they might focus defense, but yeah.
I also think that they were in. I think Travion Henderson's the guy that they want, And so if he's not there, I like Omarion Hampton's a really good running back. I'm not spending a first round pick on Omarion Hampton, and I think he's a good player. This is where I'm like, hey, I love Trevion Henderson. I would take him at the end of the first if I really am like, I don't have any other holes to fill, and I think the Rams need to say, wait a minute, I know we're building for the future, but am I that bad at the running back room where I need to address this right now in a deep running back class? I think that's foolish, especially after the guys are, but here's where I see that these guys like Donovan. Here's where I see a guy like Connerly or Jackson or Ursery. I think Ursery is going to slip into the first round somewhere. I can see that being something where they really want to keep that offensive line intact. I could also see a corner here.
Yeah.
I think Trey Amos is a guy that will get into the first round somehow. I could see Will Johnson's sliding. I think there's some real concerns.
I think so too. It worries the heck out of me.
So, yeah, I also like Tyleek Williams. I hear Savone Revel. I think it's Revel, but it's Savone. That's how he pronounces his first name.
Yeah, Savone.
I could see. I mean, Rohan, I don't know if you think about here. I think corner could be a position that you can never have too many enough corners. I've always said volume on receivers and corners, like is particularly corner. The Niners are in that spot too.
I think corner makes a lot of sense here. I agree. I just wonder who the person will be. Right. The guy who has gotten a lot of buzz is Max Hairston. I just don't know if the Rams is going to be the spot and if he actually is a first-round type of player.
The concern I have about Hairston is that there's some legit stuff that could be cropping up, and this isn't slander. This is real, like a court situation with a charge that he's got that has been I feel like you're in the first round. If you got something like that, I don't know if you jump on it. Yeah. And so I know we don't have that, but what are you thinking, Jess?
Oh, gosh, I don't.
I could see edge here too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I could see Amos. I could see Will Johnson. I can't do it with the injury. I can't, I don't know.
Let's
you want to lock in Amos then as the corner?
Let's go Trey Amos. I think he's a guy that is going to be in play for a lot of teams here. I think the Eagles like him. I think, so yeah, I think it's actually a really good pick.
This screams Tyler Booker to me. Yeah, I mean, big, powerful guard. I can't imagine them passing on him. It's too perfect.
And the league is higher on him than the media has been after the combine, I've been told. And PFF having it 48. And again, I'm not like Tyler Booker stan, but yeah, I think this is too chalk. Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. Lions. I mean, talk about a team that needs an edge rusher. Is this where Ezraku goes?
It could be. It could also be offensive line, right? Like, and I know they haven't said this, but there are like guard, right? They do have an interior line need, and this is where I've been mocking Donovan Jackson a lot. I love Donovan Jackson. I think that in this situation with Ben Johnson gone, Ben Johnson covered a lot. I mean, he created a lot of magic despite the quality of the players that they have. Like Ben Johnson's a big loss. So is Aaron Glenn, right? So you could go other side of the ball. You make the call, Jess. I would say Donovan Jackson here. That's what I think he's too good. I can also see Josh Connerly being a guy that they bring in that could go into guard and have the potential to go out to tackle as well. I like Tyleek Williams. I think defensive line is actually something that they're still looking at. Injury. I feel like you feel like what?
I feel like defensive line. They've spent. I mean, all last year it was such an issue. They didn't have the depth that they needed.
Yeah.
Interior or edge. I could see either one. Really good.
Let's go Ezraku. Why not? Like I think he's got a lot of juice around and a lot of steam around the league.
Okay. Speaking of needing defense and defensive line in particular, holy crap. Washington.
Yep.
But there's not a lot left, unfortunately, for them, edge wise.
I think
go
ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say Darius Alexander, I could see potentially being an option here. Tyleek Williams, obviously, as well.
Yeah, I like Tyreek Williams. I think the defensive backfield is a big need, though, too, for the Commanders. If I'm being honest, like, does Adam Peters say Will Johnson sitting here at 29? We're talking about him like a top 5 player. Do they take a flyer there? I don't think so. I can see him. I think
they only have 5 picks. They only have 5 picks.
I know, and this is where I think they're trading out. Just like
this is probably a trade out spot for a quarterback or somebody wanting. Like,
I think so too.
On the board,
well,
I think.
We've heard it. Giants. We've heard them and the Giants are in conversation. So let's just do it. Let's make the trade happen.
Make the trade. Giants get Dart.
Okay. So 29.
I forget Dart is on the board here.
Yeah. Well, and we hear that we hear that they aren't big Shador guys. So okay.
All right.
There we go. Okay, let's go quarterback. Let's go Dart.
Wait a minute, did we take him?
No.
Oh my God.
PFF.
So stupid.
PFF doing PFF things. Okay. Bills.
Yep.
Now, corner or Kenneth Grant is a profile that they could really use, or you could go with Tyreek as well. So I'm going to say Kenneth Grant, Tyreek, or one of the corners.
That Mike Silver is in the Jaguars war room, so that should be a pretty fun story whenever he comes out with one, because he is in the war room. So he's going to be getting the inside access, probably post something tonight on everything that's going on, because that's probably the craziest one to be there.
That's nuts.
Yeah, I think Tyreek Williams. I think I guaranteed he'd be a first round pick a couple months ago. So I gotta cash in on that guarantee. I don't understand.
Let's do it.
I've told Marco before, if the Niners traded down a couple spots and they happen to draft Tyreek Williams, I honestly wouldn't even be mad. He's one of the best run defending defensive tackles. He's got a pass rush repertoire that he can use and refine. He's a great player. He was the best to me. He was the best player on the field frequently for that loaded Ohio State team. I just think that this is a great pick.
Okay. Chiefs, what are we thinking here?
They've been in the mention for running back, but I think they wanted Trevion. I think line is big here. I think they've actually got a lot of more needs than people think.
Do.
They do.
I think that I can see them going for, receiver too. As crazy as that sounds. So I don't think they will. This is where the PFF list drives me nuts, because their big board is so
way off,
so skewed that I don't see people at the top. So if you want to look at positions, let's say, and I'm looking at, I think this is where Donovan Jackson would be a great pick.
I was going to say, if not Donovan Jackson to the Eagles, I think is almost a lock.
Well, or Josh Connerly to the Chiefs here, who could have that swing tackle, or guard, go in between. So maybe we go Connerly here, and that's the guy that Mike
Connerly, just because more tackle possibility from him.
Yep.
And that's the position they kind of need the more, right?
Yeah. Okay. So Connerly, and then are you guys good ending it on
Donovan Jackson?
Let's do it
on Jackson. Okay.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay. There we go.
Let's see what they analyze. Did they give us a good grade? Do we pass, Dad? Let me see. Can I put this on my fridge? Can I tell Mom I'm a good drafter?
Well, they
no grade,
because we did it for every team.
What a putz.
I'm going to save this though. I'm going to save this. We'll reference it throughout the course of the night here, and see how we did. We'll see how we did. So,
oh my goodness,
the draft is technically about to start. Now again. We know that the first pick won't be made for a while, but either way, why don't we? What do you got? You got some news? You said.
Well, I got news from a guy that has read a lot. He says there had been some Titans and Giants possibly discussing a trade. Remember when I can't remember the GM for the Titans. He said, "Oh yeah, we're locked in. And everybody had to look at it. Yeah, and they all looked like they were at a funeral." Right. It was like, and I was like, I kind of thought, God, these guys don't look that excited for the pick. And it wouldn't surprise. Here's another thing. The Titans were enamored with Abdul Carter. Right. And there were talks. I know we talked about it from people we trust that said that could be the pick at 1 for a time. And maybe this is big smoke. Now, this would be wild, because everybody, and this would be proof, folks, that if they do trade, if let's say they trade with the Giants here, that would just be like, every insider melts, and this is why I say, like, people talk, but they give all this stuff. So I'm getting a guy that Titans and Giants have discussed a trade. It does no guarantee that it happens. That could be nothing, right? But it going to be pay attention here.
All right, let me get through these supers. You guys have been very generous, and I've waited way too long. This was an hour ago. Sir Cash Money says, my parole officer said I'm allowed to super chat again. If alcohol is so bad, why do the bad memories go away and I become more extroverted? Sir Cash Money always has some of the funniest things to say. I'm not going to touch that one, though. I appreciate you, Sir Cash Money. Dave Sims says, Jesse, David, love you guys. Fire Lyle tonight.
Hey.
Now, this was before Rohan was in. I'm sure he loves Rohan as well. Spider369 says, Lynch hinting at edge and defensive tackle makes me think that we are drafting elsewhere. Cornerback could be in play. Breece Hall is on the trade block. We didn't even talk about this, guys. There are so many players. Kayvon Thibodeau, Breece Hall, Jalen Ramsey, George Pickens. There's a lot of players that could be on the move. Maybe not even necessarily today, but I'm looking day 2. I think we could see some movement of some veterans.
2 key names, though. Brock Purdy and George Kittle.
I didn't even think about it. Those were the obvious ones, Rohan.
Well, once the Browns trade out,
yes,
then they need a quarterback. They need they needed both. Right? And Njoku is there, but they do a 2 tight end set, get that draft capital. And then all of a sudden, the Niners can get up there. They draft Tyler Shough. It's like, I think that's, the 27-year-old. Rohan, you're not even 27 years old. You can't even rent a car. Tyler Shough can't.
Not even close to 27 years old.
I know, bro. You're sitting there in Madison right now. How's Madison doing? Like, that's what I want to know. What are the parties at right now in Madison? It's got to be crazy. Packers fans.
Madison is doing great. I'm sure Packers fans are roaming the streets, having a good time tonight, and probably are going to cry when they don't get the pick that they want, which is probably a receiver, which means they'll probably go with like an offensive lineman or something, and they'll cry again.
Perfect. Dave says, if you could take anyone, who's your number one? I would have to go Carter.
The Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10 per sources. Diana Rossini.
Yeah.
Genty or Warren?
I think it would be.
It would be.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't know if Genty's going to be there. I mean, it depends on how high they go up.
I think this is funny to me, and I know people think that, we got to have fun. I don't. This Sean Payton, like, I'm still not. The jury is still out on Bo Nix. I just want to be really clear with that. I think Bo Nix outplayed expectations, but let's be real. Like, Bo Nix is another older quarterback. People have this idea that quarterbacks just have this endless trajectory, and it's most players actually, they do hit their ceiling pretty early in the career, and they could plateau at excellence, or they could plateau at mediocrity. But most players don't just keep like never endingly getting better, right? And I think that something he needs to say, like, Bo Nix is probably just a middle of the road dude for his career, and I don't believe in like just going crazy for a prospect that might be the 20th ranked dude in another draft. I don't know. I don't get it.
Dave comes back, says, Rohan, a goat amongst goats, most excited for this draft. So he had to come back in and just
appreciate it, Dave.
Let you know.
Thank you.
The super chat earlier was before you were here. Dazza says, has something happened to Banks recently? I've seen him mocked a couple times in the top 10. A lot of people are mocking offensive tackles, 3 of them before it gets to the 49ers. So I don't know, but now
the media
was
now just
yesterday's news.
Up to the league. Yeah.
Well, that's it though. But that was yesterday's news. Today's news is it could be 3 quarterbacks. So hold on to your horses, guys. Who knows what's going to happen here?
Well, I'm getting a report from Myra that says the Browns make a trade. They're not doing it until they get on the clock. And I think that what that signals to me is
they're fielding offers.
Well, that, and they're also waiting to see, let's just make sure that number 1 actually is Cam Ward. And I'm not saying it's not going to be, but that's smart. Cleveland, I mean, honestly, what happens?
That is smart,
if
actually.
they make that trade and all of a sudden the Titans are like, surprise, we're going Abdul Carter, or we're going Travis Hunter, or we're trading this out, So
yeah,
I think it's smart.
That is smart. It is smart. Jordan Matthews says $100 to win 6,600 if Dart goes number 3. Let's go.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a bet. That's
I like it. SJ Braveheart says, yo, what up, folks? Is Marco joining this stream? No, he's not. It's his wife's birthday, so he will not be joining us tonight, unfortunately. We are planning on doing a recap stream next week where he will be a part of that. And I think it'll be good because we'll be able to sit back for a week, digest it all, and then reattack it with our new opinions. But no, he will not be joining us. And I'm sorry that the three of us disappoint you just enough that we still need Marco.
One
but as
report: if the Browns trade down with the Jaguars, they may not be done. The number 5 pick could be a landing spot for a team like the Bears to come up from number 10, according to a source. So it might be a double trade down with the Bears coming up probably to get Ashton Genty.
I actually love
gosh.
this. I actually love
too.
this. I'm going to say this. I think Travis Hunter.
And then the Bears would take a quarterback at. I mean, the Browns would take a quarterback at 10.
Maybe
At
right.
10?
And so, well, here's the thing: this Browns team, they've got a lot of, and there's been talk about moving Greg Newsome. There's been talk. I mean, I know this sounds crazy. As much as I think Travis Hunter is an amazing player and Abdul Carter, I don't think Abdul Carter is generational. I think he's going to be a good player, but I'm also a little concerned about some of the injury stuff that could be, recurring. If I'm the Browns, I'm like, are these guys really? Do I really have to stay here if I don't have to? If I get the offers and add capital and get pieces and have, I don't know, position themselves for next year in the quarterback class, I think that's something to think about too.
Man, I will say this. This is maybe me just now buying into a little bit of the buzz. What if a frantic Giants front office gets a little spooked by the Browns moving back to 10 and pull the trigger on taking a quarterback at 3 when they wouldn't have in the first place?
Right.
Dart shouldn't go 3. Sanders probably shouldn't go 3. But is that a possibility? And it seems like they're in more on Dart than on Sanders.
Yeah, it does. It does seem like they're more in on Dart. All Niner says, go Niners. This may be glass half full thinking, but if this draft goes well, I think another deep playoff push is in reach this year. Here's the thing. I think a playoff push is in reach. I don't know about a deep playoff push. I think one thing that myself included, I've done this, where I'm like, all right, Niners have 11 picks. They can really close the gap on some of these other teams. Almost as if we don't have every other team also drafting and potentially improving their roster. So the 49ers already have a gap that they've got to make up. Sure, if they just have 11 picks and no other team does, they could make that gap up. But we've got to remember that the Rams also are going to likely improve their roster, as are the Cardinals and Seahawks, Eagles, all of them. So I don't know that I necessarily believe that, but, maybe.
The Titans are on the clock. So we're 10 minutes away about finding out how this NFL draft is about to start.
Let's go.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out before that. Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely will, but they're going to take the full 10. We know that.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to get tipped beforehand.
Yeah. I wonder if Ricky's going to do it this year. I sent him a DM. He's gotten too big. He doesn't respond to me anymore. We used to chat often, but I get it. Ricky, you're too big for us. But last year he tipped all the picks, so I'm wondering if he'll do it again this year. We'll see.
I can say it now, Ricky the dog. I'm walking to training camp from my hotel in San Jose, or I think it was that far actually. And Ricky the dog. Everybody dogged him. Dad joke for the Brandon Ayuk not going to Cleveland, but I'm sitting here talking to Ricky the dog of all people, like on my way to Levi's, walking down the bike path. And the thing is, he was absolutely 100% right before anybody about talking about the Browns in on him. And he would have been in Cleveland if Ayuk would have okayed the trade. And it's just for me, as I remember talking to Jesse and talking to like this dude, and he also got like every draft pick well before everybody last year. Like for people to be like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. I'm like, stop it.
Well, he just hit on who was it? The safety for the Lions, Kirby Joseph. About 5 hours before it happened, he said Kirby Joseph's about to be the highest paid safety in the NFL. And 5 hours later, that was the case. So, Alan Lopez says, so Jesse, the GOAT, I never donate, but you put in crazy work. Alan, I appreciate you, man. That means the world to me. Thank you so much. SJ Braveheart says, nah, happy to see you all here. Last year's draft stream was awesome. Question, what are your guys' nightmare picks at 11?
Ooh, I like that.
SJ Braveheart was the one that asked about Marco, and I said, are we not good enough? I totally joking, SJ Braveheart. Thank you for being here. Thank you for contributing. My nightmare pick at 11 would probably be Tyler Warren or something like that. I think
I would probably
Tyler Warren.
I'd go the same. Tyler Warren. I don't really know if there's another like nightmarish pick. Would people consider Shamar Stewart a nightmarish pick?
I would be upset if it was
nightmare.
Shamar. Yeah, I'll give you players that I would be. I think I put out a tweet earlier. Let me just find it. And I'll give you what I said. I said that for me, I have a list of how my reaction will go tonight. I will be ecstatic if we get Nolan, Michael Williams, Jade Barron, or Membu. I will be agreeable if they get Graham, Pierce, Banks, Jahad Campbell, or Walker. Any other
Cam Ward is the
will be pissed.
at number 1, David, just to confirm.
And I got a trade in place. Yeah.
Trade.
Jags and Browns.
Oh shit. Okay.
So Jay Glazer, the Jaguars and Browns have parameters in place for a deal when Cam Ward goes to the Titans. So the Titans, not if. So yes, Cam Ward is the pick.
Okay. And a report: the Giants offered this year's first, next year's first, and multiple other picks per Schefter for number 1 to take Cam Ward. Titans said no.
The Titans are. I'm sorry. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be Mel Kiper here with the Colts GM back in the 90s. Like that's an asinine. Why would you turn that down? Why would you turn that down? Just for Cam Ward. Cam Ward is a QB7 from last year's. Come on, like seriously. Like you can say whatever you want. You can get another quarterback at 3 if you really wanted to. Like that's and I'm not saying Cam's a bust. I just don't think that Cam's anywhere near a sure thing. Are we sure Cam Ward isn't Will Levis, Malik Willis? Like, are we really sure?
I don't know. One thing we do know though is that pick number 1 is in, and it is Cam Ward. Now, this is the time of the draft. We said it earlier, but we will say it again. A lot of people like to pause us and match us up with their television. When we announce picks, we are early on announcing picks. So we will announce them before you see it on TV or see it elsewhere a lot of the time. So if that is the case and you don't want to hear it early, then you might want to pause us and have us catch up with your TV if that makes it better. But we will be announcing things early if we get them early. So just a heads up.
And Slicky Ricky the dog says Mary Kay Cabot, Browns and heated talks to trade down from 2 with the Jaguars when they're on the clock. They believe this will happen. Jags are on the clock, according to multiple people. Ricky the dog, this guy Sears from Chicago, who's lights out, and MKC, who's a huge Browns beat writer. So it does look like the Jags have traded up, and it does look like it's probably going to be Travis Hunter here.
Wow. Okay, so here we go. We've got a trade, it sounds like. Jags and Browns. None of the big guys are reporting it yet, but they're usually last. So I'm going to move the Jags on to number 2. It's in. Is it? Okay.
Yeah, the Browns are trading the number 2 pick to the Jags. Jordan Schultz and Irie Myrev have it. Yep.
Okay. There we go.
Browns are trading number 2 overall, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jags. The Jags are trading 5-36, a 4th round pick, and their 2026 first round pick. So a 1, a 2 this year, next year's 1 to get Travis Hunter.
Okay. The Browns are amazing for this. Like the Titans turned down a 1, 2, and a 1. The Browns just got a 1, 2, and a 1 for a non-quarterback premium at 2. Like, and Travis Hunter is my number 1 prospect in the draft. So I want to say this: kudos to the Jags for being ballsy. I'm not gonna be Mr. Debbie Downer on every little aggressive move. I will say, to move down to 5, I get it. You're going to miss out on Abdul Carter and all that. But clearly, they probably are looking at a quarterback somehow, some way, and like they might trade down with the Bears to get Genty in the building. I'm just saying, man. Like, hey, look what we did. Yes, we got that right.
That is a huge.
Not only did we nail Travis Hunter, which was obvious, but we nailed it would be the Jags and not the Browns. This is why you tune in to the best 49ers draft coverage, folks. Right here.
Right.
We nailed this.
That's right.
Now, quickly, let's just think, because Cleveland clearly just got a boatload of draft capital. Imagine they move back 5 spots and get another 3rd-round pick, maybe, or 2nd-round pick, or whatever it might be from
the Bears. Yeah,
from Chicago for Genty. Yeah, I think that Cleveland wants an offensive tackle with this move, but I mean, this is a very huge. Like, that's a lot of capital for another quarterback.
I love it. I love it for the Browns. And I know this people could say, oh, how can you love it so much if it's just draft picks? The players matter. And so no doubt about it. Travis Hunter, if there's any player in this class that has the ability to be, just like a transcendental player, it's him. It's him. Like he's actually, to me, the only one that I would actually say that about unequivocally that has complete potential. Other guys have kind of, but like this dude could just be, prime. He could be Deion Sanders, right? This is the type of guy that this dude is. So to be the Jacksonville Jaguars, new GM, new coach, new stadium coming up in a couple of years, right? You pair him now with Brian Thomas Jr., Trevor Lawrence, who is nowhere near as bad of a quarterback as some people 49ers like to think that he is, right? This is an exciting offense now. Oh my God.
You know what's funny to me about this? And I cannot believe that I forgot about this until now, but I remember there was a video with Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, and Shedeur Sanders said, I bet you can't wait to go play for the Jags. And here we go. I mean, that was months ago, joking around with him, and here we go. He's playing for the Jags. So,
I mean, 36, 126, and next year's first. I mean, I think the Jags are obviously going to be better. The Jags are going to be a real solid team next year. Let's be real. Okay. So they're not going to be a top 5 team next year. I don't believe that. I have too much. I think Liam Cohen is too good of an OC, an offensive coordinator, and an offensive mind. And I think they have got too many great pieces there that are going to keep growing and getting better. That being said, the Browns are also putting them in a position where they are probably going to suck, and they're going to have multiple 1st-round picks in a quarterback class that's probably going to be as loaded as it has been in a while. I just think that this is smart, and this is why I don't know if I'm sold that the Browns take a quarterback right away at 5. And I think that's why they're trading back. Look, if the Browns really wanted a quarterback, they wouldn't trade back with the Bears if that happens. So to me, this is just Andrew Berry being Mr. Analytics. This is Andrew Berry saying, I want as many stabs at this as I can get. And like, it's to me, it's smart. I think it's smart.
What I also like about this.
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say what I love about it. Sorry.
When you think about this deal, I mean, that is a lot of capital. And like David said, he's Mr. Analytics. I mean, that's a lot of capital. You still have the opportunity now with some of the picks that you acquired to potentially move back, send a 5th or 6th or whatever to get up 4 spots, 3 spots, and take a quarterback at the end of the 1st if you need to. You have a lot of darts that now you can throw at the quarterback position, and it doesn't need to work out because you have insurance to go up if you don't even get the number 1 pick to trade for it next year.
Well, I also think that the value of next year's picks are higher than what they are this year potentially. So you look at the quarterback class next year, maybe the Browns go later at quarterback and see how it works, but they're not afraid to actually take another quarterback next year, get into that 1st pick if they have to, and now they've got the ammo to go do so. So I think this is very smart by the Browns. And we'll see what else they do tonight.
Here's where it's smart for the Jags, though, too. You guys got to this is a business, right? Jed York. I'm not going to try to besmirch him too much, but these guys laugh all the way to the bank, right? And as you look at the Jaguars team, is it the smallest market in the NFL? I believe so, right? So maybe it's no, maybe it's not. It might not be. I always forget Jacksonville metropolitan area is a little bit bigger than people think. But as far as like just like city limits, it's a pretty small market. It doesn't have a huge media pull. You're going to sell. You know how many Jags jerseys? Hey, this is the thing. Jacksonville Jaguars jerseys from coast to coast. You know, that's something that Shad is dreaming of. That's something, and I'm not saying they did this just for marketing, but like that is a part of like this is an entertainment industry. And what more is there a more entertaining player in this draft than Travis Hunter? No. And I think that Liam Cohen, I think they have a vision for him at receiver, but let's just say he gets in the building and you're like, damn, this dude, like, how can we not put him at corner? Right? Then you have that potential. And there's not a player that we've ever seen, ever, not even Deion, not Charles Woodson. I don't want to hear that. Like nothing like this guy.
Yeah, this is awesome. It doesn't sound like Ricky's going to be tipping picks all night. He said last one and showed Carter in a Giants uniform, and he said it's his last one he's tipping tonight. So I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Jordan Schultz just tweeted out trades are just starting. ... So it's like I think this is fun, man. I mean, I've actually all 32 teams have a pick in the draft going in, which is rare these days, right? Yeah, and all this uncertainty in trades, this is what we live for, right? And like we're all here for the Niners, but we're all here also for the drama of how this unfolds for other teams. This is getting off to an amazing start.
No, this is fantastic, and our mock draft's going to fall apart here in any pick, I'm sure. But the fact that we got Travis Hunter going to the Jaguars at number 2 an hour ago, the rest of it's going to be wrong. But nobody has to know that, David. Nobody has to know that. All they need to know is that Travis Hunter to the Jags is what we mocked, and we're right. So
the bottom line was doing your mocks even before this, like when we did our final mocks, whatever else, like people can do all these trades. You can never predict all those things. So I think the big thing is did you get guys in their slots? Did you get guys in like how many first round guys did you get? That's usually how I judge. And yeah, they haven't tipped any, have they? Yeah, they've already selected. This is minutes ago. Travis Hunter has been the pick. So
yeah, they're throwing that out there. Yeah.
And now here he is. Oh no, they're doing Walter Payton Man of the Year. Okay, never mind. I got the TV on just for fun because nostalgia. But yeah, this is wild. What do you think here with the Giants? Are they going Abdul Carter, or are they going to take a quarterback here?
I think it's Carter unless they trade, which I guess is a possibility, if they want to trade with the Bears. But I think they go Abdul Carter.
And I think that the Abdul Carter intimated yesterday that he was almost like dead positive 100% that he was going to be a Giant. But we'll see how that goes.
Well, that then means though that Kayvon Thibodeau is probably going to get moved during this draft. Like there's a good possibility that happens. So
I agree.
Here we go. Man, oh man, it's just getting started. I love it. This was the longest in NFL history that it took for a first round trade to happen. All the way till draft night, and it happened pick 2. I love this. Absolutely love this. This is awesome.
Yep. And let's see here. And I forget that Travis Hunter is from West Palm Beach, Florida. Right? Like, I mean, so like this idea that this is, he's not that far, right? This is his home state. This is exciting for him, man. Like that, I think, you forget about that, like how that plays out with the fan base and his friends and his family. I think it's really cool.
Adam Schefter just said Jaguars are expected to play their first round pick, Travis Hunter, on offense and defense. They will onboard him by giving him a heavy dose of wide receiver while still playing him at his more natural position on defense. 2 positions for pick number 2.
And I will say this. Let's just wait and see about that.
Yeah.
This is the NFL, and you can say whatever you want. Like, I know I'm not, but like, even as a coach, as an endurance athlete in the past, like, the body only can go through too much. And I don't think Travis Hunter is an Iron Man in that way. I think in college, you're young. He pulled it off. It was amazing. But you could even see him get tired. That's why people are like, oh, see, he got beat by technical. Yeah, he's playing every snap, bro. Like he's gassed. So, but in the NFL, are you really no matter how good a player is, if you're playing every snap in the NFL, it don't matter how good a player you are. By the fourth quarter, you don't got your legs, right? Like you could be prime time, and it doesn't matter. You're like CB8 on the team at that point because you're dead. Like, so I'll believe this when I see it. I'll just say that. I just think it gives them. I did say it gives them a lot of things to experiment with, but yeah.
I said to you guys, and I'll say it again. I like Travis Hunter a lot. I like Travis Hunter, the person, to be frank with you. I really enjoy him. I don't think he's arrogant at all. I think we talk about loving football.
Oh,
absolutely loves football. So I like the person. Travis Hunter, to me, this is just my opinion, and I know that you push back greatly on this one, but Travis Hunter, to me, if he's not playing both sides, I think he could be a severe disappointment at pick number 2. I do. So,
if he's not playing both sides?
He's not playing both sides, yeah.
I think that Travis Hunter, to me,
if he's just a wide receiver or just a defensive back and doesn't play the opposite,
I think he's a special cornerback. And okay. I really do. I think his instincts and his ball skills, his athleticism is easy athleticism. He doesn't even have to try, but his instincts and ball skill, it's like there's just preternatural ability there. And I think that's why Schefter was talking about heavy dose of offense. I hear you though. I just don't think he can play both ways for long. You can play both ways, like intermittently, like sporadically, like every now and then, but you can't play every snap on both sides of the ball in the NFL. There's no way in hell.
Like the way that I view Travis Hunter is what I would do if I drafted him is anytime we did 3 wide receiver sets, he's on the field. And anytime we have a nickel corner, he's on the field. So that means he's playing probably 60% of the snaps
60, 70% on both sides.
Pick us in.
Is it Carter?
Giants have selected Abdul Carter.
Okay. Hey,
very interesting.
Carter it is.
Travis Hunter told a reporter.
Yep.
Travis Hunter told a reporter he had 0 conversations with the Jaguars since the combine. So completely out of left field.
What happens? Yeah.
This happens all the time, though. This is like this happens. I think didn't Ricky Pearsall say that? I mean, even say the same. This is like 31, right? But like, there's just I think that's why everybody gets. I'm not the top 30 visits. Yeah, we know we select them from those. Every team selects from their top 30 visits, right? But like, there's still 30 of those dudes. Like it's actually a pretty good percentage of like the draft class, right? It's a whole round. Like, so, but most of the guys that you draft are not on that list every year. So yeah, I be interesting. So now here you have 4 with the Patriots.
This is where our mock draft will fall apart.
They are expected to take Mason Graham from what I am reading right now. Cleveland is expected to take Mason Graham at 5. I'm expecting Will Campbell to be at 4, so that would be interesting.
But who said that? I saw that from like Luke Easterling, and he's an analyst, but he's not an insider. And I saw, Arif Hassan say, I'm getting texts about this. Who said that about Mason Graham?
I've seen it from one of my SB Nation guys, Corey Kinnon, and then Josiah Anderson just said, do they take him at 5? So it seems like that could be an option, but I wouldn't be surprised if they trade down again.
I mean, here's the thing. If you love Mason Graham, and Mason Graham was always talked about going 5 to the Jags, right? So like, if you do trade down to 5 and you get Mason Graham where everybody thought he was going to go, you can't dog on the Browns that bad. I mean, and most people think Mason Graham's awesome, right? I think it's, I'm not going to hate it for him, but I don't think he's a special player.
Yeah, I don't think he's a special player either. But I mean, if that's what they're looking for, I also think it would be a decent pick for him. I do. So
I do too. I think he's a good player. I really do. I have concerns with his length. I have concerns, and as Rohan said, I wasn't even thinking about that, and I don't want to just glom onto it because it was recency, and I heard Rohan. I trust Rohan, but I do think it's a good point. Right? Those are little things. It's like, as a Niners fan, I'm happy because I wasn't going to be geeked with him at 11. And so one more Cabo boy off the board.
Yeah, I think for them, Mason Graham is he's He's a good fit. I mean, they need somebody on the interior of that defensive line, somebody young. So yeah, I think that's that fits well. We'll see though. We'll see if that ends up being exactly what it is. Obviously, these things are rumors right now. This is also where our draft board gets completely screwed because although we had the Jags moving up at number 2 to take Travis Hunter, we also had the Bears moving up to 4 to take Ashton Genty.
And maybe they do.
And maybe they do. But at least for now,
taken
we're
a
not
while.
hearing those whispers. Yeah.
Like you said, the Browns, if they stay at 5, I mean, and they want to stay there. If you're the Bears, who do you want to get in front of? You want to get in front of the Raiders, potentially. You don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
here's the thing, man. If this falls to the place where Genty just keeps falling, the Bears don't have to trade. I mean, they're sitting here. Here's the thing. They have 10, 39, and 41. And you're going to get some good players there. I mean, that's the one team when I've been mocking teams. Like that's that one team that 3 picks in the top 41. Like they can really, really knock this draft out of the park in the first 2 rounds if they wanted to, and everything could be gravy. So if I'm the Bears, I don't know, man. Like I'm Ben Johnson. This is the thing. You're Mr. Magic. Like you're like the mad scientist. Like why do you need to trade up for Ashton Genty? That's my question. Like why can't you and I love Jahmyr Gibbs, right? Another guy that got at 12 once upon a time. I don't know.
My surprise prediction right now for them is actually if Henderson falls past Denver, I wouldn't be surprised if they trade into the first for Henderson. There were reports that they really liked Henderson. And so I wouldn't be surprised if that's an option. I just don't know if he's going to be there.
Trevion Henderson is he's my RB1 in this draft. I believe Trevion Henderson and be like, oh, his side. I'm telling you right now, he is a like night and day better pass protector. You can say, well, why are we talking about? Because he's a great running back and he's a great pass catcher, but he's one of the best pass protectors in the whole. And if you want to play 3 downs in the NFL, if you want to play for Kyle, you can't pass protect. We've seen what's happened to the other guys that could never get run once CMC came back and et cetera, right? Like this is why to me, I don't see Genty being complete.
Will Campbell is the pick, by the way. Will Campbell.
There it is.
Yep.
Makes sense. That's what I expected. Yeah.
So do we would have done that if it weren't the Bears trading. We did say that.
Well, we still had Will Campbell, I think, going to them at 10. So.
Yes.
We got the team right.
We got the right. No, we did. We did. And we said we were going to put Campbell there if not for the trade. So
yeah. Okay.
All right.
So
Browns on the clock.
That's it. Yeah. Browns on the clock. Do they trade again, or what do they do here? Do they go quarterback? Do they go Mason Graham? Ooh, I cannot wait. You know this. Speaking of though, the Browns need offensive help as well. Offensive tackle help. I mean,
they have a chance
to
go get
Membu?
their tackle. Yeah.
Or Banks. I mean,
I initially assumed before I saw some tweets that it would be for an offensive tackle.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think so. Who knows? Who knows what they're going to do though? The Browns already won as far as I'm concerned though. Shoot, man, that was a heck of a deal for them. Heck of a deal.
If it is Mason Graham, let's just say hypothetically.
Yeah.
Do you guys think just initially is it a good deal, better deal by the Browns or by the Jags?
For what?
If it's Mason Graham,
huge trade. Yeah. If it is Mason Graham, how do you view this deal?
Who got the better end?
I don't think that's the thing. I don't think that impacts my decision. I think that I am comfortable with the haul that you got. And to get a player like Mason Graham, who's going truck to right where he's been ranked, consensus and amongst maybe even in the media and the NFL, I say that's a win. Because again, we're all dealing with unknowns, and if Mason Graham is as good as they think they can be, which is just a good, solid NFL, but like maybe a Pro Bowler player, you here and there even, you still got all this. I mean, you got next year's first, you got this year's second, right? And this year's fourth. And the second pick is the second pick in the second round.
I know,
right? So that's getting back up.
They got the second and then the third pick now, and is that what
they got? 536. A fourth rounder and next year's one.
Right. But I think Jesse was asking, where's their original second round pick?
Cleveland. So I think it's 33 and 36 right? Now that they have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it.
Yes. Because the Titans were below that. Yeah, so there and
They have
then
5, 33, 36, 67, 94, and 104.
Yeah, and here's the thing with that. Maybe you don't even need to move 33. The coveted 33 spot is the first round ends, and then tonight you're the first phone call, right? You're the say, hey, I know I got to get the highest I can get is 33. So that's not a bad spot to be in. So if they could find a way to move up and still just give up like 36 or whatever that is, and some change to get up, do it. Keep 33. And if you want to package down from there, even get a future pick out of that. Why not? I don't know.
We had the Browns in our mock trading back to number 5. We had them taking Shedeur Sanders. So,
Yeah,
we're wrong. It doesn't sound like it's going to be quarterback. It sounds like we're going to be wrong there. I do want to read this though. Ari Mirov says the Jaguars' new GM James Gladstone comes from the Rams, who were known for their F them picks era, but more importantly, they consistently hit on late round selections, an area where Gladstone played a major role. Now Jacksonville, he is expected to bring some of that same approach with Travis Hunter as the crown jewel of this draft. So,
yep.
There you go. There you go.
Well, we got a Browns are not trading the 5th pick. They are staying there. According to Ricky the Dog. According to Ricky the Dog. And I'm
all right. Come on, Ricky. Just quit messing around, man. Just give us all the deets here. Don't you dare not spoil them this year. I was in a pay. I literally reached out to him. He didn't respond. I didn't offer this to him, but I was legit gonna pay him and be like, "Yo, if you're not gonna tweet it out, just send it to me in a DM, and so that you can be our insider for the show." He never responded.
Can I shout out how hilarious it is that Matt Mayoko just tweeted out off the board after 4 picks and just listen like the people follow so many people, and I like Matt's a nice guy, but we already got it. like if you're following, if you're on Twitter and you got your notifications on, you're definitely have already got this 10 minutes ago. So I just feel like Matt'll do that every now and then. It's just hilarious.
The pick of the Browns have selected Mason Graham. It is Mason Graham. All right. Nice one, Rohan. Nice.
So what we said was true. Okay. Mason Graham it is.
And Ricky had that too. His guys, they said that a while back as well. So that was Mason Graham. There it is. This is actually falling really well so far. We're not the quarterback. We wanted quarterbacks, but Will Campbell, not a guy I was that interested in. Mason Graham was not a guy I was interested in. And those were all guys getting mocked potentially to the Niners in the last couple of days, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Now who's on the clock?
I'm about to see now. It's the Raiders. I'm about to see if one of my draft takes comes true. I said this to a friend, I think 3 days ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ashton Genty's on the board. I actually had them passing on Ashton Genty. Still think it's going to be a tackle here at number 6.
Membu, that's what we have. That's what we thought.
Yeah, that's what we mocked, and that's what we've. I've been mocking.
We mocked it yesterday before we even had Ashton Genty going above him. So we agree. I think Membu's the pick. I think Membu's in it. We'll see though. Listen, I hope Membu's not the pick, and I hope he falls all the way to 11 because as much as I love Walter Nolan, if it's Membu, the level goes up even more of excitement. So I would love to get Membu at 11, but I just don't see him making it there. We will see.
I will say this. I think that, again, one more cowboy off the board.
James Wilson says, who ran the fastest 40? The Raiders are lurking. That's a great. Oh, what do we got?
Ricky's giving us a little Easter egg. I think he's hinting that it's going to be Genty to the Raiders here.
He said it was the Genty family, not Banks. My bad.
He was thinking that draft clues on the way from Pete Carroll, and he's like, "Oh, it's like the Raiders were." It was obviously just a troll job of the Raiders, and they were thinking, "Oh, it's the Banks family from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air," But maybe let's just see. Let's see if I'm reading the tea leaves correctly here.
It does seem like that's what he's saying, right? Because Pete Carroll said draft clues on the way. Had Will Smith with back in the day. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which would be the Banks family, and Ricky saying no, it's the Genty family. So we'll see.
We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I've been Armand Membu, I think would make sense. I think the Raiders
Yeah.
are in a weird team building situation, but like I think it's also
Yep.
just uncertainty at quarterback. You're getting in again.
Okay, let's assume it's not Genty. Let's take Pete Carroll at his word here, or at his clue, I should say. Let's say they go tackle and it's Banks. That would be a little surprising, right? Not a little bit.
Yeah, I just can't see the Raiders being as stupid as that to like tip a pick.
Really?
Yeah,
because
me
I
neither.
honestly, if I'm being honest, in my mock draft that I just did for fun earlier today, I had Banks as actually the sixth guy.
Did you? Well, did you
I
speak
actually
up
had
when I said Armand Membu? I thought you were like, yeah, no, Armand.
Oh, I wasn't here. I came only at.
No, you
pick,
just said
9.
You just.
Oh,
no,
my bad.
Yeah.
No, but I assume it's going to be Banks, but people have been mocking Membu as well. My guess is that it's going to be Banks here, and that's where I think 7 would be interesting. Because is it Membu or Warren if Banks is the guy?
You think Kelvin Banks could go 6 here? I'd love to see it. Trust me, I would love to see that.
I would too. Eric Dane says, new drinking game. Take a drink every time Dave says tea leaves. I like it.
Ben Albright says Broncos are holding their breath right now, which maybe insinuates that the Broncos have maybe talked about a team underneath the Raiders to trade up to get Genty, and they're hoping the Raiders do not take Genty.
Jets?
Carolina or New Orleans?
Oh, Carolina. Yeah, Carolina's a team that wants to come back. It would be Carolina, I bet. You're right.
And this is what I want. If not quarterback, I want running back going for. Obviously, Ashton Genty was going to go, but like anything that keeps pushing these guys down is good news for us. And to me, if it's a guy like Banks, who I'm not a big fan of, all of a sudden I got Banks, Campbell, and Graham. Boom, boom, boom. 3 guys I wouldn't want at 11 over Nolan. I'm really excited about that.
This is my son using my wife's YouTube account. Shout out Maddox. You can see by the Lamar Jackson picture. He says, do you think the trade for the second pick was a good trade? Maddox, I do. I think that it was a good trade for both teams. I think that Travis Hunter is an absolute stud. I think it's great for Jacksonville to get him. And Cleveland is able to move back in the draft and get more draft picks. So, yes, I think it was good for both teams. That's awesome. I love it. Like I am doing a stream, Maddox, but if you really have a question, the door's right there. You can come in. I will completely mute for you, son. You are above this stream. I know it's a big night, but I will absolutely take a second and talk to you about it.
Well, hey, let's talk a little bit about that Patriots pick, Will Campbell. We don't really address it that much. Like, I feel, I know Rich Madrid just said that's a really high pick for a guy who's going to be a guard, and it's not as good as Quentin Nelson. And honestly, like, that's kind of the way I feel about it. At the same time, you're like, who do I take? I just feel like, if they really, it was kind of the worst spot of the draft if you couldn't trade back.
Well, is he saying Banks, or is he talking about?
No, he's talking about Will Campbell. And like the idea of like, hey, if Will Campbell's a guy, I mean, is he really your left tackle? Carolina has been fielding calls about trading the number 8 pick. That's Schefter right now.
That's that. Denver. That's Denver. Only if
Raiders have selected Ashton Genty.
Oh,
so Ricky the dog again is getting this before everybody, and all you dipshits, that like sit there and be like, oh, you got that wrong. Victory lap for like 3 weeks from your mom's basement. The dude literally is jumping Jordan Schultz, Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, everybody by like 2 minutes. And now he's just having fun tonight, tipping them.
Not even 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
He's tipping. I just saw that tweet. I just had an expletive. I am wrong. It is Ashton Genty. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. There it is. Ashton Genty. That's awesome.
Huh? Okay.
and they fooled everybody. Okay. I had it. Now here's my guy, Armand Membu. He is. I love Armand Membu. Will the Jets take him now? Or are they going to go for
I hope he slips, guys. There's a possibility now that he could fall to 11. This is fantastic.
And the Broncos could trade up for them. Now, Marco has said something about don't be surprised if the Broncos trade up for tight end and it's Colston Loveland. He also said that there are other teams like the Colts really like Tyler Warren from what I've been told. So that could be a team that's looking to kind of jump up ahead of teams like the Saints, or even you never know what they do with that. They could take Tyler Warren. So maybe that's a play.
real outside possibility. Carolina's fielding calls for 8. What if the Niners are a surprise trade up team?
If Membu's
Membu
there,
does
it
fall.
wouldn't shock me.
I and they've talked about this. We know that they love Membu, right? They love Membu. Okay. And I think we could say that. I think I could say this at this point.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a big secret, right? So this idea that would be that you have gotten past what?
Real quick, Carolina's market will be affected with Ashton Genty off the board to the Raiders. So it seemed like a lot of teams wanting to trade up. It was for Genty.
Well, yeah. But the idea that's fine. But those teams are still got to be looking at the situations about what the parity of these players are. I'm like, we talked about this last night. If I'm the Carolina Panthers and I've got like 5-6 guys that I've got pretty equal grades on, which is very realistic at this point, and all I got to do is drop down 3 and pick up extra capital. It's horse apiece. And I don't know. I think it's,
I think they could be trading down to target Walter.
Yeah, we know that Genty got drafted.
He's saying it for somebody that came in and said, "Hey, get Genty running back. McCaffrey's down," and he was saying, "Hey, Genty got taken."
Yep.
Panthers, man, Panthers. I think that they were fielding calls from the Bears and the Broncos potentially, and now that Genty's gone, I think that does end it for him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think we'd mocked the Tyler Warren to the Jets. I still think that this could make sense for them. I also think Armand Membu makes sense. There's a lot of people that thought, hey, Aaron Glenn, defense, could this be Jahdae Barron? Could this be, an edge player potentially? Could this be Jalen Walker? Right? I think there's a lot of places this could go, and I don't think anybody's got a complete pulse. Yeah.
Jordan Schultz says Pete Carroll gets his new Marshawn Lynch 2.0 Ashton Genty and a great weapon for Geno. I'll add that just so that they can make it to the Super Bowl and not hand off to him at the half-inch line. That would be great.
All right. I am going to exit for like 30 seconds, and I'll be back.
All right. Sounds good. Here, I'll pull you down. You're good. There you go. There you go. Listen, David's a boomer. You can't even hear us.
Yeah,
right
it's
now.
just us two now. Finally, thank God.
Nobody else is why. That guy is finally out of here. Thank God for that. Jeez. Soul Certified says watching on TV, had to grab the phone to say your son is asking a question on YouTube was great. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. That was pretty funny. Just jumping in. Hey, what did you think of that trade? Okay, so Tyler Warren, Membu, Banks, Barron. Probably one of those 4. Do you think Jalen Walker might be an option here?
I think Jalen Walker is a surprise option. I think it's
okay.
You said Warren, you said Membu, you said Banks,
yeah.
And I think Jalen Walker would be the 4th guy that they kind of think about.
Okay. I do want to throw Jahdae Barron in there too, just because obviously he's their Brian Branch, so I could see that as well. But man, it's tough because if it was the old regime, I would say I think Jalen Walker's the guy because I've said that Jalen Walker is Hassan Reddick, basically. Profile, build, all of that. But that was a team that tried to get Hassan Reddick. It didn't end up working out for him. But there you go. So, or they did get him, but he never really played. So,
did I miss anything, boys?
You missed nothing, man. I mean, we're saying a bunch of
from just a crazy trade that could be happening. The Niners are moving up to 7 here, probably going to take Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, you had me at
imagine.
You had me at shh, and I wanted the rest to be uck. Yeah,
I don't know, Slant Route. I don't know that there will be riots. We'll see, though. We will see what what it is. Oh man, there might be riots. There might be riots on this show. It's not like we've been afraid to show our disdain in the past on these draft shows. So here we go.
David, what is your thoughts on Banks as a tackle?
I just think that Banks is a guard. I think the thing that needed that I saw too much is that his anchor is really bad. He's like, he lunges, he's way out in front of his skis, out in front of his skis too much. He's on the ground. He's like, I think he looked good against players.
Membu,
but
sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
Membu is the pick at 7.
No,
there he goes. There he goes.
This is I would have never mocked. I would have never mocked anybody else to the Jets other than Membu, but then I thought the Raiders were going to take Membu, and that's the only reason. And so missed that one. We didn't think. I never thought Membu would get anywhere close. I don't think that.
No, but I want some of these tight ends to start going so that there's a cool crop of options there at 11.
Well, that could also be a cool crop of options for a trade down too. If you got a guy like Tyler Warren that somebody's into, right? So like the Colts or like
Tavion
the Broncos
is off the trade block. They just exercised his 5th-year option.
There you go.
Oh, whoa. That doesn't mean he's off the trade block.
No,
hold on a second.
That doesn't.
Let me tell you why. Because when you exercise that 5th-year option, it gives the new team the flexibility or the option to get him. And with 5th-round options, there is no dead cap money to the team that trades the 5th-round option.
Right.
Or 5th-year option. So that means there would be no money on their books, and it gives the new team a flexibility of the extra year to have him at that cheaper price. So maybe they did it. Maybe they already have a trade in place, and that team said, hey, we want you to exercise the 5th-year option. That's a possibility.
Yep. All right. Well, so we got, with the Panthers on the clock here. Are they?
Although I will say that Kayvon Thibodeau said that, we're going crazy 16 minutes ago. So that means
he's the one who actually called Abdul Carter, or he was on the phone call with Abdul Carter.
That's awesome. Okay, so he's not going anywhere.
My father-in-law, who does know Aaron Rodgers, my father-in-law who golfs with Aaron Rodgers' best friend in Reno, is one of his best friends owns a Chick-fil-A in Carson City. By the way, it's one of Aaron Rodgers. I got an autographed football from Aaron Rodgers shirtless, and I gave it to my brother-in-law who was a Jets fan, and then they got rid of Aaron Rodgers. So now shirtless Aaron Rodgers in an autographed football watches my nephew Dexter as he dunks on a little 2-foot tall basketball hoop. Okay. So it's
sketch.
I mean, yeah. So what my father-in-law just texted me, he says, draft prediction. Well, this is a little bit ago. Niners, Walter Nolan. Broncos trade up for Colston Loveland. Oh, guess who told me that? Marco. Broncos trade up for either Colston Loveland or Trevion Henderson. Packers either receiver Matthew Golden or Teteroa McMillan, whichever is still on the board. Now, he does know some people. So let's just see if Ron from Reno, Ron, we're going to call him. Let's see if he knows.
Is that like Riverboat Ron, but Reno Ron?
So he hasn't talked to me about draft all offseason. And he just texted me at 6:15.
That's funny.
Yep. So if he gets all those right, I'm going to give Reno Ron a big old shout out.
Oh man, yeah, Loveland might be it. Warren, here we are. We're at 8, and neither tight end is off. We've still got Kelvin Banks there. Walter Nolan, obviously.
Who are your guys? Just 3 picks out. Who are your guys' top big board guys that you want for the Niners with the guys on the board available?
Oh, right now?
Say that again, Rohan. What was the question?
Who are your big
board
guys?
With the guys that are available, who are your big board guys that you want for San Fran?
Like right now, that's available at 8?
Yeah.
To me, I don't have I got a best available on ESPN. It's not my list, but just to remind myself, now that Membu's gone, I'm going
Nolan.
It's Nolan. And then it's for me. Oh, it's tough. I'm going Nolan, Pierce, Michael is my big board. With these guys gone, I'm saying I'm just going to give 3 because I don't need to think any more than that. Right? They're not. I would say, and then I consider Shamar Stewart. I'm not that. I'm getting less excited about that. I get Jahdae Barron, but to me, it's Nolan, Pierce, and Michael for me.
Gotcha.
Mine would be Nolan, Michael, and Jahdae Barron.
And Shedeur Sanders.
And Shador Sanders. Yeah. Don't forget about Shador.
Yeah. So,
One
yeah,
sec.
what do you think the
For
Panthers
mine,
do?
I will pull up PFF and I will take their top guys available. So
Well, Pierce is like probably 40th or whatever. So, and Michael
yeah,
Williams is.
and Nolan. Oh, Nolan is actually pretty high. So I think about Tedero and McMillan, Nolan, Starks, or Mike Green or Tyler Ward. One of those 4, 5.
Ooh, you would be so you would be okay if they took Tet.
Oh no. That's just what PFF tells me.
Oh, that's their big word. Okay, I was like, oh, I'd be pissed if they
That
took
is an
Tet.
interesting option, but no, I think okay. I can't say nightmare just because I can understand the player. Maybe not at 11, but like
Yeah.
position wise, with the need at D line, that would be horrendous. With the need at D line, and not only the need, but the value that is there at D line, I think you would want a game changer rather than a receiver 4, maybe 3, receiver
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Or investing that
Do
much.
we have any? Do we have any news on the pick? Jets.
No,
Brass?
it's not there yet. No, the Jets. It's. I mean, even on the Panthers have been on the clock, but they don't have it shown on the
I think
TV
they're
right
looking
now.
for a trade still.
I do too.
I think they're probably hunting, and then they'll probably pick Walker, I would assume, if no trade is made.
That's what I think. Walker's probably the pick here. We've got a fourth one joining us just before the Niners pick here. We've got a surprise guest backstage.
Oh, we have a guest? Oh, no.
Hold on. Why isn't it working? Why can't I? Oh, I see why. Hold on. Hey!
Oh,
What is up, buddy? What is up, man?
man.
How are you feeling about this draft so far?
I just flew in. I literally just got home from traveling, turned on the TV, and I was like, Jacksonville did what?
Yeah.
Yo, I mean, you know what? It's interesting, even though like, Jacksonville made the trade and all that. It seems like as far as positionally where the players are going are pretty similar to what everybody has been saying. There hasn't been any major surprises outside of the fact that Jacksonville traded up to get Travis Hunter, but I think everybody kind of expected Travis Hunter to go 2 or 3. But yeah, man, I mean, Mason Graham's off the board. That was going to be an interesting. I texted you that about earlier because there was talk about potentially him dropping down some draft boards, but seems like it's shaping up where there's going to be some interesting decisions for the 49ers at 11.
There's only 2 minutes left on this clock.
I know. Yeah. Panthers are taking Tet McMillan.
Ooh.
Wow. There comes
Tet
our surprise.
McMillan. That's the first big surprise, I would say. Holy,
but
this is
great for San Francisco.
Great for the 49ers.
Yeah, helping out.
David, you're muted. Right? You're muted, I think.
I think this is a bad pick for Carolina. I think they kind of like the Niners panicked with Ricky a little bit last year. And remember we talked about this. Ricky was my wide receiver 6, right? So it was just more like the reach. I think they really thought they'd have some capital there and they just couldn't find it. And then they're all of a sudden against the clock and they're like, I don't think McMillan's trash. I don't think he's a top 20 prospect in a regular draft anyway, and he has it's a premium position, but is he really going to be that dude? You hope he is for Bryce Young's sake, but this is great for the Niners. I'm stoked.
Can I ask you a question about Tet? Because going into the draft, I mean, last year, all of this, he was undoubtedly the wide, like people were saying he is going to be a perennial top 5, pick. He is a slam dunk, one of the greatest prospects. People are saying Calvin John, like you haven't heard about receiver. I'm just saying what changed from that to now where people are like, weren't going to be surprised if he dropped out of the first round.
Yeah, I was going to be shocked for that. But like Todd McShay has been like 50 something on his board. And I'm not saying Todd McShay, Jesse knows what I think about Todd McShay. But like the Tet McMillan, to me, to that question is he's a tall dude. People love tall receivers. He was getting eye-popping production and people love box scores. And so then now the funny thing is he's in the new Big 12, former Pac 12. And so he's not getting a lot of run on the East Coast or the Midwest. Even in the Big 12 now, it's like I'm an Iowa State fan. Like, it's still weird for me to see Arizona in the conference. I think it was just the fact that he does, like you said Calvin Johnson. It's not quite that body type, obviously, with physique, but the height, the catch point, the contested catches, the things like that as a red zone threat, his ability to also go inside if he needed to. I think he's a good player, but I think that, I don't know. I think that was just the production and the size combined.
Yeah. It's interesting. What do you guys, so what are the picks you're looking for in these next 3 picks that can signal potentially movement for the 49ers at 11? What guys need to still be there at 11 that somebody might want to jump in? Well, I guess it's the next 2 picks. Carolina.
I would say Kelvin Banks and both tight ends. If they're there, then there's a chance that the 49ers could move back.
I think the Saints they're either going to go for a quarterback or they're going Kelvin Banks here. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I agree. But hopefully it's not Banks. I mean, well, and then you've got the Bears too. So actually, I think the Bears are probably going to go Tyler Warren. So
yeah, I'm hoping so. And so that's why my ideal situation is Banks and Warren. Now, and because
I think Loveland might be in play though at 10.
For Chicago? No. He could be. Loveland. Well, Chicago could like Loveland more too. I know the Broncos like Loveland more than Warren. Yeah, there are teams that do. So yeah, I think he's, like I said, he wasn't going to get to 20. That's what was my prediction for sure. So
yeah.
How far do you guys think the Niners could go back and still get Walter Nolan?
I just think that they have 11 picks. Like what? And if you like a guy that much and you feel like he's a really good player, like what else are you picking up to move down 3 spots? That's my question to you or to anybody. Like, well, I don't think you're picking up that much.
So I guess that's why I'm asking, David, because for me, one of the things, and I think Jesse's been on this too, if I'm going to mirror a team that I want to be like, it's going to be the Eagles. And one thing that is Roseman, his thing is stockpile first-round picks for the next year or stockpile second-round picks for the next year. So how far do you think they could drop out of this to, because it would be somebody from lower draft going up that would be willing to give, a future pick or whatever. How far can they drop down and still get one of these players that potentially could be a starter on their team this year?
Oh, a starter is different. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I guess on the D line.
I think if it's Nolan specifically, I don't think Nolan goes past 17. I think if he's there, Cincinnati would take him at 17.
I don't know that Dallas wouldn't take him though. That's the problem, right? I could see Dallas taking him. So I could see the Dolphins taking him. So if it's Walter Nolan specifically, I don't know that they could trade down. However, if it's not Walter Nolan and we're just talking like one of the starting edges or whatever, I mean, I think they could get down as low as like probably I don't know. That's tough too because you've got the Falcons and really I think 14 is like the lowest they could go. Because you've got the Falcons and you've got the Cardinals that easily could go edge, and then also the Bengals back to back to back. Those could be 3 edge players right there.
But to need a trade down, I think you need one of those tight ends to go at 10, because I don't think Indianapolis is going to come up if both tight ends are still on the board at 11, because the Niners aren't going to take one.
Right.
And Miami probably doesn't either. I think they'll go defense. So I think one of them lucks into Indy, unless Chicago takes one at 10. But
guys, Adam Schefter just tweeted 12 seconds ago that Ted McMillan was the pick at 8.
No. I was going to tell you the same thing. It's hilarious to see Schefter fall from grace so far.
Josiah Anderson, by the way, just said Saints are not drafting a quarterback at 9 as we expected. So no quarterback. It's going to be
Kelvin Banks, isn't it?
Banks or a defensive player. I think it's Banks or Mike Cal.
Or Jalen Walker.
Wait, she said it was not going to be a quarterback?
Yeah.
Not going to be a quarterback, yeah.
I think it's Banks.
I think so too. I mean, they really could use a tackle right now.
And this was the smoke about everybody saying
it's like Kelvin Banks just got picked.
Let's go. Okay.
I love that. I love that Kelvin Banks is not there.
I can't believe I got that excited for that, but I was like, that's just
I like how you guys are I like
wanted that
players so that the 49ers don't pick them. It's like you're trying to 49 proof this draft is amazing.
The Saints just took Kelvin Banks at 9. I love that. Absolutely love that. Hey, we did have that as on our mock, so there you go. Pick 10. This to me, I think this is Tyler Warren. This has Tyler Warren all over it to me at 10.
This could also be Walter Nolan. This could be Jalen Walker. This could be
Okay. Let me throw this out real quick. How interesting would this be? So the Jets went Membu, right? You got so you got the defensive coordinator from the Lions, and he goes Membu.
Yep.
And then you get the offensive coordinator from the Lions going Jade Barron to try to mimic the defense. I think that would be pretty interesting.
I mean, you would think with what Ben Johnson did over there in Detroit, how important a tight end was for his offense. You know, they don't have one in Chicago, right? So
they have Komet, but
they have Komet, but they also do like the 2 tight end sets because like Wright and Zylstra and all of those guys, they played a good amount over there in Detroit.
Yes,
and probably more here.
And I had in my mock. My final mock, I had the Bears going defensive line when Mason Graham fell. And because the OT were all off the board, I had Kelvin Banks to the Saints, but I had Jalen Walker to the Panthers, I had Tyler Warren to the Jets. So there's Tyler Warren. I mean, does Ben Johnson want to get cute with this? And does he actually think he's better than Colston Loveland? I don't know. Well, I think this is going to be, Walter Nolan, or it's going to be Tyler Warren.
Whoa. They might be trading back and selecting Tyler Shuck.
Okay.
Who's saying that?
Oh,
I don't see
No.
that.
This says, it wouldn't be for them. Obviously, it wouldn't be for them, but it's for somebody.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, I think it was for the Saints. Slick Rick. It was Ricky. He's
talking about Tyler Shuck.
Yeah. But hold on. He goes, their pick wasn't a reach. Let's see if they trade back in for the guy.
Because
Tyler Shuck. Okay.
Tweeted out
he's saying the Tyler Shuck to the Saints, but later in the draft. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry.
I think this board though is going pretty much how San Francisco wanted it. All 3 tackles gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
With wide receiver went early, and hopefully a tight end now goes.
And the fact that you didn't have a second quarterback go is ideal. So it all was. And I know I shouldn't be so mean to Kelvin Banks. I just did not. I know the Niners liked him. They have Membu and Banks right there. And it's like, if you're not going to get, I did not want to draft a guard. I'm sorry.
I agree. I agree with you.
I like how you guys are saying this is going the way the 49ers go. You guys have so much faith in their first round draft picking ability. You guys wanted it to go. We have no idea what John Lynch wants for this team to happen right now.
It's going to be Donovan Ezeraku or something crazy. And be like, out of here. They're so pissed.
They're definitely going golden.
How would you guys feel if it was Josh Simmons all the way at 11?
Too high. Simmons. Okay, hold on. If Simmons wasn't hurt, he would have gone number 4. I truly believe that he's that good.
I agree.
But if the 49, especially the 49ers, who lost Richburg, and it seems like they're going to lose Drake Jackson to a very similar injury, if they were to take Simmons and bank on that injury being okay, I would have to really question some things.
The only thing that I have is like we don't know the medical aspect, and so I feel like whatever team takes Simmons, especially if he goes in the top 15, helps to suggest that the medical aspect probably was better than you anticipate. But I mean, patellar tendon is the worst possible case. So
that's what I'm saying, man.
I
don't know.
I've been texting you before. Don't be surprised if it were Josh Simmons. I will just say this also is not a horrible spot. Sunil had asked about a trade back. There are a lot of good players. Let's say all you have to do is move down to 14. I'm okay with that. I mean, if people are, I'm not so hell-bent on Walter Nolan that it has to happen. So if you were at 11, and let's say Tyler Warren goes here at 10, and the Colts want to move up for Loveland or whatever it is, moving back 3 spots, I would feel comfortable with that. I'd be a little, but picking up some capital. But like I told Sunil, they already got 10 picks, and I know they got a lot of holes, but boy.
The Bears are picking Colston Loveland, not Tyler Warren.
Okay.
Let's go.
On the clock.
For months.
No,
for months we said he was the better tight end prospect. I love this.
This is not
I
good.
love this.
Because what if you got when I did my Cabo Boy mock draft, you got the ultimate Cabo Boy staring Kyle right down the barrel.
No.
I'm just saying Tyler Warren is sitting right there for him, and George Kittle's got this contract. He shut down Rossini. Give me the Cabo Boy.
I'm already pissed if this is even the thing. The very first mock I did 2 months ago, I said anybody but Warren was the exact words. So if it ends up being Warren, I'm gonna lose my ever loving mind on this stream. One. Number two, if it is Warren, does that mean they're trading Kittle?
No, and here's the thing. I think it would be the classic Kyle thing to do. I think it's going to be Walter Nolan here. I think this is their highest player on their board.
It's got to be. Please,
and
Walter Nolan.
And all these people said that dogged us that I had Loveland ranked as tight end 1, and I wasn't the only one. Like, oh, there's no way in hell. I said, just wait. Tyler Warren's a gadgety player with no juice. That was used as a Mickey Mouse player with Kodal Nicky at Penn State. It was a cartoon offense. They wouldn't even let Drew Aller play quarterback for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay? Again, you would ask Sunil about Ted McMillan. People love the production, the box score, but like there's so many great players in college football that don't get the chance and the volume, and it's not their fault. But Penn State didn't have any receivers, so Kodal Nicky's like, Michael. It's Michael.
It's Michael Williams?
Okay. Yep, Michael. Jordan Schultz just said
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Michael Williams. I love this. Love this.
And
I'm fine with this.
And this is and I said I would actually be really happy. Now we know Marco he's not a Michael fan.
Did they pick? Because Jordan Schultz is saying trades are just starting.
No. It's Michael.
That was earlier. Yeah, it's Michael Williams.
That trades that's like 20 minutes ago. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. So let's talk about it. The 49ers just got Michael Williams. Just drafted Michael Williams, which is a player that I know that you and I like, David.
Yep.
Why would the 49ers take Michael Williams? Talk to us.
Yeah, I had Michael is one of my 5 guys I would consider at 11 a while back. Here's Michael Williams, 20 years old. His frame is ridiculous. Let's just talk about the basic stuff. High character dude, like lunch pail dude for sure. But he's sitting there in a Georgia scheme that asked him on a bad ankle to just move it inside the tackle, holding up at the run. He is the best run defending edge in this draft. Now you say, why are we doing that edge? He has all the potential in the world to be dynamite off the edge as well. He is the best utility of any edge player in this draft. And that includes Abdul Carter. That includes guys like James Pierce. Those guys are better pure pass rushers at this point. But in 2023, Michael Williams looked great. And he's playing with all this stable of studs that are coming in waves, right? So people always talk about, where's the production for Walter Nolan? People like that too. You guys are playing on SEC teams that have like first and second round picks in droves. These guys rotate their players more than other teams do that don't have that kind of talent, right? So Michael, this dude is he's the highest floor defensive lineman to me in this entire draft. And he is a ceiling that is way higher than people are giving him credit for because they looked at him playing on a bum ankle at age in the 2024 season. I'm really getting hyped for this. I wanted Nolan. I love Nolan. I love Michael too. Jesse, we've been talking. You know how much I love Michael.
Yep. I completely agree.
David, Jesse Rohan, what does this pick say about 49ers mentality, right? Because from everything I read about Michael, he's not necessarily a day one. You put him on the opposite side of Bosa. This is some guy who's going to potentially be defensive rookie of the year, right? This is kind of has to develop a couple of years. So what does that say that they didn't go with their first round to somebody that could plug a hole immediately year one? Are they pushing?
I think he can plug a hole year one, just not in the fashion that you would think of an edge. Right away, right out the box, you're getting an elite run defender potentially. right away. That's what he is or could be. And then you're getting a player that has all of the athletic traits to develop into an elite pass rusher at the age of 20. So for me, I look at this and say, we just heard John Lynch at his presser. He said, and to me, I took this as out on Shamar Stewart and on Mykel Williams. He said, at some point, you got to look at production. You can't just go off the traits, which means out on Shamar Stewart. And when we're looking at edges, we're looking at guys who can set the edge first in the run game. That is Mykel Williams. So Mykel Williams brings that. I also said this a couple weeks ago, that if Mykel Williams was the pick, 49er fans are going to bitch about it his whole rookie year because they're not going to get the pass rush production that they are hoping for at pick 11. But by the end of year 2, there will be nobody bitching about this pick because he will be that dude. That's what I think you're getting in Mykel Williams.
And me wanting us to mimic the Eagles as much as possible, going Georgia D-line, smart.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say I'm looking back at my stuff on Mykel. On April 4th, I said April 9th, I did bump Nolan up for this, but he was on my list. I said, here's the 7 guys I would consider at 11 in this order: Armand Membu, Mykel Williams, Shamar Stewart, James Pierce, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, Walter Nolan. After Will Johnson's kind of medical stuff came out, and the more I watched Nolan, I had bumped Nolan up to the top just because I feel he could be such a special player. But then Membu's gone. It was still Nolan, Mykel, right? And so when I look at my guys, Mykel has been the number 1 defensive end on my guy list for a long time. My final one that I came out with a couple of days back, Membu's on there. Mykel's my edge guy on my first team, my guy. So been on him. I think this is a wonderful pick. I think the Niners did a great job not being stupid, not being cute. You had 10 picks. You don't need to trade back. I said I'd be cool with it if it was like 3 spots. But if you can't find something like that, stay there. This guy has all the potential. He's 20 years old too, and he plays like a vet against the run. It's insane. This is a perfect pick. If you didn't feel comfortable with Nolan for whatever reason, this was my 1B. So I'm happy.
Well, I want to throw this out there too. What's up, Dan? I see you in here. We love Walter, or excuse me, we do love Walter Nolan. But we love Mykel Williams. He's a guy that we were hoping for if it wasn't Walter Nolan. But a lot of people are upset. They're saying we should have gone Jalen Walker. And let me tell you why they shouldn't have gone Jalen Walker over Mykel Williams. Jalen Walker, out the box, is going to be a better pass rusher. I do believe that. However, he is light in the pants when it comes to the run game. He's a small frame player. He is a lot like Hassan Reddick. Almost identical, pound for pound, height, weight, everything. That can be a very effective player in the league, just not for the 49ers in the wide 9 system. I don't think it's a good fit. I think Jalen Walker and Mykel Williams. And let's also not forget, everybody spent all offseason ranting and raving about getting a defensive coordinator and Robert Saleh, who had been here. If you trust Robert Saleh, he absolutely had his hands all over this pick. So you've got to trust he knows exactly what he's looking for here. And Mykel Williams is a guy that he prefers over Jalen Walker. So just so you know.
And Grant just did the, he thought, this is a while back. He said, Mykel Williams, 6'5", 264, 7'3". I love the Alden Smith, 6'4", 263, 482, right? And nobody, obviously Alden Smith had stuff in his arsenal, but I think there's like a revisionist history with him. Like he was just some like complete freak off the edge, like speed.
Yeah.
He had nuance to his game. Right.
Yep.
This is why I look at Mykel too. Mykel is a much better athlete than people give him credit for because this ankle injury was real. A lot of players wouldn't have played on it. And he's getting right. At his size,
though, David, are you worried about the 49ers picking somebody that, I don't know if it's an injury history, but is coming off of an injury? No. That has been something that has plagued the 49ers in previous drafts, right? Is there any issue with that?
Yeah, it wasn't a serious injury. It wasn't like it was, but it was enough that you're playing on it. So you're going to be hobbled with it, right? You're playing through a sprain. It's like, I'm not worried about a sprained ankle. No. And it wasn't like a level 2, but even like level 1 is like, you don't let it heal right away. You have to wait till the off season. I'm not worried about it. He never had any major soft tissue, ligament injuries, broken bones, anything like that. I think I'm not worried about
in high school and stuff like that. This was just a one-off type thing.
Yep, exactly. And so this is when I think with Michael is I've not been this effusive about first round picks, right? Like,
hey, real quick, sorry. Jed York just confirmed what I said. Sala is back in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag trenches. So Sala absolutely had a major hand in this pick.
And I think that's Jed's way. I know people are going to think it's not a shot across the bow, Kyle, but like I think that's Jed's way of reasserting too. Like, there'd been this kind of way, like maybe the team's gotten lost its path a little bit in these first 3 rounds because Kyle has too much influence. And we all talked about it. I'm not anti-Kyle as a coach at all, but I think I'm more anti-Kyle's personnel. And I think that it's in the draft. And I think it's time to let these guys, not the coaches always, but somebody else other than Kyle, flipping the switch.
Yeah, I've heard different. I heard it's not Kyle in the first round. I heard it's all Lynch that's been doing these crazy calls in the thing and not listening to the scouts and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know where the whole Kyle thing, because I don't think it's ever been kind of for sure. It's that I think it's great to run with because of obviously Kyle's personality, but I've heard different.
No. I'm not saying that, but Kyle still has outsized influence. I mean, like when you're looking at things like that, but you're right. I've also heard that, Sunil, that John early on is kind of more involved. And then I'd heard that it was more once you get to those day 3, that's really more your scouting department. That's when you're like the guys that they've been crafting well. And so, no, I think you're right on that too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, what I think is great is at least they didn't reach, because that's been one of the issues with the 49ers is they reach for a need where this kind of fell into a place where BPA could potentially be, the guy that they actually picked, and it fit a need as well.
I still preferred Walter Nolan slightly, but I love the Michael Williams pick. It's both of them were controversial. They both were controversial. And so I as much as I wanted Walter Nolan, I also wanted Michael Williams because again, watching a player snap in and snap out for a whole career is going to be a lot of fun to go back in a few years and be like, all right, who was right and who was wrong, and maybe we're wrong. Maybe Michael Williams isn't going to be that good. That's a possibility. But I will say day 1 as a prospect, I love this. If it wasn't Walter Nolan, I was hoping it was Michael Williams. So I'm very happy about this.
Rohan, David, in the second round, what is more likely, them getting a better interior lineman or a better edge?
Well, I said that if the tackles went off the board, Membu was really the only tackle I wanted. And if he was gone, I do think that Trent is not long for here. I do think there's going to be a decision on McKivitz, right? So it's like you might have to be replacing 2 tackles in 2026. That's a horrible place to be. But though, if you couldn't get Membu, what are you going to do? I think that there's a potential that we see the 49ers draft again tonight with trying to go up and get somebody who could be the guard and a tackle when Trent Williams is replaced. If they can't do that, they're probably going to miss out on guys that they want. And if they stay at 43, Sunil, I think that's where you're taking BPA, but you're probably going to have to go to DT. And that's the thing about passing on Nolan is I thought that
it kind of makes it a bit more of a need where you might press for a need rather than take BPA.
Exactly.
Is it true that there's more talented interior defensive linemen in the second round than the high end first, high end edge? So that could probably be kind of why they went with Michael now, because potentially the drop off between Michael and the next edge that they could get in the second round is much bigger than the drop off from Nolan and who they could get in the second round.
Well, Jesse and I though talked about this. We are both not as high on Femi Oladejo that a lot of teams were, right? What this clearly signals now with the Michael pick is it's definitely not going to be Oladejo at 43, which I am stoked about. And I think Oladejo could be a fun little player, right? But I think people he's the anti-Michael on the mic, right? Michael is actually not Michael. He's not. Can you believe that's the wrong name? If you're bad on the mic, how can you be called Michael? Dad joke, Jesse. You laugh at the dad joke. This is the way the bit works. This is the way the bit. I want
to. Sorry. I know. Listen, my mind was elsewhere because although we've known for over 10 minutes that Michael Williams is the pick, one thing we didn't know for a fact, and this has just come through, is that the Niners did explore trading up before actually staying put at 11 and making that pick. So the Panthers, we talked about it for a while that was a possibility, but maybe they
Booker
were.
is the pick at 12.
Booker went
Wow.
to the Cowboys.
The
Okay.
Cowboys.
Pick at 12.
Whoa.
And somebody told me Booker is going to go higher than I thought. And I can't remember who it was. Somebody I trusted. Like, no, I've been telling that Booker to the Dolphins. It was Booker to the Dolphins that people were talking about. And I was like, that's too rich for this guy. But wow. That's something.
Well, I will say Dallas, as much as we crap on Dallas, I do trust their eye when it comes to offensive linemen. That is one thing that they've done a very good job at. So if they like Booker, and we had Booker mock 27 to the Ravens, we thought that was a fit. This is a fit as well. I mean, they look for guys that kind of maul you. So I think it's high, but listen, it's better than going golden.
Yes, but that's not the, and I think this is the first. This is everything I feel like. We know that through history, the top 11 picks are not going to be guaranteed to hit, even if we think that it was good process. Yeah. This is a bad process to me. I'm just saying, like, this is a guard who's, he can move people, but can he? The athleticism is right, and heavy-footed guard in an offense that's trying to juice it up. I don't know, man. Like at 12, this just seems rich to me, and there's just guys there that are just. I mean, we're talking about this is like a 20 to me. Tyler Booker is a second-round player, and I just feel it's a little rich. It's quite rich for me.
And I think this pick is honestly going to start moving offensive linemen up the board. I think now, Zabel probably goes within the next 5 picks, and I think especially with certain teams, Houston's trying to trade up for certain players, either a receiver or an O lineman. I think that you can see, that kind of start to come up now.
Yeah. I want to say this real quick for those of you in the chat that are just getting the news on Mykel Williams. I know you're probably watching the TV. We just went for about 10 minutes on the pick. So if you want to know our thoughts on the Mykel Williams pick, go back about 10 minutes. You'll get everything that we talked about with the pick. We love the pick. We love it. So,
all right, fellas, I'm out of here. I'm going to let you guys do your thing. Keep crushing.
All right, brother.
See you, man.
Thanks.
All right, Sunil. Later. All right, man. That was
and Schrager had we've got no, that's just another. I think it's just Schefter being
coming in 40 minutes late.
Yeah, it's just 40 minutes late. I'm gonna
okay, let's talk about this. Adam K says, I hate this pick. Javon Kinlaw 2.0.
Why?
I don't understand that. And
they don't even play the same position. They don't.
Oh, Jason Lutz, I'm sorry. I missed your thing a while ago. Oh, he said also at what point do they trade up for Nolan, 28 to 34? Listen, if Nolan's there late and they traded back into the first round to get Nolan, I would be beyond ecstatic. I don't understand the Kinlaw 2.0. They don't play the same position. And Mykel Williams and Kinlaw are very, very different prospects. Very different prospects. So
they're also completely different personalities. Like I'm
very different.
I'm not going to go because the person that told me but I'll just going to tell you this. I would bet my every dime that I own there. Kinlaw's character was not just about being down and out and being homeless as a youth that he dude, Kinlaw, there's stuff at campus that he did. If it would have been news, he would have been off the draft boards. The dude is not, he's a low character. I'm sorry. I know certain things Kinlaw's not a good dude. He just isn't. And people can say, if you get mad at me all you want, I don't care. What I know is what I know. And so Mykel Williams, by all intents and purposes, the coaches say this dude is soft spoken, but intense. He's not getting bullied. Right. But he's just hey, yep. I'm here to play ball. It's the complete opposite.
Yeah. Mykel Williams is a very, very high character individual. They're not at all the same. And I just young player. I will say they're similar in that they're both athletic, but let's also not forget, let's take the personal stuff out of it, which is a big deal, by the way, but let's remove that and not forget that Javon Kinlaw had major knee issues from day one. That was a thing that some teams took him off their board. So, to me, you're not getting a player with long-term injury issues. You're not getting a bad character guy. You can say it's a bust, but comparing it to Kinlaw, I don't understand that one at all. I don't.
David, I'll ask you this because you've watched a lot and you seem to be a big fan of Michael. What are the questions for you? Because the lack of production kind of stands out to me. The fact that he wasn't maybe used as much as a pass rusher at Georgia stands out to me. Talk to me about that. Rationalize kind of both sides of that.
So, again, one about the ankle injury. Two, actually, that's two. One is really the usage. Like, people forget that when you're in these college systems, these guys, much like Shamar Stewart as well, these college coaches, and college coaches, it isn't their job to develop these guys for the NFL. College coaches, their job is to win games.
100%.
Yes. Right. And as much as it's annoying to us who are draft junkies and NFL guys, like, let's be real. Like, if a coach sits that's just not the way it is. Right. And now there are systems that scouts know that these guys are going to get certain coaching and development that could help them be better pros. And that's awesome. So for me, I really chalk it up to what he's asked to do. And because he's so good, right, just at the line of scrimmage and holding it on double teams and being able to shed blockers, like, he's asked to plug gaps a lot as that kind of almost 3-4 edge, but he's not an Eric Armstead. He's not like the big end. He's tall. He's proportionate. He's long as hell. Right. But this guy is like, he's not Eric Armstead. And he's going to be a guy that will get refined passing. He can do it all. And my only concern is does he max out his athleticism? Is he going to, be able to be that guy that you can really rely on if you want to be? But again, this is a team with Nick Bosa, and it doesn't seem like Nick Bosa is going anywhere, right? You're not drafting Mykel Williams at 11 in this draft, this year's prospect pool, to be Nick Bosa. Right? Like, nobody has any of those confusions about any of the players in this draft at edge, but including Abdul Carter, in my opinion. Like, so I just feel like this guy in run defense, man, look, this team is garbage right now. And they're still garbage with the addition of Mykel, because the D line, and that's where Sutino had asked me. I do think that defensive tackle almost has to be the selection of 43 at this point. If you're not moving up for an offensive lineman. So
damn, is it? I see a comment about Kenneth Grant. I haven't seen a tweet. That was my prediction in our mock draft. Kenneth Grant going as high as 13 here to Miami. If this is the case, I remember. That would be pretty interesting.
Kenneth Grant to Miami, potentially.
Indianapolis's top beat reporter just said hearing the Colts will go with Penn State tight end Tyler Warren at 14.
Yeah, but
expected.
Yes. The Dolphins picked?
And the Dolphins... Yep, Kenneth Grant to Miami. So I guess that was right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Where?
Nice, dude. Nice. You nailed that one.
Who tipped? Well, who tipped?
Breer. Breer just tweeted that.
See, Breer, he doesn't do every pick, which is weird. It's like, so I'll put him on then.
Yeah, he's on he's on a show tonight, is what he tweeted. But this was interesting because the pick was in, and then only the reports are starting to come out.
Yeah,
so we got Kenneth Grant is going to the Dolphins at 13. Tyler Warren is going to the Colts at 14, it sounds like. So we're on to pick 15, essentially.
Yeah, David, real quick on your point, you pointed out college coaches, they don't train players for the NFL. This is coming from me. I've been around a college program for the last 3 to 4 years. College defenses do not want players to play more than 40 snaps per game, especially at the top-rated schools. If you go ask any college defensive coordinator or top-rated defensive coordinator, specifically when it comes to the defensive line, they want players to play 40 or less snaps. In fact, I just interviewed 3 players or 4 players on the defensive line here at Wisconsin earlier this week, and they said that they love the depth, which is a reason why they don't expect to play 35 to 40 snaps a game. That is a norm around a lot of college campuses, and that's where the production question, I will ease off a bit because of the traits.
Yeah, and I think the production I'm not concerned with in college, like for those reasons too. And I just got done talking about these guys going waves in Georgia, right? There were times where, like, wait a minute, I'm watching the championship game, watching the playoff games. Why is Mykel? This is what they do, like you just said. And when Georgia has the type of recruiting classes they have an embarrassment of riches. They can afford to do that. I think a guy like Howie Roseman would be absolutely doing cartwheels over picking a guy like Mykel Williams. I really, really, really strongly believe that. So I'm not saying that Georgia doesn't coach these guys. In fact, that's why Mykel Williams is such a good prospect. I think other programs, they don't use them in ways that develop in like a certain spot. But Georgia is like taking advantage of what he can do in that position. And I think that's just the cherry on top, because his potential as a pass rusher is significant, right? It's not like he's just this run defending edge player. Like, he can do it both. I mean, and to me, I'm wondering when the Niners were trading up to 8, who are they going to go for? What happened,
Adam Schefter has fallen off so bad. First of all, we've known about pick 14 now for 5 minutes. Tyler Warren. Yep. Adam Schefter just now tweeted that Kenneth Grant is going to the Dolphins. But even better, he said Kenneth Grant becomes the 3rd Michigan player to go in the first 12 picks. They're pick 13. Adam Schefter. They are pick 13.
Yeah, it's insane. It's honestly, man, like, new media, I love it. I love Adam Schefter getting sunned. Adam Schefter's not getting the information first. If he was, he put it out as quick as he could. He's just not getting it anymore.
Real quick.
No, I think that those guys, Schefter and Rapp, they're forced to wait just by their network's obligations until the pick
but they're not.
Is
is that
interesting? I think that's the case.
Yeah, you're right. Guys. You're right. I spoke too soon. I just don't like Schefter. That
could be, but saying Kenneth Grant is a top 12 pick when he was 13 is weird. Adam K says, we need O-line. We lost the Super Bowl because we had a perfect play call, Jennings wide open, and the O-line failed us. We can still get O-line. Joseph Ernberg says, thank God it wasn't a corner. Yeah, okay, that's fair. And then Adam Case clarifies he didn't mean Kinlaw, he meant Solomon Thomas. Still slightly different position, but I that's closer. I'll that's fine. That's fine.
I just want to shout out Lobs right now, because he told me that Kelvin Banks is 99. Now, he did go beforehand, but then it was going to be Tyler Warren, it was going to be Will Johnson, not any of them. Okay, so shout out to you, Lobs. You are Nostradamus.
I actually don't have an issue with Lobs, so I'll I'll keep it to myself.
I call him Nostradamus.
Yeah.
Which pass rusher do we think goes at 15 here? I forget which one we mocked.
At 15, we had Michael Williams.
Okay.
But we had Shamar Stewart going first, so we'll go with Shamar Stewart here to the Falcons. They're going to go edge, right? The Falcons are going to go edge. I've got to imagine.
Yeah, I think, and I'm surprised. I got wrong information just from, I think not from any. I think Jalen Walker was a player that I leaned into. Okay, these guys got to know something. There's been buzz about it, and I'm just going to say this just shows you how much the big blue check type of dudes that are having like that are getting the millions of subscriptions. They don't know. Like everybody's talking Jalen Walker's going to go in the top 10. Well, he's not now. And I'm surprised a little bit by that. I thought people would be enticed by his upside. I thought people would be enticed. I thought the Niners would be as well. I was a little concerned about it. I know you like Jalen Walker a lot, Jesse. I know Marco and I aren't, but I know Marco right now is he is just punching the air right now about Michael Williams. He is not a believer in Michael Williams.
This is going to be good though, because we're going to do a draft recap show next week with Marco. Yep. You and I love Michael Williams.
Yep.
He doesn't.
It's gonna be great.
That's going to be good. No, it'll actually be great to have that conversation. I wish Marco was here for his reaction and to tell us why he doesn't like the pick. But we'll get that next week. So looking very forward to that. Very forward to that.
Yeah, the kid questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, questions about Zach brings it up, and few people have. Do the 49ers trade back up to get Nolan if he continues to fall? I would be fine with it. I would be fine with it. I don't think they will.
I think
I would love
I don't think that they would, but that would be. I mean, you have capital. You have capital in that in that round 3, round 4, round 5 range. So,
hey, look, I would be if he falls in the 20s, and I offer, like, I know that's a way to go back. I don't know what it would cost to move up there. I mean, 43 and 75, would that get it done? I don't know.
Steven says, I heard that Krug doesn't like Williams either, right? So I kind of agree with him for the most part. We'll see. I mean, he's a big Shamar Stewart guy, so I can't wait to watch their careers play out. I prefer Michael Williams, and Robert Saleh did too. So we'll see who's right. We'll see who's right.
I do think the edge, like the length, right? The 34, 3/8 inch arms and that size, he has ability to put on some weight too. We've mentioned the run defense ability, but I think the pass rushing ability, you may be able to get it out with the athleticism, moving him in on pass rushing downs. Maybe not early in his career, but maybe once he adds some of that, some of that frame to him. Yeah, I think so. I think that's another option where you unlock some of that pass rushing upside that he's shown.
This is shaping up for Travion Henderson to go to the Broncos at this point, is it not?
Yep.
For 20. Yeah.
Yep. Because Loveland was their guy. They weren't in on Warren. And so this idea that it could be Trevion and that's I know my father-in-law he's connected with, he's from Denver. But he lives in Reno and he does some connections in there too. And he doesn't talk about it a lot, kind of keep it under wraps, especially that Aaron Rodgers stuff, but I can talk about that now that it's been 2 years. But yeah, I think the fact that I heard that from 3 people that I trust very much that are getting stuff inside buildings, that makes too much sense. And honestly, he was the running back outside of Genty that I said I would take in the first round, and he's my RB1.
There was a lot of buzz early on about the Rams trading up, and Rossini said that it was for Tet McMillan. So we'll see if they move up still. But they were interested in Tet McMillan, apparently.
Interesting.
Who, the Rams?
Yeah,
Rams. They wanted to move up from 26 for McMillan.
And maybe I'm right. Hey, we all get wrong. Like I'm not going to get all these my diagnostics right. I'm not going to get all my prognoses right. But like this, and there are teams, and that was one thing I heard about Tet McMillan is that a lot of teams were lower on him, but there were a good, strong handful of teams that really, really, really liked him. So, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. We're still waiting on pick 15 here. Nothing has been announced. So curious to see what happens here. Pick 15 is what we're waiting on. For those of you that missed it, at least on other team, one other team was in trade talks for number 2 that ultimately went to the Jaguars. Interesting. In case you missed it, the Colts at 14 went with Tyler Warren.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. And it's like, and who we got? So I'm just kind of losing track here. So we're at Falcons on the clock. I got a feeling that were they trying to finagle a trade? I think they just wanted Michael. I feel like they really, really, really wanted Michael. I've been, and I thought Michael was going to go to the Panthers for the longest time too, between him and Jalen Walker. So 11 people think if you think that Michael's a reach at 11, you just respectfully, you're wrong. If you think that you disagree with the pick, I love hearing that, but a reach, he's definitely not a reach.
Yeah, there was
it felt like he was a consensus
with.
top 15 guaranteed pick in this class.
Always. Yeah. He's been my number 1 D end on my guys list for months. And I had James Pierce up before. I still think that James Pierce is the best pure, like balls to the wall pass rusher. Like the juice that he has, even more than Abdul Carter, is just a pure, like get to the quarterback. But I did not have him above Michael Pierce. Now I thought Michael Pierce, Michael Williams.
James Pierce.
Yeah, this is wild. So what do the 49ers, David, do in the second round? Like we've been talking about it. I think if they move up, I'm thinking it's for a guy like a premium tech guy like Walter Nolan. But I also could see them going after a guy like Donovan Jackson, which I think would be a phenomenal pick. They really need to solidify left guard. They need to solidify. And Donovan Jackson can play tackle. He could also be a swing tackle in that situation. Yeah. Right.
Johnny says, Jesse, I would have been livid if it was Stewart. I wouldn't have been happy either. And Joseph, no, we don't wait 2 years for him to be good. We might have to wait 2 years for him to be a very good pass rusher. But he's immediately going to step in day 1 and help big time in the run game and setting the edge. Like that is what he will do out the box. Let's not forget that he often played 4-eye technique in a 3-down defensive front that's how good he is at setting the edge. Is they had zero issues with him being an edge setter in a 3-man front. So we're going to get a very good run defender right out the box. Like that's a thing.
Atlanta's really taking this down the clock. I'm assuming there's trade interest or something because they're taking it to the final minute.
It's all the way down. I'm surprised it's not been. That's why I'm wondering if there's a trade they're trying to like announce, and then they'll tip that and the trade's already been made and the pick from the trading team has been made. But is this going to be Minnesota Vikings Kevin Williams pick? If you get Rohan, you're too young for that, man.
You get skipped.
He got well. No, they missed their pick, and so they had to go down to the next pick, and the other team jumped them, and they still got one of the best defensive tackles of that era. But it was just dumb.
Hold on. Let's not put it past the Falcons with their quarterback quandary that they've got going on. All right. That's
Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker. Okay. Hey, I forgot he was there. That actually makes a lot of sense. Jalen Walker makes a ton of sense for the Falcons.
I think.
Did we get no leaks there? They just
Ari. No, Ari got it.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So Jalen Walker just went to the Falcons.
I think they wanted Michael, and I think they settled on Walker.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. That's what took them so damn long. Like, what are we doing here?
Well, now who do we got on the clock here?
We got hey, this is big. Arizona Cardinals. This is a division pick. We got to pay attention big time to 16, 18, and what is it, 26, I think, that the Rams have. So yeah, we have a lot to look forward to within the division, starting right here at number 16. I think this is going to be James Pierce or Jahdae Barron would be my guess.
I think in my final mock draft, I had a surprise, and I had actually this being Josh Simmons at 16 here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's like, an offensive lineman or a defensive end here with a cornerback being a possibility as well.
Yeah, I think you got great options here. I think you got Pierce, Shamar Stewart, and Mike Green as edge. I think you could see somebody like a Derek Harmon here, or Walter Nolan. That's what I meant. Yeah. I think it's Walter Nolan or Derek. I think it's I still think it could be edge here.
I hope it's not Walter Nolan in division, man.
I hope it's not James Pierce. I hope it's not. These guys are good players. Like
I know, but Walter Nolan. I mean, listen. I love Michael Williams, but Walter Nolan was my guy, so that would be if Nolan ends up in division, we have to watch that for at least 5 years. I'm going to be upset with that one a little bit.
No, I hear you, brother. I hear you. But again, no. Ben Albright just tweeting about his polo shirts or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
So this is. I think so, but the Cardinals are in a great spot. There's some really talented players here. Boy, sitting at 16 to get, and that's where that trade down. Like, if you were at 16 and you could get Nolan or Pierce, that's awesome.
I actually lied. There's one spot I would be totally okay with Nolan going.
We have a pick. We have a pick. No, we do not. It's just Jordan Schultz retweeting some video. I hate when these guys do that.
I actually would be okay with Walter Nolan going one place in the division.
Oh yeah,
that would be the Seattle Seahawks, because the Seattle Seahawks content creator that I work with every Tuesday hates Walter Nolan. So I would love nothing more than to be like, you got Walter Nolan, you love it.
Yeah, this is going to be good. Yeah, Marco says it's between Nolan, Pierce, or Mike Green. That's what I just said, other than Shamar. Yep.
Nolan, Pierce, or Green here?
Well, that's what I've been mocking. I've been mocking edge.
Yeah. Yep. Makes a lot of sense. Oh man.
Okay. So he said Marco says we can share this information. That guy he talks to said Michael didn't go top 8. Exec said if he didn't go top 8, I'm talking to, he said he would have fell to Atlanta or further. Well, we don't. And I know Marco is like, dead on. He said we could share that. But again, I guess, right? It could have fell to Atlanta. But if didn't go top 8, who was going to take it? You had other guys that were at other positions.
Who's he talking about? Michael.
So if he didn't go 8, he was going to fall. He would have fallen to Atlanta or further if the Niners don't take him. But like at 12,
we mocked him to Atlanta at 15. So
yeah, and so that I think that's within the range. I don't think it's a reach from 11 to 15. And I think at 12 you had the Cowboys doing their thing at that line. You had the Colts going with Tyler Warren, and then you had the Dolphins again going defensive line. So it's like,
hold on a second though, too. Like let's look at it then. Okay, so let's say Michael Williams fell to 15. The other people that people wanted at edge were Shamar Stewart, who's still not off the board and wouldn't have been in that scenario, and Jalen Walker, who just went off the board to the Falcons, who probably wanted Michael Williams, so he wouldn't have been off the board. So either way, it's like the league told us that they felt like Michael Williams is better than both of those guys, right? I mean, did they not?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they're right. I'm not saying they're right, but the league told us Michael Williams was a preference, and he talked about Michael Williams at 8. He didn't talk about Jalen Walker at 8, and he didn't talk about Shamar Stewart at 8. So, again, the league has spoken. Michael Williams at every turn, whether it was 8, 11, or 15, was the better prospect in the league's eyes. So,
yep.
We will see. We'll see how it pans out, but that's the fact. So right now we're at pick 16, Arizona Cardinals on the clock. We'll see. We will see.
Yeah, and I think it's one of those things where I keep waiting for. Now do we got something? Yeah. So, it looks like Slick Ricky is tipping this pick. It looks like it's going to be Walter Nolan to the Cardinals because he says Walter Nolan is a dark horse to be taken to 10 tomorrow night, and then he says missed it by a few picks. And it looks like I think that's what he's tipping here. I could be wrong, but would make a lot of sense. And this, and there it is, Walter Nolan, Cardinals.
Dang it!
Yeah. It's a good pick.
Walter Nolan just went to the Cardinals, man.
That's all right,
man.
Like, I mean, you're going to have that. Like I said, I know. Our guy Marco loved himself some Walter Nolan, right?
We all did. Well, this does make a lot of sense though, because we know that they were in on who's the guy that went from the Eagles to Milton Williams. We know that they were in on Milton Williams. Yep. Obviously they ended up settling for the edge rusher out of Philly, but Walter Nolan makes a lot. Hey, they got a good one. Cardinals got a good one to Walter Nolan. Whatever it is, what it is. I agree. But to my point again, when people are like, hey, the 49ers, if they draft great, they can close this gap on talent. It's like, well, Walter Nolan just went to the Cardinals, who spent a ton of money this offseason. Already, let's not forget, they already added Campbell to that defensive line.
Yep.
They added who's the edge rusher from Philly to that defensive line? Sweat.
Yeah.
So they added Sweat to that defensive line. They've now added Nolan. They added another player at defensive tackle. I forget who in their first round pick or second round pick last year was an edge player. So they've spent a lot of assets on that defensive line in the last year. So the Cardinals defensive line, this is a revamped unit here that is looking pretty damn good. So,
well, who do you think for the Bengals then?
Mike Green, right?
I think I could be James Pierce here.
Could be James Pierce.
It could also be Derek Harmon. It could be they need defensive tackle really badly. It could be interior lineman like Gray Zabel. It could be, it could be. These are things that I think to me, if you look at a guy like I think there's a lot of upside for Harmon. There's some medical stuff that might be a little bit off on him though. To me, between Pierce and Green, obviously Green's off my board. I would run in for Pierce right now if I'm the Bengals, but we'll see what they do.
I think it's got to be D-line, like you mentioned. I think the medicals for Harmon might drop him. So could be Mike Green or Pierce here.
Yep. Mike Green might go to the Commanders. that one could be interesting. They are in on Mike Green, so he might slip all the way there. And I get it. You know, we've got the allegations, but you know, at some point he is
To
a
be
talented
honest,
player. So.
I will say this: I don't see that happening. I did talk to people at the combine. They did say that first round pick for Washington was expected to be D line, DN, D tackle. Either way, they plan to shore both up. But I don't see the culture fit being what Peters wants in his second draft for Mike Green.
Yep.
Okay.
I do very well think James Pierce could be the pick if he falls that far down the board. But also Washington could trade down and get some more capital.
Right now, the Chargers are punching air. All their Michigan players are gone except for Will Johnson. So,
Hey, it's not too
He's
late.
probably going to go there now.
yeah. Oh, man. Cardinals. I know.
It's okay. You know, and here's the thing, though. Like, you were going there. I firmly believe it was between Michael and Nolan, right? And they look at a guy like Nolan. Honestly, I do. I get it. I bumped Nolan ahead late, but I was slow to it. And I never had Nolan as high as Michael. And late in the process, I got convinced, and I'm okay with that. Yeah, and that's the process. It takes time, right? I got to say, if I really looking at what my most common player for the last several months has been, though, on the defensive line in the first round, it's been Michael.
Yeah, no, I know. You were on to Michael early. It's funny because
I'm not saying I was first or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
But I do want to say it's interesting because I loved Walter Nolan early, and you were like, eh. And you loved Michael Williams early, and I was like, eh.
Yeah.
And then by the end, I came around to Michael, you came around to Nolan. So either way, we both would have been happy, you know?
I love it.
Let's see. Browns, nope, nothing has changed here. Nothing has changed.
Well, and yeah, I think that what Rohan though talked about with the Commanders makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
makes a lot of sense. And
yeah, it does.
I don't even think it's it could be like that GM, but also I look. It's possible Mike Green doesn't get drafted in the first round.
Oh yeah, Oh, extremely possible.
And I'm not saying it. I'm sure there's a team there that will end a slide. There it is. Shamar Stewart to the Bengals.
Forgot about Shamar Stewart. Yeah,
I know.
Okay.
Talk about a Tracy guy. I did too. So there you go.
I don't think Bengals fans are happy about this though, because I think a lot of teams fans were not wanting Shamar Stewart because again, all they look at is production. I will say this: we know guys bust. This dude, though, in a draft that doesn't have top end talent in the first, deeper in rounds 2, 3, 4, things like that. What do you do when you're in the first? You try to draft potentially elite players. And I do think Shamar Stewart's floor is a lot better than people think it is. I don't think he's just a complete boomer bust at all. Like it's just that his doesn't have his pass rush repertoire ain't that good. But again, he wins a lot. He's just not a finisher, right? So thus far. So you get a dude that's winning, and that's college guys. You've got to have a repertoire to win in the NFL. So there's a reason he's fallen, but man, this could hit, but it could flame.
And if there's a definition of a finisher, it's the guy on the opposite side of him, assuming they get it done. Trey Hendrickson, he converts a lot of those pressures to sacks. So
yeah,
very true. No, that's a good point. This could be a good tandem. Shamar Stewart, I don't know. I feel like if I was in a comp him to a quarterback, I'd say Anthony Richardson. So I don't, all the athletic capability, but I don't know, man.
I don't see that. I think that, and I was high on AR-15 and I missed, admittedly. And it's my quarterback evaluation has become around slowly and more. I mean, but you start to realize certain things.
Seahawks are talking trade down real quick, according to Schultz.
Okay.
Well, this makes a lot of sense, but who are they going to trade down with? Is somebody at 18? This makes sense. Maybe
they are trading down. They are trading. It is happening.
Okay. Who are they trading down with?
It doesn't say. I just got that per source.
Okay.
per source.
Okay. So Seahawks
On
are
my
trading.
in my text message, and it's
Okay.
going to be
Who is this for, though?
And Seattle is looking. There's somebody trading up for a gunslinger per source.
Oh, to get ahead of the Steelers.
This has got to be for Shador,
This
right?
is the Giants. This
Giants.
I think this is the Giants or the Steelers, one of the two.
Yeah. Okay. So we don't know for sure who it is.
So, per source, Giants are calling to jump Steelers. They're trying. That is just something that I'm getting from a guy, person I trust a lot.
Wow. Okay.
Wow. All right. Let's see if it actually happens here.
You just
Giants.
broke it. I mean,
yeah, I'm breaking. Yeah, we're breaking right here live that Seattle is trading down, and it's the Giants are calling. But the thing is that Seattle, what I'm being told right now, wants a lot. Okay. So
because they're going to go out of the first round completely.
Yeah. So this is gonna be one of those things now where the Giants are gonna sit here and say, how much are you giving up to get this high? Right?
Man.
Yep.
Seahawks and Giants potential trade here.
Well, and in this trade, what I'm being told, this is information that nobody's getting, folks. I told people to watch this show. So from my source, this trade would include Kayvon Thibodeau. And so we were talking about that 5th-year option. It also makes it easier to package. It makes it easier to package with, with these situations of like the stable contract, and then it's able to get that extension later.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's 5 minutes left to execute the trade. Let's see
if it actually happens. They got time.
A lot of time to hammer out details.
Yeah, and like I said, we're getting
huge.
There aren't many draft shows that are getting this type of. Now, we're not saying it's the Giants. I didn't say it's 100% happened, but that's the conversation.
That's the conversation that's happening. Yeah.
And so the Seahawks still are on the clock. That clock is still so they're not. They have time.
Okay, so let's assume they don't make the trade. Do we think that Zabel could go here? Could be the pick.
Be Zabel, right?
I would think.
If they stay, I'm going to check this again. Get my guy here.
That is interesting, though, going for Kayvon Thibodeau when you have Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence there. I guess on that outside linebacker, maybe opposite of Mafe, they might want one, but okay.
Yeah, but they also went and got what's his name this offseason from Dallas. So I don't know. They're weird.
Lawrence, DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, DeMarcus Lawrence. So I don't understand that at all.
And Rap just tweeted that, or just said on air, Seahawks are open to moving back. The Bucks are too. So it feels like one team is going to come up for a quarterback in these next 2 spots.
Yeah. Okay. So Seahawks are open to moving back.
So we did say that this was a quarterback move before Rap had it out there. So you're watching Last Second Sports, folks. New media. Okay. Like, no, real talk. Real talk.
I agree.
And so like that's let's go. That's where you want to be. You don't have to be a Niners fan to be watching this.
No, definitely not. Oh man. This is crazy.
3 minutes left.
Yeah, I think look, if you're open to trade, do it, move it. Like, and don't ask for, I don't think, you're moving out of the first round, but again, 18 to 33, it's getting,
it's interesting if it's the Giants. I mean, it's not interesting, but if it's the Giants, the Browns picked up all this capital from trading already. You would think that it would be they would have the capital for sure to go do it.
No
here
trade.
It is.
Seahawks.
No trade. Seahawks are going to pick. So that was
Seahawks
the thing. We didn't say Jordan Schultz said they're 100% trading down. The source I had said they were conversing about it, and it would be a quarterback if it happened. And Gray Zabel is the selection at
Zabel.
18. Okay. That's the most chalk pick. Everybody's been talking about that being the pick for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Mina Kimes.
But we're not done because Tampa Bay could very well trade now.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. Per source, Seattle asked for Kayvon, a second, and 2 1s. Okay, look.
What?
Now, if you're
That's
if this
insane.
is if that were Pittsburgh calling up, we didn't, or excuse me, it's Kayvon. This makes no sense. Why would you? Who's giving up 2 1s in a second and Kayvon to get up? That's ridiculous.
That's way too much. That's no
And
way. But okay. But to be fair, let's give. If Seattle loves this player and now they're moving out of the first round completely, it's either like, hey, we love Gray's Able, and that's who we want to take. But if you're going to make us move off this pick, you're going to pay for it. Otherwise, we don't want to move. I can understand. I mean, it's a lot, and you're basically saying you're not going to trade, but that's I understand their point here.
Yeah. So, Jordan Schultz admit, he's got the blue cheese. He changed his tweet. He didn't say they're talking. He said they are moving down. It says now he's saying again, getting close to trade up for quarterback territory for some teams post Seahawks picks. So yeah, the conversations were absolutely had. Okay. And that's interesting.
Interesting. Well,
see what happens here with the Bucks on the clock.
This is a great so let's talk about it. We figured this would be the pick if they stayed. They did stay. Cool.
Yep.
This is a phenomenal pick. I mean, Seattle has been struggling to solidify the interior of their offensive line for years now.
Yep.
Gray's Able does that, I believe. I think Gray's Able is a fantastic pick. They can play him at any of the interior positions and be perfectly fine. Yeah. And, that doesn't preclude them from drafting another interior player at any of the positions. So Gray's Able, that's a really, really, really good pick. We got Walter Nolan in division. Now we got Gray's Able in division. Our division foes are not doing a bad job here. So,
nope.
They're not doing a bad job.
It would make sense that Tampa Bay wanted to trade down because Jahad Campbell reports that he could slide out of the first with those shoulder issues.
Yeah. Matthew, we're not believing Schultz. We had this source saying that they were in talks with potentially trading down with the Giants. Nothing was imminent. I accidentally had that banner up in case it happened, but I didn't realize I'd clicked it. But no, we never said it was for sure going to happen.
Nope.
But the conversation was Giants moving up with Seattle. That was a real conversation that was had.
So here's what I'm getting again. Teams they're trying to jump Pittsburgh. So you only have a couple chances.
You only got a couple spots. Yeah. Well, I mean, what are we talking about here?
And I really don't see Denver trading down. Well, actually, no. Denver could trade down and take their running back.
Maybe. Well, yeah, maybe.
Depends how far though, because I don't think they want to get out of the first and lose out on Henderson.
That would be the problem. Is they would have to get out of the first. Now the Bucks, we had at Jahad Campbell. But a lot of these edge rushers are gone. Maybe they are totally fine with like a Ezaraku or, a Princely Uman Mielen or something like that. So they might be willing to move out.
Yep.
And so that the Giants or Browns or whoever could move back in. I don't know. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's basically now or never. Otherwise, I'll laugh though if the Steelers
quarterback then.
If the Steelers pick at 21 and don't take a quarterback, would be the funniest thing in the world. Like all these teams are worried. And we got to jump them.
Tampa is going to stay. They are going to stay. I think people are asking for too much, and I understand it. I understand not want to. You're going up for quarterback. You pay a quarterback premium.
Yep.
So Tampa staying here. Yeah.
Also, well, real quick too, people saying that the source was wrong too. It wasn't just Schultz or Rappaport said it as well. He literally said that the Seahawks were looking to trade down. So, it just didn't come together. So, it just didn't come together. Buccaneers are picking. So, is this Jahad Campbell? Is this Ezaraku?
Yeah, I mean,
Is it a corner? Is Jahdae Barron potentially? I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, I've had. Is it James Pierce? Right? Like I've had.
I keep forgetting about James Pierce. Yeah,
but Jahdae Barron makes a lot of sense here. I've been having a mix of Barron or Campbell, and I think that makes a lot of sense.
Kazam says, "Don't mess with the Rohan." Yeah, the trade was way too rich. We heard that it was what was the actual what did Seattle want? What did you get?
Oh yeah, let me give this. So Seattle was asking for where is it at? Hold up. I got to get back to it. Seattle
and Mika Egbuka at 19.
Okay. So Seattle asked for Kayvon a second and 2 1s. That's
whoa,
crazy.
Whoa. That's crazy. But what? Whoa. Why? Make this make sense.
I mean, Chris Godwin, is he back?
They just re-signed him.
I couldn't remember for sure off the top of my head.
They extended him. And then
they also have McMillan, don't they?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so what? This
I mean,
makes no sense.
Yeah, I think Egbuka was the guy that everybody said his interview score, whatever that is like he is like the biggest Boy Scout in the whole draft.
Yeah.
But he's also a really, really solid. He's a really good receiver.
Whoa,
he's going to be
I guess, but not here. What the hell are the Bucs doing?
I think the Bucs prescribed to what they might have had. They're truly going BPA here for them. And I wasn't as
it
high
might
as
be.
Yeah. And I just again
I
can't be mad at guys for getting good players. And Egbuka definitely is a good player. But you're right. And Mike Evans, I mean, he ain't getting younger. Chris Godwin has had injury issues and isn't getting younger. Jalen McMillan is there and rising, but you know, maybe this is just that way of kind of insulating themselves and saying, "Hey, we don't have to wait another couple of years if one of these guys falls off or gets hurt again."
Egbuka had been a big riser from what I heard. Like there were teams. I know Houston was thinking about trading up for him. But he's off the board early, it seems like at 19.
Yep.
Okay. I don't. Are they doing the NBA trade where they draft for somebody else and trade back? I don't know. I don't understand it. When you literally just extended both your outside receivers, you've got McMillan, who showed he is a very good player already as a rookie, and now you add another receiver. When you've got that many needs on defense, I just I don't get it. So 49er fans that are pissed at 11, this is way worse. I'll say that.
I don't mind it, but I don't know how many people had Emeka Egbuka being the number 2 receiver off the board. Matthew Golden is still there.
Yeah, that's true. Some people had Golden as number 1.
I got a couple things here where there's some announcements that says hearing the Steelers are not set on a quarterback, and that the 2 names to keep an eye on there are Omarion Hampton and Derek Harmon. So let's just see if this source is right. So not sure if they're right or not, but that's the names. If not, look for Harmon and Hampton.
Wow. Well, we had Harmon. That's who we mocked there.
Yep.
So hold on. Broncos are on the clock first, though. We still think Travion Henderson?
I think it's Travion here, which is I also think why you're getting the Harmon buzz at 21. Or sorry, Hampton buzz at 21.
Interesting. Okay.
I will say though, McMillan, Egbuka, Godwin, Evans, and Irving for Tampa. That's a lot of talent, folks. That's a lot. I mean, let's be real. And Egbuka comes in as pro ready as it gets, right?
I know. I agree.
And so, you're looking that Tampa team. Don't sleep on this team, man. This offense. I know Liam Cohen's gone, but and with Tristan Wirfs there, I'm sorry. I think they're going to continue to solidify that offensive line as well as the best they can, and score more points. The other guy, right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Wow.
Hey, my guy Kyle Posey said drafting Mykel Williams is like nailing your drive off the tee down the fairway. You're never going to be mad at that outcome. High floor, top run defender, stupid strong, crazy disciplined. Had him 15th overall because of a lack of a pass rush, with my comp Eric Armstead-ish. And I kind of talked about that. This is, and Eric Armstead winning, 18, 17, I think it was back in the day.
Yeah,
I agree. It was a blend of safe and upside. And honestly, to me, I'm very happy with this. I'm happy. I'm very happy they didn't get cute.
I am too. I love the pick from the 49ers. So, listen, we haven't been shy on these draft broadcasts to tell our opinion. If we hated the pick, you would know it.
Oh yes,
We love it. So
Oh,
I'm
we have last year. I think someone still has our Moody reaction clipped somewhere, and then Latu
2 years ago. 2 years ago,
2 years
yeah.
ago, yeah.
2 years
Yeah,
ago.
that- I mean that draft was full of them. I mean that had Cameron Latu. I think I actually got more mad at that. I had Cam Latu as a U. I didn't even have him on. I said he was a UDFA, and you're drafting him. I mean, it's insane.
What about the reaction to Ty Davis Price? You guys remember that one?
Oh, God. I'm not gonna lie. I was at the 49ers draft party in Santa Clara that night, and everybody cheered, and I started laughing because I was pretty confused, I would say. And then like Danny Gray was like 12 after that, but I was like laughing at 93.
Well, to confirm what your source said, David, about the Giants trying to trade with the Seahawks.
Yep.
It has just been tweeted out that the Giants have been trying to get back into round one. So, yes, it was the Giants and the Seahawks, clearly. So,
yep.
Wow. Wow.
Well, they're not done, right? Like I think that's the thing. I think the Giants are still trying to get in.
Yeah,
right?
I know they are.
Yeah, right.
It says they have been trying, meaning
Gotcha.
We're a couple picks in. They have been trying and they continue to try. So here we go.
I think they're trying to drum a potential New Orleans trade up for Jackson Dart.
Potentially. I do think that they want Jackson Dart and not Shador Sanders, though. I do agree with that if they move up.
Yeah.
So hold on. We got some super chats. All Day Everyday Kim says, do y'all like the 49ers pick? Late to the chat. Sorry. Yes, we do. We love the pick. Absolutely love it. Hog20 says, what's up with Michael's ankle? We got an injury guy. No. It's not a long-term thing. He dealt with it last year, easily could have sat and decided to play on it. So in fact, that's more of a positive because you're getting that good of a player on film that was doing so injured. So
yep.
Imagine when he's healthy. All Day Everyday Kim says, freaking real-time breaking news. Good-ish, Dave.
Yeah.
And then SJ Braveheart says, Larry is big mad saying the Niners were fooled. Well, we'll see. Time will tell. It always does. Time will tell. I know he was a big Shamar Stewart guy, so I guess we'll find out. Shamar Stewart goes to the Bengals, and the 49ers got Michael Williams. We'll see in 3 years who the better player was.
I wonder if a trade up is coming here. Denver is.
It does seem like they're taking a long time. Yeah. No trade in front of the Steelers. The Broncos are staying put. Yep. It's going to be Travion.
So this could be a running back.
Broncos are staying put, you said?
Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
They're staying put.
They're staying put.
Okay. Yeah,
Travion
Henderson. Yep.
I think so. Come on. Who's the pick? Who's the pick? Who's the pick? Who's the pick? Who is it? I think it's Travion. Real quick, I just want to give a shout out to everybody in the chat. Between YouTube and Twitter, we've got almost 2,000 people watching.
Awesome.
Over 1,350 on Twitter, over 600 on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody,
for
supporting the
at
channel.
20. No,
Jade Barron.
Jade Barron.
Wow. Hey, hold on. Jade Barron was my second favorite prospect in the whole draft. I didn't think it would happen at Denver, but I absolutely love Jade Barron. And you pair him in that defense right now with all the additions that they've made, already one of the top defenses in the league, added some good 49er players, and now Jade Barron, that defense is for real right now. Well, very, very stout defense.
Watch out for the Rams and Trevion Henderson, folks.
Oh God!
Okay.
Please no. Please,
watch out for the Rams and Trevion Henderson. That was the guy that we were told that the Rams were in on. And this is the thing: Genti nobody traded up for Genti, right? He did fall. He went to 6. Teams that were thinking about running back have passed. So I think teams are saying, "Hey, this is a deep running back class." And so I think the Broncos were prudent here. And I like Trevion Henderson a lot. I totally think this is the smarter decision for a player that I really liked as well. And I actually had on my list as being originally okay with it at 11. about a month ago, but not ecstatic about.
Marco says stop big timing him and invite him. Listen, bud, you have a birthday to attend, so don't
Tend to
out of here with that.
Tend to your wonderful wife, right?
Yeah,
like be a good husband for once. Like like seriously. I mean, she waited her whole life to get married, and you're the result. And this is what you're doing. You're texting your buddies on her birthday.
Oh man, that's too good. Nick does not agree with Marco. He loves us. He says it's great show, guys, very entertaining. Nick, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Jade Barron, man, I love Jade Barron. Okay, the Broncos made calls to move up, made calls to try to move out. But at pick 20, they end up with Jade Barron, extremely smart, versatile corner who was coached by Vance Joseph's cousin at Texas. That makes a lot of sense. There you go. Now interesting.
We're at Pittsburgh, and I think
if
this
the
is
Rams,
still going to be
I hope I do too. I hope both running backs are available when the Rams get there, only to see if A, they take a running back, and B, we heard Travion Henderson. I forget who it was that was on with, I think it was Joel Klatt said that he heard Amarion Hampton. So I want to see, it does obviously seem like the Rams are in on a running back, but I want to see which one. I want to see who's right. Did we hear it right or did he scoop it right? So we'll only know if they're both there. And if they don't take running back at all, it'll be hilarious.
Oregon defensive tackle, Derek
Harmon.
There it is.
Hey, we're getting our Bach in a couple of these. Let's go.
What did we say? Harmon or Hampton? Did they say that?
Yep.
Right. So there it is.
So running backs continue to drop off the board. It seemed like the value that people thought was there isn't necessarily coming together right now.
Interesting. Hey, Oregon Duck right there. Derek Harmon, I love you, bud. Not as much as I like Nolan, but I do like Derek Harmon. So it's funny though. It's funny though because everybody was trying to jump the Steelers, and then they ended up not taking a quarterback. So, all right. Do you think they're confident they're getting Aaron Rodgers? Like, what's going on over there, man?
I don't think so.
Probably, but I don't know. I mean, that's a real big question. Or maybe they're just playing the smart game and realize we don't think any of these guys are first-round picks. We're not going to reach for a quarterback when we don't have to after taking Pickett back in 22?
Oh, I forgot that they're in on Kirk Cousins too. So maybe it's Kirk Cousins.
Yep. And also though, let's watch Cleveland here, right? Like they could be a team that says, hey, these guys are falling closer to we don't have to give up as much. And you can go get a guy like, I mean, anybody you want, right? So I think I still think could Shedeur fall out of the first round? Yes. I still think there's going to be, I'm not going to be surprised when there's a couple of quarterbacks taking the next several picks here. Minnesota I guarantee you Minnesota wants out. They've got 4 picks.
They definitely want out. Yeah.
And so I think then if I'm Minnesota, I'm like, hey, you want up? I'm not going to ask for what Seattle asked for. It's asinine, right? We don't need it. We don't got to do that. I'm going down 10 spots. Who cares? Like, give me another 2. I'm good. I honestly, if from 24, you can get the Giants 2 second-round picks, that's not a bad deal at all.
No, it's not.
I mean, you missed your 5th-year option. Right, go ahead.
Keenan says, enjoying the draft show. Much love, fellas. Member for 18 months. I got to take a chance to plug the membership real quick. I think it's only $1.99 a month, and every month you basically get a super chat here as a part of that membership. So if you're going to do super chats, you might as well join the membership and take your free super chat every single month. I appreciate it, Keenan. Yeah, man. Jeez. Quarterbacks. I will say that who was it? It was Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter took the under on 2.5 quarterbacks taken in round 1 the other day. So there we go.
Interesting.
So we are on the clock with. I'm getting so bad.
LA Chargers.
There we go. There it is.
Let's
see
what they got.
No, not up.
Nothing.
So here are the Chargers. Who do we mock them to? I've been looking at, Loveland in the past, things like that. I thought I've been mocking edge here. I think James Pierce could be a guy here that makes a lot of sense. I think that, they still got, if I'm looking at my best available and I'm seeing guys like, I'm seeing James Pierce. I got my green if you're good with it. I've got Donovan Ezeraku.
Tyleik Williams.
Tyleik Williams as a D line, yes.
We still got that corner there.
Yeah, that's true. But one thing about Tyleik that I look at is you got to remember Michigan staff, they saw Ohio State guys. So, they may have seen it up close and personal and like Tyleik. So,
and here's the thing about the Steelers that I don't know if you mentioned, but the Steelers don't have a second-round pick.
Ooh. So they're not going to get a quarterback.
No.
Then are they got to be trading for Kirk Cousins or they think Aaron Rodgers is coming? I would think. I don't know. Interesting.
To me, it's if you're looking at the guys that are available here, and about trade backs. I mean, if I'm any of these teams, I'm talking about trading back at this point. I think you're foolish not to take a trade back from the Giants if they want to give you something. I just don't think there's anybody here. I mean, I love James Pierce, right? But I think there's a lot of parity right now. So they're going to be able to find a partner. I think that, to me, Minnesota makes just too much sense.
Hold on. I do want to throw out, though, for the Rams as well, as the Rams are approaching. Do they take their future quarterback?
They could.
Right? The Rams could take their future quarterback as well. You got Matthew Stafford who's aging. So
I see that happening. I mean, imagine if they get Shador.
Ooh, interesting. I don't know. We'll see. But we are still waiting for the Chargers pick. They could really do anything, honestly. I don't,
I feel like if they pass on Johnson, those medicals are really I think it really shows
for real bad. Yeah, they are. They're for real bad. So, which sucks for him because he was a top 10 prospect before that came out. So it's too bad. All it takes is one, though. If one team saw it differently, then he can get taken. But you're right. If Will Johnson doesn't go here, then the medicals have got to be very, very iffy. Very iffy.
Yeah, and that's the idea of what if the Rams go Shador? I mean, yeah. So, hold on 1 second.
That would be crazy. I mean, it's not that far-fetched. Not crazy far-fetched, but just crazy wow. He made it all the way there, and now they've got their quarterback of the future. That would that works. That plays. So
John Lynch said the 49ers thought Michael Williams would be picked earlier. That didn't come to fruition. San Francisco got him without trading up.
So they were going to trade up. They were trying to trade up to get Michael, potentially. That's what he's saying.
Possibly. Take everything that John Lynch says.
He said they tried to trade up for Michael Williams, but it didn't work, but they landed him anyways. And Chris Kosarek said that Michael Williams was the best edge setter in college football last year.
Okay. Yeah, I don't actually disagree with that in a lot of ways. But I will say this. I'm very glad they didn't trade up for him.
Oh, no, me too. No. Listen, I love Michael. If they had traded up and given, let's say, pick, 75 or 100 to do so, I would not have been very happy with that. So I'm glad they didn't. But we also know Schultz did tweet out earlier that they did try to trade up. So that does corroborate. 49ers tried to trade up for him. Thank goodness it didn't go through.
Yep.
And what were the Panthers worried about? Ted McMillan not being there at 11? Like, what?
Yeah, it's interesting now. We're looking at the best available for the Chargers. I mean, where is the pick in? Oh my gosh, they still got 3 minutes on the clock.
I think honestly, they were worried about Dallas potentially leapfrogging 2 spots to take them.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe. That's fair. Yes. Who did the Bears end up going with? I forget now.
Loveland.
Oh, Loveland. That's right.
Yeah.
They did go tight end. They just went Loveland. Okay.
Oh boy, I tell you what.
Who are we thinking this would be?
I
You guys
tell you,
got
I
Edge?
don't know. I don't
really
know.
don't know.
I honestly, I don't.
I could also see running back being here. You know, like there's
I
that kind
can
of
see
thing where
running
they,
back.
I mean, J.K. Dobbins, are we really banking on that? There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell you're banking on J.K. Dobbins being healthy, right?
They
So
did sign Najee. I don't know. Is Dobbins still on the roster?
I thought so.
I
Or
don't
did
think
they
so.
lose him?
Oh,
I thought they
I-
lost
so.
him this
I might
offseason, and then
okay.
yeah.
Okay, then put it this way: Najee Harris ain't stopping anybody from a running back getting on the team.
No.
This is
Yeah.
a low.
You know who I think that they might sign though, and we'll see if he's gotten healthier at all. But Nick Chubb, I mean Chubb's still out there. I could see them taking him as well and just doing a 1-2 tandem.
But is he
and
done?
feeling comfortable with that?
Is Nick Chubb even like?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
they just made it work with a guy that a lot of people thought was
True.
done too.
That's
you
true.
know, and Dobbins. So who knows? Who knows? I mean, they've got a great offensive line over there, so pretty easy to run behind that offensive line, I would say.
Well,
I don't know what they're going to do.
I'm going to fill the old water bottle up, boys.
Alrighty. See you
I'll
in a
be
minute.
back.
Okay.
The Niners are going to trade up by the time you're coming back.
Yeah. Niners trade up for Walter Nolan, who was picked pick 16. Wait, he's not there anymore? I could have sworn. Did we not cross him off the board? What's going on over here? I know. We were just talking about it. If the Rams take Shador Sanders. Stayed pat and got their guy. Yep, they did. The Niners did. Kudos to them. I'm happy with Michael Williams. Okay, so could they go safety here? Could they go Malachi Starks? Could they go Amos?
But I think they honestly like their two with James
That's
and
true.
Alohi Gilman.
Oh yeah, I forgot that they got. I forgot. Yeah. I knew they had James. but I
Honestly,
didn't
was
realize-
thinking like, I don't know. I was seeing who exactly. I honestly don't know who would be a good fit here. Like,
as a Raku, maybe.
yeah. Do they like does that scheme?
Watch them go Mike
so-
Green. That would be the
That would be
wild.
so
Actually,
funny.
it wouldn't be that wild. Remember, I mean the characters they were taking when Harbaugh was in town, man.
Yeah.
maybe Mike Green's the guy.
Ones.
Yeah, it was. It's like, you know what? We'll just put Mike Green with
Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack and let him learn from him. He'll be a pro by the time, Khalil leaves and we'll be good to go. I don't know. Just that would be freaking crazy. That would be wild.
I feel like we're in for a surprise here.
Yeah, this has taken a while. Are they trading
They're
out?
down to
Talk about a
40
team that would
seconds.
trade out. Talk about a team that would trade out. It would be the Chargers. They absolutely would.
Yeah. 30 seconds left. Or 12.
I mean, at
don't
this
know,
point, if there's not a guy that you love, why not trade out? And
yeah.
listen, if they could just move back with the Giants and take Thibodeau, they've got their edge rusher of the future, and then they get the pick. I mean, that might work for them.
Yeah.
That actually might work for them. So we'll see.
All right. It says 5 seconds on my screen.
Dude, this is the longest, right?
Yeah.
We've had it by now with everybody. This is kind of wild.
Okay. The pick is in, according to ESPN on the broadcast.
But this
But
is
we don't know
crazy.
who
We
the
always
pick
have
is.
it. Yeah, what is going on, man? We've had the pick a million times over by now.
We usually have the next pick by now.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're usually like 2 picks ahead. We got nothing. Leave it up to Harbaugh, man.
Okay.
Who is it? What are we doing here? Oh, uh-oh. Sorry for you Warriors fans. Jimmy Butler looks to be missing game 3.
We just got to snag one somehow. I don't know.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Oh, I'm going to say an interesting name. I don't think it would be, Imagine it's the UCLA kid, Schweisinger, Carson Schweisinger, hybrid linebacker here.
Adam says John and Kyle ran out of the press conference. Like early? Like they okay. I'm curious, like in a rush? Like they just are about to make a trade? What's going on?
Omarion Hampton.
Chargers are taking Omarion Hampton, so it was a running back. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Omarion Hampton. That's wow. Okay.
David, we can't hear you, by the way.
Yeah.
My bad. I probably got ahead of you. Yeah. So yeah, Hampton's he's a different back, but he's still got juice too. I mean, there's a lot of people that were talking about him being up in the top 12 potentially for a long time. So
yeah,
I get it. I get it. Like they need a running back. They really do. And I just said this confirms. And in a lot of ways, yeah. In fact, I'm in the shadow league where we have to draft. I would almost kind of wish now that if I would have known Omarion Hampton was going there, I would have taken him. Where we you shadow stack a team with rosters based on you can take anybody as long as they haven't been drafted before your pick. And boy, if that ends up being the bell cow with Justin Herbert, he's going to be a valuable fantasy player.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
With Greg Roman.
Chargers shrug off trade calls and take a running back. So Giants sounds like we're trying to. Well, I was just saying. I mean, the Giants, if they were willing to give up Thibodeau and pick 34 or whatever it is, I feel like the Chargers should have done it. We don't know what those talks were like, but
yeah,
I feel like that would have been a nice spot.
I know a guy, and this is an insight, but it's just like I know Marco loved Omarion Hampton as a player.
Yeah.
Right. So like this is I can share that from him. The idea that and
Latavius Murray, man. Latavius Murray.
Yeah, he's a stud. So I think the Chargers are, and I don't mind that. Bottom half of the first, I'm good. Running backs, and like I think that's also the Giants. Joe Shane's got to be a little frustrated he can't get a deal done, but he's got to be happy that he's not having to pay the capital that he might need to. And if they can end up getting one of the quarterbacks, his master plan that came to fruition by not having to pass on a player of the quality of Abdul Carter.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Man, oh man. This is crazy. Okay, so last team in the division that we got to worry about is the Rams.
Yep.
We're getting
Packers
close.
Packers are getting trade calls again. So the trade calls continue here.
Okay, whoa, hold on. Golden, though. We talk about a receiver, Golden.
I was told by another source that it was going to be Golden or McMillan to the Packers if they fell.
Oh, okay.
Now it could be that my source could be wrong, but that's not a source I'm dead on. But that was what I was told. I don't know if I completely agree, but that's what I was given.
Okay. I'll take it.
Interesting.
It's not the source, but a source. I got you.
A source, yes.
That's funny. Okay, so we talked about the Chargers. The Packers are definitely a team that you would think would be willing to trade back, as are the Vikings. So if the Giants are not able to get to 23 or 24, what do you do, right? Because it's like, who else at this point? You know what I mean? Who else?
Yep.
I don't know. It's Bills, I guess.
Yep.
We had them actually we had them trading with Washington at 29 was our board, and we had them taking Jackson Dart at 29. So
yep,
we'll see if we're right about that. But they've been trying since pick 18. So it's like literally they've called everybody but pick 18. This is wild.
Yep.
I mean, from pick 18 on, like that's insane. So we'll see. Are the Packers making a pick? It would be interesting. At number 23, the Packers are getting trade calls similar to the Chargers at number 22.
Yep.
So it would be interesting. Packers also, by the way, could use Kayvon Thibodeau. But it would be interesting if the Packers, who are the home team for this draft, traded out and didn't make a pick in round one. That would be kind of funny.
Yep.
So it's a possibility. Michigan Will Johnson Jr. has knee issues. that has concerned some NFL teams. That helps explain why he still has not been selected.
All right, we got Eagles discussing moving up with the Packers. It's Howie Roseman that's trying to go up.
Whoa.
James Pierce time, folks. James Pierce time, folks.
Oh, no.
I'm not saying that's it. But just watch
Or
for that and watch
Simmons
for
time.
Well, I don't think it's Simmons. I think you're watching for a cornerback here too. This could be. I mean, I don't know what they think.
Hold on.
Yep.
No. I don't think Will. Actually, I'll throw one out to you.
Yep.
I'll throw one out to you. What about
as you do? I think it's offensive line. I think they're trying to jump Houston for an offensive lineman.
Interesting.
Okay, that's good. What if it's Malachi Starks, knowing
Yes,
that
he loves
24 Minnesota Vikings?
They love Malachi Starks. That is another person I was told that they really like Malachi Starks a lot more than people think. That could be it. You're right. I'm also looking at that. Eamon Worry is a guy that I think is going to be interesting to look at. Yeah, a lot of fun things could happen here. And if there's other teams, if I'm the Niners, man, I'm wondering here a little bit too. What would it take to get up to 24 with Minnesota? You're not going to go and for a team that wants to trade back. And again, they could say, well, we're not going to accept this deal. Well, you got 4 picks. So what's it going to be? Put a little pressure on them.
Niners have a lot of comp picks too next year that they could throw in. So they could say, hey, we'll give you 43, 138 and a 3rd rounder next year or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh man, Eagles trying to move up. This is crazy. Well, it's talk about a team that has a lot of picks next year. The Eagles are stacked with picks next year. They've been stockpiling 2026 picks since last draft season. So they have maneuverability because of that as well. And usually the Eagles are a team that move back and stockpiles future picks. So the fact they're trying to move up, there's a player here they clearly love. Lots of clock being burned here the last few picks.
Packers are picking.
Trade talks.
They're not
Packers
trading.
stay put at 23 and make their pick. Here we go.
I think this is Matthew Golden.
Which would not be an Eagles pick. So that the Eagles and Vikings start to make sense, though, as potential trade partners, right?
So do the Giants and Vikings.
Yeah, that's true. Yep, that's true.
Now, who are the Giants jumping here? I know the Browns might want to get up.
I honestly think I like where you're thinking, Jesse. I think the Eagles and Vikings make sense because Minnesota could trade back again with that 32 because everybody wants that 5th-year option and get some extra capital to go to the top of the 2nd. And
Matthew
Golden.
Well, my source was right. My source
Matthew
told
Golden?
me. My source was very confident that it was Golden or McMillan if they fell, and that's accurate, completely accurate information. Yep.
Damn. Matthew Golden. Wow. Okay.
We're breaking news, folks.
Breaking the news. Matthew Golden.
And here,
23 to the Packers.
I'll say this. There are a lot of teams, there are a lot of guys that think Golden really does have the total package as a route runner, separator, kind of silky smooth like that. I'm not as high on him. I'm not like I think he's a good player. I said the Packers, I'm worried that the Packers, though, drafted another guy that's kind of just a guy, but a good guy, right? Which is good. Having lots of good receivers, volume is, Christian Watson can't stay healthy. Jaden Reed is like a Debo, who they very rarely uses a Debo. I don't get it.
Uses a Debo. Yeah, it's weird.
Romeo Dobbs, Bo Melton. Like I get it. So you're giving your quarterback another weapon. I'm never mad at that. And if that's yeah.
Okay, so the Vikings either trade back here with the Eagles or the Giants, or they take Malachi Starks. We agree.
Yes, that's what I think. I'm kind of looking at this where.
I mean, we don't know anything. That's just our guess, right? Like we're not.
Yeah, I also think
this one.
I think the Vikings have to consider premium players. They're not going to go after Josh Simmons, obviously, with Darisaw and O'Neal, right? But running back could be in play here too. Like they only have 4 picks, so if you're not trading and they don't have a 2nd round pick, right? You're just drafting the best player on your board. Let's be real. You don't. I mean, it really isn't about positional versus like. Premium here. You don't have that many picks. You don't trade out. Just get the best guy on your board. Period. That literally does not matter. I could see. I could see a lot of things here. I think it's probably going to be Starks, and I think the Eagles wanted them to jump. And the Vikings have been very open to trading down. They have the fewest picks of any. Yeah, okay. Again, Schultz just said what we just said, right? They have the fewest picks of any team with just 4.
Yep.
So
a guy called Ed said, do you think that the 49ers, any of their 21st round grades are still there? I would say if they were, it's either Malachi Starks or Travion Henderson, and that is it. So, or Simmons, I guess, maybe Simmons, but I would say Malachi Starks probably, and then that's it. Would be my guess, but I could be wrong about
I
that.
feel like they're going to trade down. It just feels like it.
Yeah, the Vikings absolutely should trade down here. But again, they could use a Malachi Starks, and it's not like the Vikings are far away. You know, you add a Malachi Starks, and if he's that good, you think he's that good. That I mean, that team is it's a stacked roster right now. So,
and that's the first time since 2002 the Packers have used a first round pick on a receiver. Interestingly enough, yep,
that is interesting.
It's a long time, 23 years.
That is a long time.
Yeah,
holy moly.
Yep.
Okay, so Vikings are on the clock. Man, oh man.
Yeah, I'm going to go Malachi Starks here. I think that's the pick. I think that makes sense. I think he's a starter day 1, which matters when you only have 4 picks, and and I think he's just a very safe player, but I think is much better. And somehow took a slide because he ran a 40 in the 4. I don't care. Like I don't care about that. I know what he does in games, and you can count on him anywhere on the field, anywhere.
Well, we talked about Brian Branch earlier. We talked about that with Jahdae Barron, but Malachi Starks comps to Brian Branch as well, and they both ran in the 4.5. So yeah, and you talk about a defensive coordinator that loves versatility. I mean, that's it right there. I mean, he could play star, he could play slot, he could play safety, free or strong. Like you're getting a player that can do a lot. So Malachi Starks would be definitely worth it if the Vikings took him. But I think trading out does make a lot of sense. We'll see.
Yeah, and they are pick is in.
They got 5 minutes.
They've got a pick.
They took it.
Okay.
They took it.
Yep. And so this is taking forever, though. I don't understand. Like,
yeah, we're getting slow because people are trying to trade up now. That's what's taking so long. Everybody's trying to trade for these picks right now.
We'll see. I think it's Starks or Henderson. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Could be even worry too. Those are those. I think Starks, even worry, Henderson would be the 3 I'm looking at. I could see Flores.
So the Texans going to take Josh Simmons next?
Yes, I believe so.
And if they wanted to trade up, and so if they can get
Donovan Jackson to the Vikings.
Oh, that's a great pick.
I don't know.
Wow.
I missed on that. I forgot that was the last link to a perfect offensive line.
Oh my gosh, that's a great pick by the Vikings. Wow.
Because they lost their left guard, right?
He reserved. Well, they talked about Garrett Bradbury a while ago, but like, who was it? Elfman?
No, I know that they added Kelly and then Fries in free agency.
Yeah, so they have Kelly and Fries, and now you've got Donovan Jackson. Like this is honestly
plug and play left guard now. Yeah,
and they clearly look at him as a guard, and that's where I looked at him as well. Even though I knew he could play tackle, because they're not going to move off of O'Neal and Darisaw. They both have long-term contracts, right? Like this is awesome for the Vikings, and honestly. If you're a Vikings fan right now, you got to be geeked because
it's a great pick.
You have, I mean, if McCarthy pans out, and everybody knows how I feel about KOC. I know some certain guys think it's a joke, but I think the KOC is
it's a good.
This team.
Hey, Jordan Mason's about to eat, y'all. Jordan Mason's about to eat behind that offensive line.
hey, this team is going to score points, man. I'm just saying.
They are, yeah.
And Florida, like this team is. Yeah. Donovan Jackson was my
great pick. Wow, what a great pick.
He's been on my guy list since the college football playoffs the whole way. My first team, and then I moved to second team because I still was considering him as a tackle, but I had him as offensive. If I put him in the guard spot, I had him on first team. And This is the guy. This is the guy I wanted to trade back into the end of the first round for. I was saying this it would have been Donovan Jackson. Honestly, the only offensive lineman I would have traded up into the first round for. So that's. So who we got in the clock, folks? We got
the Texans. We got the Texans. They got to go Simmons here. I got to imagine, or Connerly. They could go Connerly, Simmons or Connerly.
Yeah, I could see that. I think Josh Simmons was the play here, but I also don't. I actually had him off my board in the first round, so I just don't trust the patella tendon injury. It's a serious injury with high likelihood of re-aggravation, and it's just not something I feel comfortable with. People could say at the end of the first round it's a dart throw anyway, so you grab the potential lottery ticket, and I do understand that, but yeah,
this is wow. I can't believe that they haven't been able to trade back. Okay, so to be fair, it is a big possibility now on our mock. We did have the Giants trading up to 29. With
Giants are coming up. They're here
right now.
They're here
with the
Giants are coming up.
The Giants have traded up with Houston.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
This got to be Jackson.
They need offensive line so bad. That's so crazy.
Well, the thing is, though, they also need. I'm good with it because I think what I just say, Jess. I said that Donovan Jackson is the only guy I would have traded up for, into the first round. Josh Simmons is off my board first round.
No, the Rams are. Wait, I just got a tweet that the Rams are also trading. Rappaport just said the Rams are trading.
No, the Giants are on the clock, but the Rams might be trading. Yes, but the Giants are on the clock at 25. Okay. The Rams might be trading back.
On the clock. So the Giants taking Dart. Gotta imagine, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That Donovan Jackson pick might be my favorite pick of the first round. I think the Vikings with limited picks, you get a plug and play starter, and you make a strength even stronger in that offensive line.
And is that who the Texans wanted?
That's what I'm saying. That's who I've been mocking to the Texans for a long time.
Okay.
34, 99, and a third rounder next year for 25.
Oh, that's great.
That's okay. That's a good haul.
That's not bad at all. Yeah.
Dude, wait, 2/3. Wait a minute. 34, 2/3 in a second.
2/3 in a second.
That's great. And the third is, and the second is the top of the second. They moved down like 9 spots.
They're still going to be able to get an offensive lineman.
Yes. This is a
Ariante Ursary maybe or something like that.
That's a phenomenal. And the Giants didn't have to give up much either. This is Joe Shane knocked this out of the park, and he still has a second round pick from that trade with no, that's the Browns I'm thinking of. Never mind.
That's the Browns. Yeah. The Browns got the Browns are the ones that got the haul. So this is going to be it right here. Jackson Dart, I imagine.
Yep.
Or is it Shador?
So the Giants,
is it Chuck?
The Giants traded number 34, 2025 third, and the future 6th. So they did not
I said 34. I see 34.99 and 2026 third is what I've got.
Oh, I'm seeing from Ari Myrov. It says the Giants have traded the number 34 pick, a 2025 third, and a future 6th rounder.
No, I've seen multiple reports right now that
this one just came. But Myrov just
Schefter and Rapp just said 34.99 and a 26 third. So I'm assuming that's the case.
Got it wrong.
I bet Myrov saw the 2026 and thought that was a 6th. Yep, you're right. That's a great trade.
And it's Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart.
Is it Jackson Dart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like we knew Dable wanted him over Sanders. We knew that.
Yeah, that's true. It is very true. Jackson Dart. Wow. And
so we've got the Rams, teams with some questions now. The Rams are there. They could take a quarterback. The Saints still are there. The Browns still are there.
Watch the Rams
go Shador.
Watch the Rams take Shador.
I know.
He actually absolutely fits in to McVay, Shanahan.
Perfectly.
And here's the thing. You at this point in the draft, is there truly better value been a potential starting quarterback at this spot with this level of parity and just kind of like up in the air,
agree.
crapshoot. I would not think this is Shedeur Sanders is my QB1 in the draft. And then, again, this isn't a great QB draft, so that's not saying a lot. Okay. But I do like Shedeur a lot. We talked about last night about the tropes of like, oh, he's going to be this athlete. Guys, he's a pocket passer, man. And he actually does have plus pocket, mobility, but he's not, he's not a burner, but so what? He doesn't have the big arm, but he doesn't have a bad arm. And it's like, this is exactly what thrives in McVay and Shanahan's offenses.
I know. No, Shedor's a perfect pick for them. A perfect pick. Wow. Okay. So we got Jackson Dart. Hey, we nailed it. We did have Jackson Dart going to the Giants in our mock. We just had it at 29, not 25. So
yep. And they did a great job. So QB1 for me was Shedeur, QB2 was Jackson Dart, QB3 was Cam Ward for me. So the Titans would not take. The offer the Giants gave them.
It's great. It is crazy that they didn't take it.
But that also shows the Giants were going up for Cam Ward. Right? And so they were willing to trade that, like thinking Cam's that much more worth than Jackson Dart. I don't understand it. I just don't.
15 hours ago, Ricky had posted Abdul Carter and TBD at quarterback at the end of round 1, no matter what. That's funny.
Okay, so hopefully we get some fireworks to end the night here.
I know. Well, I mean, Sanders, right? Cleveland should be trying to get back up here, I think. Get the 5th-year option on them.
I was thinking Cleveland for Sanders, yeah. But I was thinking, honestly, Cleveland for Sanders with Hunter in the fold as well. They did not get Hunter, so we'll see.
No.
So I think what's clear is, though, that Dable did get the guy he wanted. And you always, you guys say quarterbacks, but for quarterbacks and coaches, I do think there's a degree of importance there to other positions way. But yeah, you probably do want the quarterback you want. And so that is encouraging, right? Because I'd rather have the coach I don't want the coach dictating everything, but I'd rather have the coach believing in a quarterback than the coach having to have other positions if you're a quarterback coach. That being said, we've seen Kyle not be able to figure that out. And with guys up high, right? So I don't know. Another trade. The Falcons are on the clock.
Texans trade with the Giants. Oh, wow. Falcons! They want a quarterback. Just kidding.
Where are the Falcons?
Hold on, whoa! The Rams are moving back. Then.
Yeah, the Rams are moving back 20 spots to 46.
Falcons probably giving up a future pick. I bet the Falcons are giving up. This is where I can see
second?
They already went Jalen Walker. Could they be going here for Will Johnson? Could they be going to double up and say Jalen Walker's going to be this
Jahad Campbell?
Well, Jahad's still there.
I think so.
Yeah, Jahad's there.
I could also see them saying, "Hey, let's take Walker and Pierce and have fun." I don't know. Like, there's a lot that could go on here.
Whoa. Okay, so the Rams are moving back.
Who is worth a trade up of 20 spots? I am very intrigued right now.
I am too.
I will say this. I think that, if I'm looking at it, of course, if Will Johnson's if there could be one team that says, wait a minute, I believe in Will Johnson. He's a top 10 pedigree talent if he's healthy. If he can get healthy, let's do this. I think this could be that. I think it could be Jihad. I think it could be, is Josh Simmons even a guy that you're looking at that might be? I doubt it for the injury.
I think it's defense for sure.
Yeah.
Could this be? I was thinking safety, but I don't know if you trade 20 spots.
What's Georgia's
safety?
Gotta be
trenches, I feel.
not Georgia's safety, but Georgia's center. Maybe it's for him.
No.
They lost their center.
Wilson? No, I think it's defense.
I think so too, but
Falcons trade a first-round pick in 2026, 242 and 46 for the Rams, 26 and 101. They moved a first-round pick next year.
So what did they give up?
They gave up 46, a 242, and a first-round pick next year for 26 and 101. So a second,
great
a
trade for
future
the
first,
Rams.
and a third. Oh, sorry, a second, a future first, and
No,
a
a
seventh
seventh.
for a first and a third.
That's a great
I
trade
mean,
for the Rams. It's a good trade for both, I guess. But damn, that's a good trade for the Rams. Wow.
and they went down to 46. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, that wasn't
they went
that- they
down
didn't have
20
to go-
spots and got a first round pick.
Yo, that's no brainer.
Now they got 2 first-round picks next year, and so if they want a quarter, if Stafford's
Yep.
gone after this year and they want their quarterback, now they're stockpiling picks. So there you go. Wow.
And now they have 2
smart
second
trade.
round picks, and that's not that much of a difference between being where they're at and going to the second round. Let's be real.
Player on the
No.
board remaining is still worth this, though. That's my only
I
question.
don't. Yeah, that's what I don't get. I don't get why anybody would move up for anybody other than a
They
quarterback.
must have had like a first round grade on whatever player they
James
take.
Pierce,
Maybe
there it
it's
is. What I
James
say.
Pierce,
They
you
double
said
up
it.
with Jalen
Okay.
Walker and James Pierce and have fun. Dude, this is honestly, I was thinking about the Niners doing the same thing, saying I was about ready to talk about this, about Mike Hill, and say, why not get your guy who's more of that true, like, designated pass rusher? Like, boy, that would be cool. Like, honestly, I mean, that Walker and Pierce, man, like, that's fun. Like, that's exciting stuff. Like, you got your DC, Jeff Ulbrich is going in there, and he's like, all right, let's get to work in the lab. I think it's fun.
Oh no, I do too. I just, a first-round pick next year. That's
But here's the thing.
give up a lot.
That's who I have. James Pierce is, look, James Pierce, by all the respected people, he didn't even play poorly his junior year at all.
No.
And we were talking about James Pierce as the number 1 overall prospect all offseason last year, like top 5 for sure. And all of a sudden, like, that's the type of pedigree this guy has. Now, if is that off the field, the bar, whatever it was, hey man, you just got a guy that you think is a top 5 caliber player, and you're going to be a winning team, and you hope that you're drafted around 26, 27 next year. Like,
No, it's a good. I get it. Ravens are now on the clock, though. Ravens are now on the clock.
I will say this, though. I mean, the trade value might not have been there, but they had 2 potential, top 15 talents at edge rusher.
I know. It's true.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's really, really got to pay off now, but okay.
Yeah. Well, they needed an edge and they got 2. So, that's.
Yeah.
Ram. They also got the Rams 101st pick.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, they got a
Okay,
third.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is, no, it's good. It's not like it was a good trade for both teams. It was. That future first, though, is.
I mean,
For the Rams, it's nice.
I'm not
because
certain-
they can go get a quarterback potentially next year.
I'm not certain the Rams won this trade.
Oh, I think they won it for what they need. I don't think they got over on the Falcons necessarily. I don't think they pulled one on the Falcons. I think that this is a trade that both teams potentially can walk away and say they were winners.
Yep.
Depending on what James Pierce is. The Rams were never going to take Pierce, right? And we were struggling to figure out who it would be. We're like, oh, maybe it's Sanders. So it's not like we had a prospect on the board for them at 26 that they had to take. So
That's
Ravens. Now, do they do something crazy here?
I will say this on the trade value chart. Let's just say the Falcons win the Super Bowl and it's the 37th pick. They still gave up 2,522 points and are getting back only 2,010 points.
Okay,
So
it's fair.
it is skewed in the Rams' favor, and so they're essentially the difference could be, but the difference also is like a 3rd round pick, I guess, in this case, on a trade value trade.
So did the Ravens take Jahad Campbell, or do they do something crazy and pair another freak safety with their already freak safety and take Amenwari?
I feel like it's safety, right? Amenwari or yeah.
With him and Hamilton together? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That would be nuts. Absolutely nuts.
I don't know, man. I could lose Walker and Pierce, Raheem Morris too, and Jeff. This is.
Or do they say F it? We want Travion Henderson to pair with Lamar and What's his name at running back? That would be crazy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's there? Why am I trying to blank on the
Who
running
are
back?
we
It's been
talking
a long
about?
night. Ravens. The Ravens are on the clock. Yes.
Oh, at running back. I mean, Justice Hill. You've got oh my God, Derrick Henry.
King Henry. King Henry. Yeah, yeah.
But like, yeah, the future
reaction by one source to the Falcons trading a future first round pick to come back in. Quote, what the F?
Yeah.
That was from Jordan Schultz. Whoa. Okay. Well. That's crazy. Okay, so we've got the Ravens, the Lions, the Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles to round out the first round. Tyler Booker is who we mocked to the Ravens. That is not possible anymore. Malachi Starks is still there.
Is this an offensive lineman?
Yeah.
Like, do they take one of the tackles?
But who? I don't think a tackle, no, because they've got their tackles. Unless they think the tackle can play guard. They just got Rosengarten last year. They drafted a Rosengarten.
I wonder if they kick him in.
If they think he can play guard, I guess. They traditionally love big mauling guards. So Tyler Booker made a lot of sense, but who now? Oh,
it
unless
felt
they
like
take one
Booker
of the Georgia guys.
Or Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, they could take one of the Georgia guys, though, too.
Yeah, Wilson or what's the other one? Ratledge? Tate
Fairchild?
Ratledge?
Oh, Ratledge.
Or Fairchild?
Ratledge and Fairchild, yeah.
Yeah.
Wilson's their center. Or do they go corner? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know what the Ravens are going to do here.
Yep.
They could go Malachi Starks. They could go.
It is like defense. Do they trade out of the spot?
They could go Jahad Campbell too. By the way, I mean they're still trying to replace Patrick Queen. That's a good player that they could put right next to Roquan Smith. So
you could go
Campbell makes a lot of sense.
You could go receiver here. You could go. You could go corner here too. I'm just telling like there's. I just think there's a lot of things here that they can do.
They could go Sanders. No, I'm just kidding.
I did not think Shedeur would fall out of the first. I really didn't.
I didn't either. And he still may not, but right now it's trending that direction, isn't it?
Yep.
It is trending that direction.
All right, the pick is in. Let's see who it is.
And then we got who's left after that? Lions, Commanders.
Malachi Starks at 27 to pair with Kyle Hamilton.
Great pick. That's a great pick. My gosh, that's a good player. Wow, they got a good player. Wow. Okay.
And again, Malachi Starks can be a Swiss Army knife, but I think he can line up anywhere.
Yep. Gosh.
Looking at the board, did Cleveland play this right? And are they just going to take Shedeur at 33?
Yeah, seriously.
They might, yeah.
Like, who else? I guess New Orleans could trade up, but like...
That's the thing. The Saints could be that team that says, I want to get ahead of you here. So that's where I'm looking at quarterback play, or even if it's Shuck. I think the Saints like Shuck. I really do.
But will a team move down like 10 to 12 spots? Or do they want to be at the top of that second round? Because the Saints are back at 40.
All day, every day, Cam says James Pierce Jr. is a grown man. And I am not reading that other one.
What were the Eagles trying to trade up for? That's the question.
And why has that quiet? Was it Donovan Jackson?
I don't know about that. I just think that
was it James Pierce?
It could have been. I think it could have been Pierce or Starks. Maybe trying to jump the Viking because weren't they? No, the Eagles were trying to trade up with Minnesota, correct?
Yeah, with
Eagles are
Minnesota
trying to,
and
yeah,
Or
Minnesota.
the Packers. Okay, gotcha.
and the Packers. Yeah.
Oh, to get ahead of Minnesota, but Minnesota ended up taking Donovan Jackson. So does that means that were the Eagles trying to take him, or who were they trying to take?
I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. And now they're not trying to. And maybe they still are. I'm not sure.
Oh, this is crazy.
This
Man,
is interesting,
Starks
though.
is such a
It
good
feels like
pairing.
a lot of the Falcons buzz was Mike Green. They had 2 shots at him and passed him twice.
Okay, so the only two. So at this point, 27 picks into the draft. Every single prospect that we've drafted, although to different teams, not every prospect, but the prospects left that we had drafted to this point were Simmons, Amos, Henderson, and Campbell. Those are and Mike Green. So
Okay. So those 5.
could one of those go here? What are the Lions gonna do? Lions are on the board.
Feels
Do they
like
go
it's
Mike
pass
Green?
rusher, right? Yeah.
I mean, Mike
Green
Green's a
as
hell of
the
a talent, but gosh, that's gonna be rough. I'm gonna reach out to my Lions guy, see what he thinks here.
I'm not gonna be surprised. I like Jonah Savaiinaea out of Arizona. I wouldn't be surprised to see a guard here. I wouldn't be surprised to see Connerly here. I we'll see. Tyleik Williams is a guy I love. I think could get love here as well. And then, are you willing to go Jihad Campbell? The pair in there too. I mean, like, and Mike Green. Oof, I don't know, but
or Tyleik Williams, man. Listen, I don't think it's
that's what
too
I
early to
said.
get a Tyleik
Yeah.
Williams.
Feels-
Yeah.
he could be a guy.
Yeah, I like that.
And
Now here's a guy, as PFF says, when you look at their rankings. Now here's a guy. We'll update it later, and you never do.
yeah, and let's see here. Yeah. Darren Ravel getting his anti-Shador tweet in. After not getting taken at 21, Shador Sanders has now lost $30 million versus being taken number 1. He just keeps talking about it over and over again. Guy's miserable.
What a jerk, man.
He's the worst, one of the worst.
Oh, Will Johnson's still there too.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're going to go Will
Did you take a
Johnson.
risk there?
By the way,
No. The pick is in, though.
I don't know. I don't think so, but he's still there.
Pick us in.
Okay.
Things are getting tipped a little slower.
Yeah, nobody cares at the end of the first round, I guess. Huh?
I think so. I got to tell you what, tomorrow night's going to be fun because
Tomorrow night's going to be fantastic. I'm actually
glad the Niners haven't traded. It would be something to talk about right now, but I'm kind of stoked that if they just stay put, because I was really hoping to get, and I hope they don't package. I hope they just say volume here, because once you don't get in the first round, you're not getting that 5th-year option, right? You might not be going super elite. Just stay at 43 and don't get cute with 75 and 100. You can get 3 really good players there. I really believe that.
Yeah. And the good thing is D tackle depth. I mean, if Tyleik Williams falls, solid option, but there is a lot of D tackle depth. So I feel like one's got to be taken tomorrow. Potentially even another edge, depending on.
the
when
49ers need a defensive tackle tomorrow. My gosh.
Yeah, and I'm already looking at that because I'm using this horrific ESPN app because I want to be convenient. I never use ESPN, and I got 3 devices going. Tyleik Williams is obviously my dream.
Yes,
and that's actually a guy. I'll be honest with you guys. At this point, if you could, I'll be honest with you. He is a player I would have no problem if they could finagle into the end of the first round for. That's how much I love Tyleik.
You got Washington there, and Washington has been rumored to trade down. They want to.
I honestly, I love Tyreek. I mean,
I do too. No.
he
Listen, if
is
they got Tyreek Williams, oh, it's home run.
in the first round. If you walked away with that, I mean, seriously, I'd be geeked because my guy list would just be like, all right, folks, I'm done.
What do you think they would have to give up? 43 and 100? You think they'd have to give up?
Oh,
100?
I think
More
43 and 75 for sure.
43. Oh, I
Would do it.
was assuming 43, 100, and a 26-3.
Oh,
26-4.
geez, my God. I don't know that I could
I
do
doubt that. I doubt that because I mean, if you're going up to like, let's say,
I think a team is going to want a premium though to trade out of the first. That's why.
then stay and pick.
First round, yeah.
Stay and pick and then trade up later. I mean, it's just that's Lions are taking Tyreek Williams. There it is.
There he goes. Damn. There he goes.
Yeah. So isn't
bet.
that the way it goes?
Gosh dang it. That's a great pick, man. Gosh, that's a good pick.
Yeah.
Dang.
But you're gonna have them, right? They all so.
No, I know. But this is the point, right? Like this is. Remember when we said it's not just the 49ers that get better in the draft, man. You got the freaking Ravens sitting still. You got the Lions sitting still and getting great players late in this draft. Like, golly, man. Commanders on the board.
Well,
I'll tell you what, defensive tackle as deep as it was, guys, and it's still, it's a position group that's deep. Guys are going off the board a lot earlier than people thought. When people are doing mocks at this time of year, guys like Grant, Tyreek Williams were falling to 43. It's like that clearly was never going to happen, but all going in the first round, these guys are starting to move up the board even more. So,
well, I'm just more geeked because I had some jabroni randos that were dunking on me in like February for guaranteeing that he'd be a first round pick, Tyreek Williams, and now I'll go find those receipts tonight. I'm petty like that.
Wow.
That Tyreek Williams is a great pick. It's a really, 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 really good pick.
It is a really good pick.
Like I said, man,
good pick.
I would have honestly, I've said this, I remember telling this to you guys, if they would have dropped down to 15, 16 and taken Tyreek, I would have been like, totally get it. Totally get it.
Okay. One more player to consider trading up for. What about Jihad Campbell?
Yeah.
Not necessarily in the first round, but
it's always the thing with this is a legit. I mean, I do think he's going to recover. I also though think he's falling because of this injury too. That's what has me a little concerned. Now, granted,
what's his actual injury?
The shoulder.
There's a shoulder injury that may need surgery, but there's been reports that he might need surgery on the other shoulder, which will land him.
He already had surgery on the first shoulder. That's why he's out.
He might need it on the second as well, which might take him out for a part.
Yeah, you know what? I'm straight. You know what? Never mind. I'm good.
Nope. Yep.
And then there's another issue I forget on top of the shoulder, the two shoulders.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good at that point. Okay. So who we at? We got the Commanders on the board.
Hey, watch Trevion Henderson here too. I mean, I know they don't have that many picks, but boy,
no, they could use a running back.
They really could. Brian Robinson is just a jag. He won't be there forever. I honestly makes a lot of sense. And we've talked about this before that the Commanders could be a dark horse for a running back. Pair him with Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin, and like he can be a pass catcher. He's great in pass protection. I think this would actually be great value. I really do, even though they have limited picks. They traded for Jeremy Tunsil. Mm-hmm.
Real quick, going a little to the future, how much would you love it if Philly picked up Jihad Campbell?
Say what?
I've taken a slide and linebacker before with Nakobe Dean back in 22.
No, I could
take
see
Jihad Campbell here and go away from the trenches.
Well, that's what I'm saying about that. You just mentioned the shoulders, though. I mean, it's like if that's the case, I'm not taking that in the first round. I'm sorry. If I'm hearing about a second shoulder, a surgery, it's 2 surgeries. That's just twice the amount of potential that once. I mean, dang man, it's not enticing.
That's rough.
And I love Jihad Campbell. He's my guy for sure. For me, he's been a my guy. And the only buddy that put him down was I put Smile Mondon because I really love him out of Georgia. So he's my guy. But I have Campbell rated ahead of Mondon, but he's like the guy that I pound the table for.
No, of course.
But yeah. No,
I'll take Smile. I'll take Smile tomorrow for sure.
I'm feeling good about my tweet that I said my order was Membu Michael Pierce. I'll take that.
Come on Friday says Niners next year's second and third picks for picks this year. No. Are you saying to trade up? I wouldn't do it. Not now. Dave Sims. Is it okay? Dave Sims says shouldn't have retired that jersey. 13 and 12 poo poo. He's talking about Sanders. And JD4WG says I became a member. I appreciate that. Thank you, JD. Thank you. Okay. Pick is in.
Well, yep. And by the way, like you said, the Rams, my guy's like, yep, 2 first-round picks and a quarterback heavy draft.
This is a good tweet. Funny that the Browns took a Michigan defensive tackle and the Lions took an OSU defensive tackle. Solid tweet.
They're better. They're being fanboys of the other teams there.
This Tyreek pick is a great pick, man.
I like Knight Jr. He's just old. He's like 30 already. It's just I'm good. I don't want a 25-year-old player as like your second pick in a draft or whatever, or third pick. I'm good.
Eagles tried trading up with the Packers to get Jihad.
The Commanders are taking Josh Connerly at 29.
Yep.
Well, what did you? Well, hold on. Who did they say it again?
Eagles tried trading up with the Packers to get Jihad.
And now the Commanders are taking Josh Connerly at 29.
Yeah,
that's a great pick. But Rohan, you're right. Jihad Campbell.
And so
that's who the Eagles tried to trade up for, and now they might just get him.
I don't understand. And that was like, I don't know. They must have some really good information that it will be okay at some point, in the future, that they can kind of recover for it. But yeah, it feels like it's going to just fall to them at 32 now.
Ricky the dog, though, posting that is like, I mean, let's be real. Like, he's been legit. He's the one that posted that, and now all of a sudden people know their motivations. Like, is there a team that says, "Hey, I could jump in front of the Eagles"? I mean, I don't think that's. I
don't think so either.
I guess they've definitely then shown their cards.
We got the Bills, the Chiefs.
Even consider does Buffalo consider a running back with the Cook contract issues?
No, good. I just think that's crazy. But yeah,
I'd be nuts.
I think that Buffalo's got a lot of things they could do here.
The defensive tackles that you would think they would want are not there. Darius Alexander, maybe.
I've been mocking Tyreek to the Bills for weeks.
That's what I am too. I did. Yeah, I know.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's not.
In fact, that's who we mocked tonight. Tyreek Williams to the Bills. That was our mock draft. That's who we had. And we had Connerly going to the Chiefs. So
I could see this being a corner. I could see this being a corner here if they like it. I think I could see this being going for an athletic upside in them and worry. Maybe if they really love Darius Alexander.
Yeah, they need a safety.
Who's I like
the corner that they could take.
I mean,
they got all of them. Right?
Trey Amos. I mean, I even think
Amos is the guy who we mocked.
Yeah, Savon Revel. Azaria Thomas is a guy that people don't care.
I know
his GPS speed is fine in game, like his 4.52 or 4.55 or whatever. Nobody cares. Like
I'm gonna laugh if it's Maxwell Harrison because my Bills guy hates him. So
it could be. I don't know. They like speed.
I still think Harrison falls a little bit, but I could be wrong.
I do too. But
it would be funny though if Kansas City got Josh Simmons to fall to them.
They're going to get Josh Simmons to fall to them. It's just, do they take him or not?
But they need O-line. I mean, I've heard O-line since the combine. And who else is there that's a first-round grade? Yeah.
Ezeraku?
And I think I'm interested to talk to – I think Connerly is going to play guard for the Commanders.
I do too.
Who are their tackles? Cosme and who's the other one?
Okay.
Who did they draft last year? They drafted a tackle, I think.
Oh, it's the kid who ended up playing. Why can't I think I had it right on the tip of my
Coleman, Brandon Coleman. Yeah.
Who ended up being a good little player, right? So we'll see.
Never mind. They traded for Tunsil too.
Yeah, they got Tunsil.
Tunsil. Yeah, he's definitely going to play guard, right?
Completely forgot. Okay.
So you got Connerly in there, and that's where I thought he'd project. That's where it's funny that Mike Tice like, this is my favorite tackles, except he's a guard, Mike. So his length his size is perfect for that.
Yep.
If that pans out, I mean, that's a great pick by Peters.
No, it is. It is a very good pick. It is funny to me though. You know, it's we always wonder like what did Peters do and what did he not do, and we don't know the full length, and we probably never will. But you watch the way that he's drafted and built out his team. It's not the same at all as the 49ers philosophy at the very least. So,
well, Shedeur Sanders seems to be falling out of the first round.
Yeah,
to Cleveland at 33.
Yeah, yeah, which would be fantastic for Cleveland. You got all those picks, and you end up with Sanders anyways. That would be really, really awesome for them. So,
well, watch the Eagles take Mike Green. If they don't go Jihad, obviously, if the Bills don't snipe him here, or the Chiefs don't.
Man, oh man.
Maybe the Bills do go Jihad without a corner. I mean, with getting this guy.
Pick is in.
They could use a safety though, too.
Pick is in.
I don't know, man. Savone Revel. I'll say it's either Savone or it's Emanwari.
Yeah, that's it. I'm saying Emanwari or Trey Amos. That's my pick.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay.
But
Emanwari actually makes a lot of sense.
Oh, this guy I thought it was the guy I knew. He's with it. Oh, never mind.
I don't see. I don't see like a defensive lineman that they could take unless they really like Ezeraku or are willing to take a chance on Green. I don't think they're the type of team that would.
No.
Green, how far is Green gonna fall now?
Oh, Cleveland's gonna take him at 36. They don't care one bit. They'll take him at 36.
Well, yeah, you're right, because they could get Sanders and they could get Green. You're right. That's a good point.
Yeah. Shoot, Sanders, Mike Green, and Mason Graham, and an extra first for next year.
Oh, God. After trading up for Jackson Dart, Coach Brian Daboll makes it clear at his press conference that Russell Wilson will be the starting quarterback. You dudes, you're going to be fired.
Yep.
They literally made you take a quarterback, and then you're going to
They have a very interesting quarterback room. Dart, Russ, and Jameis.
Yeah, that's insane, dude. Okay. Sure, man. Sure.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm waiting. I want to see who the Bills take.
Yeah, I don't.
Eagles on the spot. They just traded up one spot, so they're going up to 31, and the Chiefs are going back to 32.
So
we'll see who.
I mean, look, I get the Eagles win the Super Bowl, so they're playing with house money. They must really like Jihad. I love Jihad. He's one of the top prospects on the whole draft. He's definitely, this is great value if he's healthy. So.
One spot. That's so weird. That's so okay. I mean, what'd they give up?
So there must have been trade interest. They probably gave up like a fifth.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Yeah.
The Eagles are trading 164.
Yeah, you're right.
Alongside 32. Yeah. So a fifth round pick.
Yeah. Okay. Not a big deal.
And it's kind of it's a late fifth. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever. And Chiefs are like, we weren't going to take your guy anyway. So
it's great.
We're going to take Simmons and you're not. So that's cool.
Yep.
Oh, the Eagles had 161, 164, 165, and 168. They had 4 picks and 7. They didn't care. They said, we'll throw you one. We don't care at all.
That's pretty funny, actually. Okay, but we don't know who the heck the freaking Bills took. Who
They're
did the
about to
Bills
announce
take?
it on the TV.
They didn't
Yeah.
take Maxwell Hairston. I got it on the TV first.
Yeah. Maxwell
Harrison.
Harrison.
Hold on. I gotta watch the Bills. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, Dan is losing his mind.
Dan didn't want this guy.
Oh, he said, if you want to see me lose my ish, that was literally what he tweeted.
My God, we have a CB2. We didn't go Amos, but we ended up going with a gentleman that ran, hear me out, 428. In case anybody's interested in this, Maxwell Hairston. Let's talk about this guy for a hot second. Let's talk about him for a hot second.
I thought he was going to be pissed. He said he was going to be pissed. Let's see. Okay, maybe he likes it. I thought he said he was going to spaz out like in a bad way.
Maybe he loved him.
I guess. That's pretty funny, though.
The Chiefs are now drafting 32nd, so they won the Super Bowl. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. I swear on everything, and I didn't make the statement earlier when we were doing the mock. I was like, God, it seems a little weird that the Chiefs aren't drafting at 32 this year for the first time. And
dude, you know who the Chiefs are taking? Trevion Henderson. They're going to Clyde Edwards. They're going to Clyde Edwards-Helaire it.
I would love that.
If you get Trevion Henderson, I'm just telling you, it's my RB1 and in a first round grade.
Dude, if they get Trevion Henderson, oh my god,
that's way more dangerous than Josh Simmons.
But yes, it is. Oh my gosh.
If you're a Bills fan,
and now that we're thinking about it, Isaiah Pacheco is entering the last year of his contract.
Yep.
It's 100% him. Why did I not think about that? What the heck, man?
Yeah. Okay. If John Jones falls to 43, do we take him?
Maybe, yeah.
The Eagles are taking Jihad Campbell. So Ricky the dog again broke that.
Crushes it.
Yep.
That makes sense. I thought it would be Jihad earlier with the trade up. So this makes sense. Yeah.
Ari Myrov with the really good tweet here talking about Jihad Campbell with the Will Johnson photo. These guys got to be the first. So I love it when they do that. Got the wrong player, bro. It's like
nice.
It's like I got to beat Schefter. I had this in drafts.
Oh my gosh.
You got it fixed.
It's going to be Trevion, isn't it?
That's what I think.
I think you're right. You know what's crazy is early on in the draft process, I said the one pick that will like make me go nuts is if the Chiefs get a Marion Hampton. That was before I had really watched Trevion Henderson and thought he was a better player. That would piss me off.
I can see Mike Green here, and I can see
they would definitely take Mike Green.
They would 100% do it.
100% they would do it. Yeah, that's a good point too.
But if he falls,
they're definitely a Mike Green candidate.
If he falls past here, I'm going to be honest with you guys about Mike Green. I said it before, and I never deleted the tweets. Mike Green broke out. Third year. It takes him third year to break out in his second year at Marshall. Beat up on an Ohio State right tackle that will not get drafted. Okay, so if everybody, he went to Ohio State. Nah, man, it wasn't Donovan Jackson. It wasn't Josh Simmons. It was Josh Fryer. And nobody knows who that is for a reason, right? And it's like he's short arms. He has T-Rex arms.
Yep.
He has good speed to power, but can get swallowed up being reckless. And I don't think he's that great of a run defender. And he's undersized. He's a tweener. Well, I guess he didn't dominate top competition. And he didn't start really dominating at, mid-major until this year. That matters.
You add that with his stuff. Yeah.
Yes.
I
don't see it. And I said that a long time ago. And they go, you don't know ball. I'm like, yeah, I'll watch.
Wow.
And Jihad Campbell, guys, if without the injury, he was a top 10 player on my board.
Yeah. No,
So that makes sense that how we got him.
Yep. So how we got a top 10, how we got a guy that I would have had no problem taking at 11. If Jihad were healthy, if he didn't have that shoulder surgery, I was on record saying, "Oh my God, yeah, Jihad at 11 would be great." That's how good he is.
Well, he wanted to take him as early as 23, so makes sense.
Yep. No, it's why he's the best. And I don't mean to. I've been critical of other big blue checks who like drool over Howie to the point where it's just clear that you're just trying to get in good graces. But let's be real. He's the best GM in the game. It's not close. It's not. Obviously, I didn't break any news there. It's like, it's just this Eagles franchise, as much as everybody kids like Nick Sirianni can be a kind of a tool. Honestly, man, it works for him. It works for that organization. It works for that culture there.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I'll be real. When you're winning and you can do it that way, I'll take that over country club culture. Eagles pick is in. We got that already announced. Okay. What are we waiting for? Kansas City Chiefs. Marco Martinez on Twitter. Here's a congratulations to everyone taking the first round. Dreams came true today. This is like a PSA. I love this. To those getting drafted the next few days, good luck. An opportunity is all you need. Sign with Marco. This is a great tweet. I love this. Hope you're listening, Marco. That was a solid tweet. That's my guy. Oh, keep an eye out. What I've been told here, or not what I've been told. Excuse me. Keep an eye out for the Rams and Trey Hendrickson. Okay.
Oh.
The Bengals. And who did the Bengals take? I forget. Shamar Stewart.
They took Shamar Stewart.
So, and we said that could be an edge place because that they could be losing Trey, which I like to sell as high as I can on a 32-year-old edge player. Okay, like that. I don't think that's bad ball by the Bengals, and I know their defense sucks. So, adding Shamar Stewart, could be a project, didn't exactly help expedite that process. And if they lose Hendrickson, boy, score more points, right?
I guess, man.
I'm struggling. I'm sorry, man. I would have taken Donovan Jackson. I would have considered that. I would have added to my interior line. They need interior. Their interior line is horrible. It is it's people talk about the night. It's the worst in the NFL.
Who's this?
The Bengals, the interior line.
Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you were talking about the Rams. I'm like, no, it's not.
No. And so I thought they would go for something like that up there at 18, or 17 before the Seahawks, and I was wrong.
It's going to be Travion Henderson. I just know it. I hate that you said that.
Yeah.
Absolutely hate that you said that.
Makes a lot of sense. Something Kansas City would do, and something Mahomes would definitely sign up for.
After trading number 31 of the Eagles, the Eagles select Jihad Campbell, the player that they coveted all along. In fact, they were nearly going to trade for him with the Chargers. Thanks, Ian. We knew that 30 minutes ago.
You know what? I
expecting offensive line help for Patrick Mahomes from Jordan Schultz.
You just said that. I was just gonna say. I was like, the more I'm thinking to myself, the more they go Josh Simmons, or the more they go. It could be Ariante Ursery. I've heard that Ursery. I mean, it could be Ursery here. It could be Savania.
I heard they like Connerly, and so I'm assuming
he's gone.
They'll have to pivot a little since he's gone. But
That's
I also don't know if they thought Simmons would be here at 32.
I bet Ursery is not I'm telling you, Ursery is going to go quickly in the second round if he doesn't go here.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely, he will.
I could see this being a pick here.
Absolutely, he will.
But
and he should.
Yeah, Josh Simmons, to me, for a team that I don't know if he's recovering from that injury, it's great value if he's the guy, but yeesh.
Well, does that mean that the Texans would go Simmons tomorrow then? Maybe.
Man.
Texans didn't get an offensive lineman, man. They're still
Yeah, they're at 34. I mean, if they get
need an offensive lineman,
they probably are happy. But yeah, a lot of those guard options are gone.
I think what's clear that's going to happen is that the 49ers are probably going to trade Brock Purdy to the Browns for the 33 pick and take Shador to lead it off tomorrow and then still have 43 to work with and reset the quarterback contract. I just want to make sure I wanted to get that out there before we ended the show so we could get.
I would laugh. That would be wild. You know, what's his name threw this out? Who was it? Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on his name. NFL Network guy.
Daniel Jeremiah.
On their morning show.
Oh, Schrager.
Yeah, Schrager threw this. Schrager said this yesterday. If Sanders goes in the second round, flippantly threw it out. Maybe it's the Niners. Maybe they look to reset the clock. Just kind of threw that out there and then walked off. Like, that would be hilarious.
Yep.
Wow. I don't think there's that would be crazy. Talk about doing numbers tomorrow. That'll do it. Jeez. We still don't know who this Sting pick is. What's going on here?
Chiefs.
Pick is in.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's obviously, I think Simmons or Ursery, but maybe 7A. I saw Simmons. There it is. Yep.
Is it Simmons?
Josh Simmons. Yep.
Well, here it goes.
Wow.
It says medicals were totally clean. I mean, that's fine. You could say medicals are clean after, but like a patella tendon is a
recovery.
It's a horrific injury. So of course, I mean, yeah, he was cleared by after the procedure, but if the medicals were completely, this is what Jordan Schultz does, and I mean, if the medicals were totally clear, he's not clean. Excuse me. Then he's not here. That's all there is to it.
At all.
Just
or it's a similar thing to like CMC, right? Where CMC says he's healthy and it's like, that's cool, but that doesn't mean you're still CMC. Like, you could be healthy, but
I have no again, I'll believe it when I see it.
Man, Jesse, I'll head out soon, but I wanted to ask you a question because you put out a poll earlier this week. Say Travion Henderson is there at 43. Is he a take for you?
Oh, hell yeah.
100%.
That's the only reason I haven't mocked Travion.
100%.
Even when the mock draft machines allow me to take him, I don't, because I sit there and say, what would be realistic? Yeah, he won't be there, so I'm not going to pick him because that's just stupid.
Yeah. 100%.
But this is now, I mean, hey, let's just say you're picking 43rd, right? So that's 12th in this draft in the second round. No, 11th, excuse me. I think, am I wrong on that? Yeah.
11th. Yeah, 11th.
So there's going to be plenty of good players there.
Oh yeah. No, they're going to have some options at 43. It's going to be fun. So here's what I'll say. Rohan, you're more than welcome to join tomorrow again. David and I for sure are going to be live. I've got my son's flag football game that ends right around 7 Eastern, which is right, I think, when the second round starts. I should be back in time for the 49ers pick. So for all of you in the chat tonight, make sure you are back tomorrow night. We have 3 picks from the 49ers, bare minimum tomorrow, depending on what they're going to do. Yep. Right now, they're set to make 3 picks. I should be live by the time they pick at 43, and then for the rest of the second and third round. So, and then Saturday again, we'll be back. So I think real quick to wrap things up, 49ers took Mykel Williams. I know that this is a controversial pick.
Is it?
Final thoughts, Rohan. Do you like the pick or not? Why or why not?
I think it's a good pick. I think when you consider the floor is safe. He's a good run defender, good size at 6'5", 260 pounds. The length was something I pointed out where you could potentially move him to an interior guy as a pass rusher as well on pass rushing downs. I think there's a lot of versatility and upside with the versatility, but also upside as a pass rusher. I think production-wise, you probably will question, okay, was there enough at Georgia? But I think in a bigger role in a wide 9 scheme, which Williams himself has said in an interview today, he is more comfortable in, I think he's going to flourish a little bit more. It's just, can the Niners get the most out of him? They haven't been able to get the most out of first round or second round defensive linemen recently in the Shanahan era. Can they get the most out of Williams? But regardless, at the minimum, solid run defender, and that's an area of need for the Niners.
David?
Yeah, Michael, again, I'm not a guy that likes to play it safe. I've talked to you about why I think it's important to draft potentially elite players, but I've long said one of the things I love about Michael is I think his floor is the highest. And I'm talking the highest of any defensive tackle or edge player in the first round. And I also thought his ceiling has the potential to be just as high as almost anybody as well. And so obviously I think the floor is definitely, I'm more sure of that. I know his ceiling is going to be good enough for me, but I think the potential of it even being better is a no-brainer. What he can do against the run is not easy to do. Most edge players are incapable of it. We're lucky to now have two on either side that are more than capable of playing that way, and then also pinning their ears back and going. And he's only going to get better. He's 20 years old. His frame is untapped, right? Like he's in the perfect spot, and I think that I'm very excited about the pick. I'm not like going out and doing cartwheels in the street. I'm very satisfied.
So I think when you're drafting at 11, you're obviously looking for a really solid prospect, which he is, but you're looking for a high character guy, which he is. You're looking for a guy with a high motor, which he has.
Yep.
You're looking for some good, solid upside. He brings that.
Yep.
Pedigree from a great school has that as well. And as John Lynch said, a guy that can set the edge. That is one thing you are guaranteed to get. You're talking about a player that at Georgia in the SEC often was playing 4-eye in a 3-down lineman situation. He was one of the 3-down linemen, often double teamed, frequently making plays in the run game. Day one out of the box, you're getting a player who is going to make an impact on run defense. We know the 49ers need help there. You're also talking about a player who is not 21 yet. Ricky Pearsall last year, they drafted a guy that was turning 24 by the time the season started. Michael Williams is just going to be turning 21 here in a month or two. So you're getting a young prospect with room to grow. You put him on a defense that has phenomenal coaches, and that is how you reach his potential. I don't know that he's going to be a great pass rusher year one. I do think he will eventually be a very effective pass rusher by the time year two runs around. But at the very least, I know that you're getting a guy who downs 1 and 2 will wreak a lot of havoc in the run game. And that in itself is worth it. You add in the frame, he absolutely can be a very, very good pass rusher. I like the pick, and Michael Williams was my probably third choice. I had Nolan, Jahdae Barron, and then Michael Williams. So I'm very happy with getting Michael Williams.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I'd moved it to Nolan, but like I said, for a long time I had, it was Membu, Michael, James Pierce, somewhere in there was Jahdae. Will Johnson fell off because of the injury news, and then Nolan was right there too. And Shamar Stewart I had actually in consideration. So yeah, I can't go back on that. I'll have to own that if it ends up being a bust. But that's the reason I just don't see this player with that bust potential. I think
unless he gets injured, which you can't predict injury.
That's not a bust.
You know what I mean?
That's not a bust, right? Like that's just circumstance.
Yep, that's bad luck. So, anyways, Rohan, thank you for joining us for the draft coverage. David, thank you for joining me as always. Everybody in the chat, I will be back tomorrow with David, possibly Rohan, covering round 2 and 3. Like I said, I'll be a little bit late, but I should be in time for the 49ers pick. So look out for that. See you tomorrow. Much love. Thank you, Braveheart, for becoming a member. Peace.